Air ambulance is off the ground, transporting. You can, the high WI is closed, and the one medic and the mountain medic are available to you, returning to the previous location.
Hello, friends.
Branch 15, Park Communications copies, air ambulance is off the ground, terminating high WI, mountain medic.
Branch 15. Sorry, the radio just came to life as soon as I hit the live button. Hello, how are you, friends? Hi. Sorry, there was a jackhammer drilling not only the road outside, but my head in a way with my headache. So I put on the headset and tried to follow the radio at least best I could. Park fire.
Branch 15, Park Communications,
Air ambulance
Branch 15, go ahead.
is aloft.
You have a destination.
How are you, Jeffrey? You get the prize. I can read you what they just said. I just have been taking notes. I had to get
Park Communications, Branch 15.
I had to get past some tech difficulties.
Branch 15, Park Communications, copy.
Oh dear, there's something going on in San Bernardino. The crews have just scrambled to a safe spot on the park. Oh dear. Okay, let me go look. I just accidentally screwed up a whole bunch of windows, and I'm trying to put them back together. I hope you can be patient real quick. See, watch duty.
Charlie, Section 50 Lima, 51 Lima, staying in the uniform on command.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm looking. Thanks, friends.
Tammy uniform, 51 Lima. Hey, is equipment boss Felix with you? Negative, he's with Deputy Whiskey, I believe.
Oh dear.
Deputy Whiskey, staying in the uniform on command.
My phone was blowing up with watch duty. I couldn't see everything that was new. Is this it's a Beverly Drive Edge Hill fire? Is that what we're looking at? So the crews right now on the park fire are scrambling to their safe zones at drop point 2824.
Single uniform, Deputy Branch 15.
Drop
Deputy
point.
Branch 15, name and uniform.
Okay, friends. As soon as I can get.
I copied the traffic earlier. They did have accountability of Felix, but he needed something further. Firm, we're looking for E323. He was one of the dozers that was with him. His relief operator's with us. We just want to confirm that 323 was out.
Hey, AVB, thanks for being here. Sorry, guys, I had some extreme noise outside and some tech difficulties. So it looks like there's level 3 go nows.
Sammy uniform, deputy. Go ahead. I haven't confirmed the last little bit, but our accountability shows that he's at drop point 24. I copy. That's where all those privates should have been with Felix. Just trying to give them peace of mind. Yeah, E323 was here opening up the safety zone when I got in here.
Like I said, they're scrambling to safety zones. I think it's the northeast corner.
In the uniform, Deputy Whiskey, Command 2, Code 10. Go ahead. Affirmative. The equipment boss Felix worked his way out to drop point 20. He said everything was accounted for, and 323 should be at drop point 24 in the safety zone. Appreciate it. The Tango uniform, 51 Lima, command. Go ahead. Thank you, sir, but let me get accountability. I got 10 privates, 30 state tractors, and a couple overhead in DP24. So let me, once it starts to calm down, I'll start get accountability. I copy. Yeah, I've got accountability if you guys want it over the radio.
Okay, they're trying to figure out if all the crews are safe.
So they're E323, E267, E728, E267, E276, E1077, 132, 140, 513, 521, 319, 974, and then 2140 arrived here. Got 518 just showed up. Break. I guess that's it.
Okay, maybe I can just mute it for a second because they're on the park fire. They're scrambling to their safety zones and they're trying to make sure that everybody made it to the safety zones. So,
for his equipment is somewhere within the burn. We'll check on him when we get a chance.
oh dear,
Copy.
they just said so and so has made it to drop point 24, but left his equipment.
1612.
But left his equipment in the burn. So this is how much of a mad scramble this has just been.
Deputy Whiskey, CF2, go.
I want to see what's going on.
Make it out to Mineral.
Some of the crews are asking if they can go, once they've accounted for everybody, if they can go back and go to west.
Copy.
Let's look at the cam situations. This Edge Hill fire in San Bernardino County. ABB, if you've got some camera links and set. Hey, Ann.
Park communications. Branch 15, go ahead. Branch 15, Park communications. Confirm that all medical resources that are committed to DC-38 with the burn injury are available. Firm. The medic, the mountain medic, that did no patient contact are already en route. And then the one medic unit that did have patient contact is rehab. And they'll be back to their location. You can release Thursday.
Okay, he says mountain medic is en route. I think somebody. I think somebody's hurt on the park fire, but I can't quite tell. We're trying to figure out as much as we can about the Edge Hill fire in Beverly Drive and Edge Hill Road in San Bernardino. They're saying about 5 acres. I have a feeling it's worse than that. So if you guys do have some information, let me know that you could share. It's really hard to track these two things. And so at this moment, my dad was trying to check in because he's worried about mineral. So I'm sorry about that beepy sound. That's a text message for the computer. And so he's like, aren't a whole bunch of cabins on your mother's side over at Mineral? I'm like, yeah, they are. So is there a cam right here? I'm trying to click the right one. Do you have a good cam for what's going on in Beverly Hills? Okay, looks like we found it. Little Mountain 2. So thanks for being here, friends. Sorry, we just jumped into chaos. But radio was really quiet for a moment. I had just taken furious notes. I decided to go live, and I was like, so. And then, so somebody might be hurt on the park fire. They scrambled an ambulance. I think it's a rescue helicopter type ambulance. I don't know what's going on, but the plumes are huge on the park fire right now. First became aware of that about an hour ago. Sorry, I was trying to have a meeting with moderators. And every single day I try to have the meeting, it's like, okay, there's a crisis. So my phone filled up with maximum 24 notifications, so thank you for alerting me. We have another dino fire, like a dinosaur fire. That's 50% contained. You can't make this stuff up. So hey, Ann, how are you doing? Um, oh man, yeah, ABB. Have you got a link? Is there like a supposedly large homes are here already burning to the ground in San Bernardino County. So I wanted to. Hey Nick, welcome. How are you doing? Um, yeah, Mother Nature ain't giving us a break. I thought I'd have like a day off or something. Not really. So ABB says on Park Fire a while ago there was some burns to the hands and ear, and then 15 minutes ago a broken ankle. Thank you so much for clarifying that. It's been hard to tell with the crackly radio with the jackhammer outside. Thank God that just stopped. So we're here now, friends. So thank you so much, ABB. You're very very valued here, and welcome, man. So you can't post your fire page. That's weird. Let me. I'm gonna try unmodding and remodding you. Maybe that'll just help for somehow. It seems like you're bugged. So let me do that.
It's branch 15, branch 12 safety on command table.
Okay, try again.
Branch 12 safety. Branch 15, go ahead.
Hi, Shannon, everybody.
Yeah, hey Bob. I just want to make sure I heard correctly. You shut down the IWI, and you're okay if I start sending like relief operators and so such down a Little Giant Mill towards 38.
Okay, so if it doesn't.
Yes, it's clear from Little Giant Mill to 38. Yes.
I'll be happy to share that.
Yeah, we had set up a road guard to keep people from skirting in, so we're going to go ahead and open up that road and let people come in.
Okay. So I'm trying to share Ann's page real quick. She's got a fire info Facebook page, which I should be using as a source much more often. So I did follow it. So Northern California wildfires and flood info, right? So this should be shareable. Everybody should go there and join. Did it work? Yeah, thank you, NB. Thank you for coming in. So, yes, please do post those news links, but warning, if you follow up a news link, like from official source here, you may just see homes burning down. I don't show that on my channel. So I want to see with the cams what's going on. So, but on Twitter, okay, so I'm about to do a tweet and stuff. Everything goes on my Twitter though. So let me see if we can get eyes on one fire and ears on another. That can sometimes work out. It gets confusing, but we just need to let people know. If the park fire chatter dies down, we'll go straight to San Bernardino. Should we be listening to San Bernardino? So, with the edge here, which one of these cams had it? Like in the other one. Check out Watch Duty. Sorry, friends. It's been such a day. I haven't even eaten yet. Yeah, thank you for preface that, saying trigger warning or like images of home destruction, so that people can know not to click it if they are fire traumatized. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, that's awful. Okay, yeah, oh, that is really bad. So I'm really hesitant to go. Was Little Mountain 2. I'm really hesitant to go with a like rebroadcasting a news thing, because I'm not allowed to do much of that. But if we do the aerial type thing, it's mostly helicopters, it looks like, but you're going to see like full on intense homes burning down. I'm going to peel away from the park radio, or at least try to do both at the same time.
speed, Ranch 15, on command. Tango uniform, Tango Whiskey.
All the phones in the kitchen. Okay, I found it. Sorry, guys. This just kind of exploded that situation.
Bahima Whiskey.
So
Deputy Ranch 15, on city of command 2.
Tango Whiskey. They're asking.
Just want to confirm you got the rim seen up.
The fire's running up a hill, the Edge Hill fire. They're requesting 5 more engines for immediate need of any type, and also
They have not checked in a DP 20 yet.
So not all the crews are accounted for in the park fire, so there's still a flurry of information, of radio traffic. We don't know that it doesn't look like the injuries are very serious as far as I could tell.
Try to reach them. Sure. Okay.
But this is ominous that they just ran for cover and safety, and some crews dropped everything in the park fire and ran for cover. As the plume got really big. So I'm hesitant to leave it right now. Let me just heat up my slice of pizza because I really need to eat or I'm going to die here. And then I need to quickly message my dad. He's wondering if Mineral's okay. I don't think it's reached there. Looking at the heat detections, but this is a big, ominous, hard day for the line over there by Highway 132 on the park fire. So just bear with me one sec. Gotta eat food. I'm no good to you if I have no blood sugar. Just hang one moment. You know, I thought I'd just start the stream and have that little moment to gather my thoughts, but it's all heck freaking loose. So okay, that is heating. So welcome, friends. Catch me up to speed 2. Sorry, I'm trying to make it so that moderators can be here when I'm not. I have to at some point open mail that I haven't since April, and try to get caught up on life. So I was hoping like mods could be holding down the fort. Yeah, I know, Speedy. Welcome. Yeah, Bald Mountain Butte, if you guys haven't seen it.
1624.
This is Stover, Bald Mountain Butte 1 and 2. Like, this is Bald Mountain Butte 2. So this is what they were running from. There's been some sort of a slop over or spot. I do not know where. You guys, please hit the like button. This is terrible what's going on down there in San Bernardino as well. We don't have the greatest cameras on this. It's like, like one is a grassy hill, one is like total smoke. Well, the smoke is like straight up to it, but it may be running up a hill, so there are mandatory evacuations. Let me grab the food. So I think we should try to listen to San Bernardino right now. And if you guys can get me a link, that'll make it faster. Or at least tell me which one I'll tune into, because I've got a dashboard. Thanks to your kind donations. A reminder, we are donation-based, so we can be ad-free, because it's not good to have ads when people are tuning in and saying, where do I go? Like, give me my evacuation info right now. So we don't want an ad playing over that. I would have no control over how long.
Branch 15, Park Communications, CDF Command 2.
How long that would play. So,
Park Communications, Branch 15, go ahead.
Thank you, ABB.
Branch 15, Park straight back to the kitchen. Man 10 should be effective.
This is a useless camera. Do we have better cameras
Working great. Wow.
at all? Yeah, okay. Crestline Ridge for what's going on in San Bernardino. So, okay. We got Crestline. Crestline Ridge 2. No, Crestline Ridge 1. Okay, so let's do an hour time lapse. Because this began about an hour ago, I suppose. Yeah, thank you. You got my back, AVB. You're awesome. Dude, you get the award. You're totally awesome. San Bernardino County Fire Valley. Let me try to put that up on the. I had High Country Fire and High Desert, and we're going to add that one. So let's add feed. Excuse me. Thank you. So California.
Branch 18, Park Communications, PDF Command 2.
All right. County Valley Fire. Got it. Thank you. So wonderful.
Park
Okay.
Communications, Branch 15, go ahead with your traffic. Still on Command 2.
All right, we're listening to both. I'll turn off the park in a second if we need to.
Branch 15, we're trying to raise Branch 18.
Can we check with Rancho and Ontario and see if they have the availability to send us one cover engine each?
All right, this other voice, this is San Bernardino.
Affirmative.
Yeah, San Bernardino's requesting.
Branch 18, Park Communications, PDF
I just want to know if all the crews are safe on the park. This is a 3-hour time lapse of what just broke out in San Bernardino
1628.
County. So fire's racing up the hill right now. There's helicopters trying to put out entire homes on fire. So, this is looking awful. Trying to juggle. I'm juggling the two radios.
Yeah, was somebody trying to get a hold of me?
So.
Yeah, if you can come up on air to ground, BDC air to ground, copter 612 and air express 2306 trying to reach you on air to ground.
This is called the Edge.
Yeah, I got him. I've got air rescue right now making drops for me. We're looking good. So far, no involvement to any of the homes. I could get maybe 3 more companies.
Wherever he's
they're
at.
coming. We got 40 agents coming, Chris. When they get here, we'll shove them your way.
Sounds good, thanks.
There are some homes involved. He's probably reporting where he's at. So at least it's going well somewhere. So it says that the fire is running up the hill towards Ridgeline Drive per the radio traffic. 5 additional.
171, move up to station 202.
5 additional engines requested for immediate need, any type. They're asking for extra.
305 Mercy Air 2 with a 15-minute ETA to the Hesperia Airport.
I don't know if that's related. You guys could tell me. So they're saying all residents living on the south side of Ridge Hill Drive.
Up over the mountain, we're going to tie up command quite a bit throughout the incident.
The evacuation order is for.
We're going to give this as the dedicated, and we're going to get everybody else moved over. I'm still trying to figure out that channel. Stand by just one.
Thanks, Otto.
This is the official San Bernardino County Fire.
Evacuation 253. We're about a minute out. Ready for the sign.
Oh no, don't tell me this went Yosemite. Yeah. Yeah, Bellacar, thank you. Remember, if you follow some links to the media is showing homes burning down to the ground. In the Edge Hill fire. Okay.
Go ahead.
I just an update. Are you able to copy line 83 reference the request for the helicopter?
So, hi Terry, welcome. This has gone crazy. It's a bad fire day in California. So this is the Edge Hill in Beverly Drive in San Bernardino County has raced up a hill and has destroyed at least 2 homes, and I can just see on kind of images. But we don't want to show fire traumatic images to people here in chat. So people stay here and chat, and I'm the refuge. We are the refuge
What
here,
line was that?
where people won't see that
Line
stuff.
83. I can go direct if you like.
So, looking at the park fire, the plume has grown huge and massive, and crews have just scrambled to safety.
I do have that. Thank you.
So we are still listening to the park fire as well, because they're just silent right now. They're trying to make sure everybody is safe. They left some of their equipment behind.
Medic Engine 305, Medic Engine 302, Mercier 22 is on scene at the airport and available to take the patient.
Yeah, let me look at Oregon Summit. What patient?
Copy. Okay, cancel Mercy 2.
They've been canceled. Mercy 22's on scene.
Medic Engine 305, Medic Engine 302.
1357, 1464, and 1465 that are sitting on the black side in DP 25. All personnel are accounted for back at DP 38, but I have those 3 equipment sitting on the black in the brush.
Where are they sitting exactly? They're in the black between the drop point.
It says just past DP 25 in the black. I think on the east side of DP 25, if maybe we could take a couple of dozers and try to push around them.
Okay.
2598 House Avenue.
All right. They're saying that all the
road down here is just back into the road, and then headed that direction with the direct line to where it's blocked anyway.
we're listening to 2 radios.
Okay. Yeah, once I get my accountability of everybody, I'm going to start poking around in there and see where I can pick up the right flank.
We'd be on the left flank, and then we'll just start spacing it out to where Ops Deputy or same operations is looking to try to hold it.
Affirmative. Does he have a plan?
Still working on it. He's trying to get a flight, possibly. But it sounds like it's from Elko, lower, or the South Antelope Creek, South 4th Antelope Creek is where the main fire's at now.
South Antelope Creek is where the main fire is
Section
at.
22, or did it make over to Section 23 yet?
Not sure.
Copy. Is that air attack or Elko?
The unit was Elko.
Okay, that's valuable information where they think the fire is. They're already talking about going back out there.
Where we put the proposed, it hasn't crossed that yet.
Hang on, I can't get a word in. All right, friends, it's Chaos. John, thank you so much for a kind donation. You keep us ad-free and on the air. Yeah, John, I fear you're right. Today is like a battle for mineral, basically, ultimately. So I just texted my dad back. I got to tell him when I can finally field a phone call. Like right now, I don't know. So I was hoping to be able to talk to him right now. So what's going on with the park fire, which we're seeing on the cam here, and down here is, of course, what's going on with the Edge Hill. God, I can't read my own handwriting. Edge Hill fire is down in Beverly Drive in San Bernardino County. I can't show homes burning down. I'm going to show distant cams, but we do have the radio playing for both. I had to mute San Bernardino just for a second. They're talking about air ambulances for both fires. Let's unmute San Bernardino.
Another truck 305.
Some of it's just kind of junk.
It's just going to be inaccessible in the ladder truck. We'll be staging at Joshua. If you advise AMR to let us know if they're going to need assistance, we'll go from there.
I know There's air ambulances for both situations. But I don't know if somebody's hurt in the Edge Hill fire or if that is radio chatter. If you guys know, let me know. This has been chaotic to listen to.
Mountain Avenue, Unit 10B, between Ferndale Avenue and North Mountain Avenue.
There's the auto voice saying, go cover each other, blah, blah, blah. But some homes have already burned down here in Edge Hill fire. I'm just not clear on how many. So it's really difficult to juggle the chat and the different windows. I hope you have patience with me. Thank you for sharing so much information in chat. Thank you so much for keeping us on the air. If just 20% of the people donate $1 or $5 a day, we will we'll be okay. And so no donation is too small. We need to get the laptop accessories and laptop finalized and get down to California, at least to where the park fire is. So with the park fire, zooming back up to there, the crews scrambled to their safe spots. And I'm not sure exactly what happened because I began listening at the time a jackhammer was running outside. So you guys can help me out with that. I saw that there were a bunch of airplanes and just Bald Mountain View is just looking volcanic again. We do have some images like Colby Mountain 2, but that's not looking that bad. I'm not sure what Colby Mountain 2 is looking at. Morgan Summit looks like a giant monster. So Morgan Summit is the one that's closest to Mineral itself. The next place, as well as Butte Meadows, that might be, in danger, from the park fire. So yeah, thank you. Hit the like button. Hit the share button and share this with anybody.
972 Medical, Sierra Trails Mobile Home Park at 1451 Ordan Boulevard West.
Okay, that's medical. But hit the share button and share us with anybody you think might need this info. Because. Okay, San Bernardino is not. Okay, I'll try to turn that off for you guys at least. That might just be a medical call.
Medical,
diabetic emergency, okay. So I'm going to turn San Bernardino on for a second to see if there's anything that we can get about the situation. Our heroes, they scrambled to drop point 38, 24, and 20 as far as I could tell. They had to leave some of their equipment at the scenes in the black area, which means pretty safe area, like a place that's already been burned off. But this is ominous. So they're still scrambling around on the radio trying to make sure that they have, at every single drop point, everybody has checked in. So they were trying to pick up the left and right flank at some point.
Medic truck 224 at Del Rosa Via 2018, Del Rosa Avenue, Unit 115B, between
that's just medical stuff on the San Bernardino. Watch duty, just watching what is happening with watch duty might be the best thing because we're not hearing much about what San Bernardino County's fire is doing from the radio. But if I'm wrong, just let me know, guys. So thank you guys for being here. The park fire is going to be big today, and I'm very, very frightened. So Joe Bicker says an air medic is headed to Sacramento with injured firefighters from the park for Flight Radar 24. Yeah, it's right before I went live. I hit the wrong button and I closed Flight Radar 24 in CalTopo, and I had them all neatly arranged, and I closed my tile view and everything. So there's quite an air show. They were talking about the Tahima units as well as the ones over by 32 needing to check in. So they were quite concerned about everybody's welfare as this got really a lot bigger. I can't believe what we're seeing with Stover Mountain. Let's just look at that. So when these plumes collapse, one of the worst things that can happen is that when they form, one of the worst things that could happen is that they collapse. And that would be like a microburst, a downdraft of wind, 360 degrees, and it can blow fire onto crews and over the lines. And it could be...
Tom Center, Medic Engine 141 is at Station 221.
That can be like a hurricane force wind gust. This is just the last 15 minutes. So
with a 30 to 60 minute ETA.
So if this plume
Yeah, copy. It's going to be on Carla, just southwest of the incident, or southwest of the ICP. Enter off of Carla.
If the plume is unstable, I could absolutely understand that situation. They did talk about a spot happening. Yeah, Vault Mountain Butte 2 is crazy. Okay. Yeah, every time I look away from these images, there's some new insane thing. There's a fly on the camera up there. I think that's unlucky. So today it is quite a big day, maybe the biggest so far. In the battle to keep the park fire from getting even bigger on the most troubling spot, the northeast spot, the Mill Creek drainage. So what they just said on the radio was, where is the fire? Like, where is it right now? And I'm going to make sure it's playing, because that's unusual. They haven't said something. Okay. They said that it was Antelope Creek. Is it in section 22 or 23? He goes, I don't know. But looks like section 22 is one of those right now. So Joe Bicker says the plume is huge, looking from Upper Paradise over to Mill Creek. Hey, Joe, are you able to take a photo?
464 minutes.
Well, there's a lot of heat, but
1643.
the heat and dryness returned, and overnight humidity has been crap, so all the vegetation is super dry again. And
uniform. Do you have 9250 Charlie? Affirmative.
There's been these thunderstorms. Let me see. We're going to check the weather in a second. I have to keep eating food. Hang on. Yeah, Urban, the dead forest on the Stover Mountain Cam is the Dixie. It's a Dixie Fire burn scar. What people are saying is that Chester has been partly protected by some pretty good salvage logging and tree removal. Remember, salvage logging is not a profitable endeavor. It's to restore the landscape,
Tango Whiskey Command.
protect communities, and start the healing process of nature. It's not, people are mistaken about that, but since it's not profitable and all the wood tends to rot within 2 to 3 years, it usually stops about this time. So what you see on the dead forest in front of the Stover Mountain Camp, I fear some of these trees may never be removed. So I'm not sure, because I haven't been there, how to assess, like when people ask, well, how safe is Chester? I don't see any cams that show me exactly where Chester's, western edge is. I can just go by what people are saying. I don't see a lot of undergrowth and brush, because the Dixie Fire completely obliterated all seeds. So there is nothing really growing back. When mega fires are just mega huge and just ultimately destructive, they are not in any way renewing. They're not in any way beneficial. There's many factors as to why one can be just mega and just obliterating. We can't go into that right now, but it's mostly our fault. just letting the fire load getting crazy by suppressing fires for like more than 75 years in a row, and then having 6 feet of compacted pine needles and dead limbs and trees and brush, and then having 3 years of extreme drought with La Nina, like, and then having extreme weather events due to La Nina and El Niños. That is a perfect storm, as well as other factors like the invasive weeds, like the cheatgrass that made the park fires so bad in the beginning. That's totally unnatural, and they fuel everything. Like the beetle kill, where half the forest is dead because of the rampaging of the bark beetles. There's just a lot of factors, but for the most part, our inaction to do anything about it. We do stupid things, clear cut here, and then let it overgrow over there, instead of thinning the forest in general. Like, it's come back to haunt us. Then other factors, such as when fires are small, can't control them because we don't have good access roads, so you can't get a water truck there. Other factors.
War
But
Village 972, a medic team.
the at least the good thing.
1647.
The good thing is that there's not a lot of brush underneath these dead trees in order to get them started. The bad thing is you may not need it. If there were, lightning strike from above and we just had a whole bunch of lightning come through, not really on the park, but nearby. August is lightning strike month. Number 2, it's July and August. It is normal for California to have thousands of lightning strikes in July and in August. And we look back at San Bernardino County, where they're continuing to battle this blaze up on this hill. Let me know if there's a better traumatic view of down here in San Bernardino. And keep putting in chat what's going on down there. I just want to say that this is a huge battle for today. Like, will the park get way bigger? And so, like, as far as the short term goes, if they lose control today, it definitely will. That's basically the way it is. So I don't see much. I see as far as heavy winds go, but they're sustained and constant and very dry out of the south. But they kind of curve over towards the south, having where the wind goes towards the north, and then it starts to bend towards the northeast. Not pointing directly at Chester, but it's going up the drainages, and it would follow and aim that way. So if they really lost control, it will approach, which is where the Stover Mountain Cam is, where all the dead trees are at. So the thing about the Dixie Fire is if they don't salvage log really fast, and get as many dead trees off the landscape as they absolutely can, then the Dixie Fire 2.0 will eventually break out. Same thing with the Caldor. The first fire is not your bad one. The first fire, the limbs pretty much burn off trees. Trunks are full of hundreds of gallons of water. But the second fire, where there's just enough brush at the base to get things going, the second fire is more intense because the trunks can now burn. So I am not pleased with seeing images like this. I know it takes a lot of time to salvage log, but as far as I can tell, and the Forest Service is not even trying. I can't even find like any sort of information graphic. It's mostly in private areas, in different timber company owned areas, and just strips by the communities, like to just kind of protect the communities. I know that's the best priority. Yes, we'll try to get to what's going on in Eastern Oregon. We'll go to Madras as well. They've gone almost dead silent
204.
for some
We'll
reason.
have AMR handle the call in Adobe Solo. You can place us on the TC or in Cottonwood, cancel 314.
Okay, there's mostly medical calls in San Bernardino. We're still listening to the park fire. I'm glad I could get a word in, but I'm no longer able to like eat here. I'm getting calls from family members like, is Mineral immediately in danger? If they can get on this, we don't know. That's why we're trying to listen. Thank you so much, Kate, for the hugs and all the pats on the heads and all the all the encouragement. This is very traumatic for everybody. So there are new fires too. Tuolumne 2, Cam. What the fire crews had to do was drop everything in some cases and run for safety zones on the park. And I don't know if that's because they think the plume is unstable. If it collapses, that's just like a fiery, hellish, whoosh of wind for a moment, kind of like a nuclear blast. But I wanted to make sure that everybody's okay. They did a check-in. I think everybody's accounted for, but I think they had to transport 2 people.
1652.
As far as yeah, there's
91 medic 16. 91 60 52.
the point about the like Dixie Fire 2.0 and Caldor 2.0, Car Fire 2.0 is we could totally prevent it if we get the trees on the ground, mulch them, wood chipper them, whatever, salvage as much as possible. But they've got to be on the ground. You can't replant or do anything because they're like having oil drums in your living room. Like you just can't have that. Like why decorate if you set your living room up to burn down, right? If you let the new trees grow or plant them underneath dead ones, well, what they are is brush at the base of the dead trees, ready to light them on fire and just eradicate and obliterate the area again. So the tremendous fire load of the trunks of trees burning is much more immense. So it usually only takes 3 to 6 years of brush growing at the base of trees for prime, for them to be primed up for like one lightning strike, boom, in a windy time, to have a worse one. If you want to know what I'm talking about, Google the 3-year jinx.
2163 1663.
We learned that with the Tillamook burn fire. Hello, guys, the Tillamook burn fire of the 30s. The Tillamook burn fire burned once every 3 years, and each one was worse than the last. So they finally realized, okay, we have to get all of the wood on the ground, not just the stuff that could be saved, for sale. We learned that as a nation and as, human beings and scientists. So at least there's some that has been salvage logged. If anybody has information, maybe the Forest Service is doing something like this is good. This is making people much safer. As long as they do it in strips instead of having like a solid wall of dead trees, that's much better. But there's way too much. I mean, I flew over the Caldor and just as far as the eye could see, horizon to horizon to horizon, could not see anything but dead trees. So they're just, unless they imported, 5,000 loggers from around the world that work 24 hours a day, I don't see how they could really make everything 100% safe. Hey, Middle California, welcome back. Exactly. Middle California's point is that they need to be subsidized to get this. The state has to step in, feds have to step in for the rehabilitation and the jump starting of the replanting of the forest immediately before too much topsoil runs away. They needed to have opened up mills to try to work with this. Anytime that you could salvage like old growth hardwood, that a lot of this is, then another tree somewhere else doesn't have to get cut down for it. Like they were cutting down old growth in order to rebuild Notre Dame's roof, and it's like, really? We've got plenty here in California if you want that. Hey JB, you're live and on the air. What's your take on things? Sorry I couldn't answer the phone earlier.
Well, I'm unfortunately, things got crazy today. It's extremely warm. It's about 105 in Reading right now. Those southwest winds are come back up, but as you know, the fire slowed down in the last about 72 hours. But now it's with this weather, it's and in that open line up in the Mill Creek and Antelope Creek and all those creeks that run northeast, and there's a lot of drainages that go into those creeks.
Oh, can you speak a little louder? I'm sorry.
Anyway, the creeks that are there that run Mill and Deer and Antelope, they're all got fire in them, and what was open line is now taken off, and the fire is bathed quite actively, which means there's going to be some spotting, lots of spotting from this, and you can see where the smoke lays over, and where the smoke lays over is the area that's probably going to get more fire. So I don't know what their plan B is going to be for today, but plan A is not working.
Okay, yeah.
And in San Bernardino, my daughter and son-in-law lived about 3 miles north of that, where that fire was in San Bernardino.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, it looks like they have a tentative 50 acres on the San Bernardino County fire, the Edge Hill. And it's a shaky containment. I think people may be hurt. I'm not sure. There were air ambulances. It looks like 2 firefighters may be hurt on the park, and they just ran for all their safe spots.
Yeah. You got to pull the weather down, find out what the wind's doing in San Bernardino right now. I don't know if you have the ability to do that, but I know that hill is just all covered with grass and light brush, and it's kind of a hill in the middle of the city, but there's beautiful custom homes built around mid-slope on it, so it must have been in that when the ducks line up, and it probably had a wind, and that thing got established in there, took off real quick.
Yeah, I can't show homes burning down, of course. It's a safe place that we're at, but I can see it on my end in the back, and that's just awful.
Well, if you go to KTLA has a film clip if you want to see what it's doing. It's got 4 or 5 homes pretty well involved.
Yeah, some are foundations. They were using helicopters on homes, and it's bad when that happens. So right now we're tentatively eyeing mineral. I think the cams is at in that area for sure. And so
there's a highway there if you look on your map that runs between it's Highway 172, and I don't know if they're going to make a stand there or where they're going to plan to make their stand. I know they have some planned dozer lines out there. I don't know how much work has been done on them, but the same weather that we have this afternoon, I can send you a picture too, by the way. I just took from my house.
Sure.
But the same weather we have today is going to happen for the next 4 or 5 days. That's the sad part.
Really? Okay. And people are wondering, why is it so active right now? Is it just because it's hot, drier?
No, it's because it's in the peak. It's in the peak weather window. It's the driest air, the hottest temperature, and the breezes or the winds are in alignment with the slope. And it all started around, really taking off about 11:30, 12 o'clock if you look at the cam. And it's going to keep doing that till the sun settles probably, and then because we're going to have another heat wave starting today, the humidities aren't going to be covering well, and you can't put people in front of it. You can't put people in front of something like this. You have to get out of its way. Yeah. Sad to say, there are some isolated cabins in that area, but if you look at the map and look at it real good, there's a couple of youth camps off of the Highway 36. I think the Assemblies of God Church has one, or the Seventh-day Adventist, somebody. And then there's another camp, and then there's a couple private small resorts. If you go and I look at them, they're really nice, beautiful, but they're right in the thicket of the timber. So, unfortunately, they're at risk.
Yes, I have. My family has many cabins at Mineral. I'm not even sure where one of them is. So I've been getting phone calls from family like, what's this heat detection right here? Is it climbing up the slope to Mineral? And so we don't have really good cams, but this could be. This could be, unless what they see on the radio, which has been quiet, unfortunately. That's all they just said. This could be hot drifting smoke. They said quadrangle 22 is where it was. So I want to click on these. I'm looking at the map right now. I don't know if you can see the screen, JB. If we look at the Forest Service map, we got that. They said Antelope Creek. I've never heard of Antelope Creek.
Yeah, Antelope Creek is in there. Deer Creek's in there. Mill Creek.
Okay.
Mill Creek is the real steep one, the big one.
Yeah, I know about Mill. So they said, is it in 23 yet? And he goes, I don't know. So the fire crews are unsure even where exactly the fire is.
Well, they pulled everybody out. They had a blow up today, and it's unconfirmed, but there was a firefighter injury on a dozer.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And they pulled everybody out to a safety zone. They got out of there.
Yeah, here it is. Found it. Found it. Yeah, so it looks like there may have been a broken ankle. ABBYT says in my chat. He's an awesome mod. He's been listening, I guess. And probably a broken ankle, and then somebody may have had hands and ears burned. So,
yeah, I think it was a dozer operator, and they got to vacuum out. We'll get the details in about a couple hours on the news.
Yeah.
But anyway, what I'm saying is that here we are, day 12, I believe. Really, Wednesday's 14-day period, and here we are, day 12.
Yeah.
And this is what happens, because you just don't know what weather is going to happen down the road when you have all that open line. We're not talking about open line and grass and brush like where it started. This is now into thick timber and all kinds of thick fuels, especially in those drainages.
Yeah.
And you can't put dozers and engines in there. You have to take hand crews and air support. The air support can't get in there when that smoke lays over. You guys can see on the cam, what is it? Which cam is it? The Bald Mountain 2 cam?
Yeah.
I think you've been showing.
Yeah, Colby now is what I'm showing, and that's just that the camera just pivoted over, and this looks awful. So
yeah, you can't put any aircraft up there and do anything. Fire's moving too hot. Visibility is a dangerous thing, so the aircraft's off of there.
Stover looks
see how
like
it leans over. You can't even see where the head's at on the ground because there's so much visibility issues.
Well, is there no way to see it with specialized goggles, equipment, FLIR? Does it not work in the day?
Yeah, that works, but what I'm saying is that's more of a recon. You're not tactically going to be able to put air tankers and helicopters in there because they cannot fly instrument fly rules. They have to have visual flight rules. They have to visually be able to see. That's how aircraft get in trouble on these fires is when they have visibility issues. So there's a standard of safety that they maintain. I mean, the fire's going to do what it's going to do, and you just have to wait till it cooperates and catch up with it. Well, as of this morning, the park has 6,600 firefighters and over 44 helicopters, 536 engines, 196 dozers, 154 water tenders. And that is probably going to be right at the top of the record.
Really? More than the Dixie?
For CAL FIRE, yeah. The feds had a million, that was a complex of lightning that burned all together. But 4 years ago out there in the August complex. This might be a record breaker for CAL FIRE on state responsibility. Although this is now burning Alaska National Forest too, I think.
Okay, we have a rare view of 3 cameras looking at the same place. We got a pretty good idea of where it is.
Look at that. That's a very erratic and very intense fire activity right there. There's nothing you really can do with it.
Do you think part of getting to a safe spot could be plume collapse risk?
Say that again?
Oh, do you think some of the reason why they went to a safe spot might be a risk of the plume collapsing?
Yes, the fire behavior. The fire behavior is whether they were under a plume collapse or just, where they're at. The fire's going uphill with the wind.
Okay.
It's extremely dry. The air's dry. The wind is dry. It's spotting. It's moving out. It's crowning and torching and behaving in a way that you get out of its way. You cannot fight that fire in front of it. You have to go indirect, so they're going to have to pull back and come up with plan B. And plan B is they're going to have to back way off because whatever it did this afternoon, tomorrow afternoon is going to be the same weather conditions. If you look on a map, or if they're looking at the weather service, put in Mineral, California, and see what the weather's doing today. Probably going to do the same thing tomorrow or next day. Yeah.
So is there any relief?
In California, we're about 30 miles away. We're going to have 106, 107s for the next 4 or 5 days.
Goodness. Yeah, so they need all 6,000 people if they can get right here. This is
well, you know, in some of these cases, there's only so much the humanly speaking, you can do. You know, you just can't. You have to look at the risk versus gain. And unfortunately, sometimes you cannot risk firefighters because you're not going to gain anything by it. You have to eventually work toward holding what you have and then make an objective to try to get this. And it's not going to be an overnight situation. It's going to be long term and a lot of work, especially with these weather conditions.
Do you have any idea about how far ahead of itself that this park fire could possibly spot?
Oh, it definitely could spot beyond the 32, 36 intersection if it keeps romping like it is today. Just look at it. Go look at the Highway 32, 36 intersection. And it's like an arrowhead. It's like a big arrowhead. It's kind of like a triangle right now. And it's heading toward the apex or the tip of that triangle. But there's a lot of timber, a lot of private timber in that area that is unfortunately at risk. And isolated cabins and campgrounds and resorts, mountain resorts.
Right, and in many, I'm hitting the structure button right now. The entire communities of like Mill Creek, Butte Meadows, Mineral.
Oh, there you go. Oh, yeah. There you go. Yeah. And then,
those two.
Yeah, that's sad. And they will send. You know, they'll put in some structure defense resources in there, but then they have to evaluate whether they're going to be able to stay in there. Depends on what the fire behavior is like when they get there. Now, maybe the people that own those little resorts and campgrounds have been building dozer line around the campground for the last week. I don't know, they might have, but you know, when it behaves like this, you can't risk the human life. You can't risk firefighters to go in there and deal with that.
No, you can't ask them to die for trees or a building.
You got it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got to run, but
thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, thank you, JB. Thank you so much for the check-in, and I'll try to text you any new questions. Thank you so much. We all adore you. Thank you.
Just trying to help. Hang in there.
It's true, though. Bye-bye. Okay, friends. Maybe I can get to eat here in a second. Yeah, welcome, guys. Thanks for coming. Yeah. Spyman, you're totally awesome. Thank you, everybody who's helping us crowdsource the information, and thank you, the donors who have allowed us to be ad-free and uninterrupted by ads, because this is way too important to ever interrupt. So everything is appreciated, even those of you who have donated $1 are super appreciated. The easiest way to do that is the links in the pinned chat message, or write my email, and I can give you my P.O. box address if you want to send a good old-fashioned check. I'm so sorry. I'm sitting on a huge pile of mail, personal correspondence and otherwise. I just can't get a moment of a non-crisis day to open it because of what happened yesterday at Madras. So even while we're talking, there's new fires like at Tuolumne County. Yosemite National Park. Yeah, it's like, dear Lord. A 38-acre fire. There has been so much lightning that has ripped through not only Oregon last night and yesterday, but down here in California, ripping up through Nevada, up into towards Idaho. We did not have lightning where the park fire exactly was. Little bits of rain in the last couple of days, not anything serious. Look at the incredible amount of aircraft on the park right there. That is like a helicopter parade. Holy mackerel, are these doubled? Can't be that many helicopters. I'll have to check flight radar. Goodness. Nope, it's real. Unless flight radar's that's a K-Max. It's Korsky's. Unless flight radar is wrong too. One or two of them might have been the air ambulances. And make sure that the radio's back on. I didn't want them talking over JB. Okay, it is on. Park radio is back on. We have a tentative stabilized situation in San Bernardino County with that Edge Hill fire. And every once in a while we do keep looking at it. I don't want to look closer, otherwise you'll just see homes burning to the ground. This is a safe sanctuary spot where we are, and I'm so proud of you guys for making it so, where we don't show traumatic images for those waiting, those evacuated, those who have seen this before, those who have been through this before. This is where you can get your fire info without a whole bunch of nonsense, any pressure, or any risk as far as I can help it of seeing traumatic images. So thank you. You guys are so wonderful. Let me, Don't Bug Me says looks like most of the cut trees are west of the fire. I believe so. I'm not sure. Nick says fire NATO around Mineral. Well, are you saying that the cloud is rotating? There actually are true fire tornadoes. Yeah, what we were just nicknaming that. That's like an actual tornado moves. They are pretty rare sometimes, but a pyrocumulus can generate them. So just when something spins, that's called a vortex. So the center of every single plume is a vortex. There's so much heat rising that the heat pushing up accelerates the speed of air movement, and that will eventually form a natural twisting pattern. So I started to learn this stuff myself. I just thought, well, I didn't know tornadoes had to move, but they technically do to be called that. And so I try to be super specific with my terminology. We're still listening to the park fire, because when an actual fire tornado happens, it's one hell of a event. So there has already been one, though. There's already been one that the news seemed to have confirmed the first couple of days of the park fire, which were incredible. Yeah, the plume looks like a wedge tornado. Well, it only has to rotate. It has to move along the ground. So just rotating is curly cute, right? Well, a tornado moves along the ground. Anything stationary is called a vortex, and it's a lot more safe to be around. Not that that's safe. So if you guys ever look at my old broadcasts and you Google
Tango Uniform, Tango Whiskey, command.
the fire, hang on.
91, 17, 13. NG 91.
Okay.
So you're picking up off on main line.
Okay, hopefully the fire
You
crews.
all the way to where 2540 broke down, where it blew across. We haven't dropped off the main road to go after it yet. We just kind of tied the main fire back into the road we were holding, and then we're going to have to let it kind of do its thing before all these guys are comfortable engaging on the left flank below the road, headed down towards South Park Antelope Creek.
Aha.
Okay, copy that. Just looking at the map, from my side, I don't think I can get down to you, correction down, back down into 24, but I do think I can come around, drop down through 38, come into 33 and 34, and we can rather work together on that left flank, or if we could send a scout in and see if she kind of settled down into 24 and come into our flat.
Wow.
Yeah, the problem's going to be getting all my folks to re-engage, but I got a few dozers that are game, and a few Charlies that are game, but we'll have to check it out.
All right, so they're not sure which roads are passable right now.
Copy that. We can make a game plan. I have several Charlies and several Golfs that are still hungry. We can make a game plan here in an hour or so. Let's let her eat for a little bit and then figure out what we're going to do.
Let's let it eat for a little bit and see what we're going to do. But
been able to contact 51 Lima yet?
Strike teams are hungry.
Does he know if that DP-24, is it done burning around that, or is it still hot?
Okay, excuse me. taking furious notes. So it's at the South Fork of Antelope Creek right now, and it went over their line. So they're trying to. Oh, sorry, this has been one of the most chaotic days. Looks like everybody's safe, accounted for. The two injured firefighters are off the line. I believe.
45 mil response here.
I guess some of the engines or dozers, I mean, they had to abandon. One of them did break down, and so that would be a good reason for abandoning it. But they said it was in the black, so it's unlikely to have been destroyed. Thank you guys. Thank you, friends. Thank you for your kind donations. I'm sorry I'm unable to keep track of chat, Cash App, because it necessitates me.
45 mil response here.
The evacuations on the elk
17.
right now.
45.
I'm unable to track properly Cash App with my phone kind of locking itself, and I can't fix that right now. I don't know why it's doing that. Oh no, new level 3 go now evacuations on the Elk Lane fire. Thank you guys. I'm still trying to juggle getting my phone so that even watch duty is getting me a notification. I have no idea what it's doing. Yeah, but thank you, Diana. Thank you for the kind $5. Much appreciated. I have to keep unlocking the phone to make it do anything. So new fires are being reported as tons of new updates were coming in on that edge hill. So there's a somewhat small affair going on in Yosemite Valley. Help me keep an eye on that, guys. The breaking news right now is Zone Northwest 5 has been upgraded to a level 3 go now for the elk fire at Madras. The Elk Lane fire, which you're talking about now. So it's a pretty dirty, ugly plume day. Lightning ripped all across Oregon. They're doing whack-a-mole. When Oregon was just winding down as far as the craziness for the last 2 weeks, where much of the state has burned east of the Cascades and in the Cascades. It's some serious amount of flames. They've consolidated them here on watch duty because you wouldn't really see anything but flames. Like if there's like 5 fires near each other, they put them down into one little flame. Sometimes there's 8 or 10, and now they're down to 1. Just due to thousands of lightning strikes. So the good news is we're 5 days into August, the second stupid lightning strike season of the West, second month of the lightning. We're getting past it, but my God. So that's breaking news. Breaking news at the Elk Lane fire. They have just called for level 3 evacuations. So thank you. Everybody's helping me keep track. Oh my gosh, what a day. Do I need an assistant? C-Pro available. He's cooking for me, so he's on the line. So I'm really happy. He wants to know if I have sloppy Joe meat or the sauce. He's got that and some good sweet corn. You guys are so wonderful at hitting the heart button. I think the heart button helps support people in chat too. You guys are so cool. Yeah, you can upgrade watch duty. It has like cameras now. You have to go to the layers. There's watch duty for desktop and for, it's a little bit different for phones. But if you go to layers and things, you can see. Why is this huge? I guess they're showing the new number 9, but I think that went level 3, so that may be irrelevant. The stupid evacuation map is sometimes too big to put into the chat. Yeah, it's too big. If you want to see the evacuation map for the Elk Lane fire, it's in the description of this video. You close chat, hit description, and you'll see right up at the top links for evacuation map and the watch duty links here, so you can keep track of it for yourself. But yeah, the middle fire in Yosemite looks to be growing. We have insane plume action and insanity. They're just not talking on the radio right now. We know that the the fire has spotted over, and we're not sure exactly where it is, but it is in the south fork of the Antelope Creek. And they said quadrangle 22, perhaps 23. I'm not sure if that's where fire plus a dozer was or just the fire. So yeah, everything's going to try to make a Plume today. So yeah, Spyman, did you ever want to be a mod? I think we asked you this before. I'm sorry. I have a goldfish memory because of the sleep deprivation. What can I say? But you're super valuable. And hi, Jean. Hi, everybody. Like I said, what I'm doing is I'm reading thank yous to donations like way longer than normal. And I'm so sorry. My phone is just, I don't know if these finance apps don't give you a notification unless you unlock them with your fingerprint or what it is. So I'm trying and struggle as fast as I can to swipe away notifications and watch duties so I can get new ones. So Prairie City, Oregon has a Davis fire. There's something I just swiped away on accident. There's a Dino fire, like 50% contained for Cal Fire Santa Clara. Dino fire. Now that is a new candidate for the goofiest fire names of 2024. Yeah. So of course, now remember mods. There are two types of mods. Trainees all start as link sharing mods. We need to go over with you guys what's appropriate. Hey Christopher, it's you come in. I'm sorry. Trying very hard to look back up a chat. Yeah, hearts. Thank you, friends. There are link sharing mods. Yeah, Mo and Joe. This is like a big battle today to determine Mill Creek Mineral and Butte Meadows and. But I want to assure people, though, they have already done many days of structure protection at Mill Creek and Butte Meadows. And I love your guys' hearts. I'm going to hit the celebration button for myself. Can you guys see that when I do it? Celebration button? It's like celebrate. I hope so. Just because fire is enormous and it approaches a community doesn't mean it's like a wipeout. Smaller the community, easier it is to save. Like the huge Moonlight fire, same area, but by Greenville in 2007, they saved a very small ghost town, two of them actually, and just because they had like a well in the middle of the ghost town, like an old mining camp, and it raged and destroyed the forest around them, but they stood their ground and they protected the buildings. If they've got a defensible, safe spot, they can work wonders. So what they do is they've been structure prepping for like, what, 5 or 6 days? Maybe 4, maybe? It's hard to tell anymore. Yeah, did you guys see that? That's cool. Okay, more watch duty. The smaller and more compact community is easier to save. And they can let fire go past them. So a place right here, Mill City, that nice and clustered together buildings, right? I don't know at the red here where exactly the fire is. This could be hot drifting smoke, or it could be a new spot fire that could even be small. We're not sure. So the enormity of the plume, which is just absolutely insane right now, will push hot smoke and will trigger the heat detections. So unless we hear on the radio, it is trying to find out where it is, and so are we. So we're listening to them. Yeah, the view from Chester is not looking that good. Yeah, I know it's many of these cams are really concerning. So I just want to reiterate though, like Kybers, they saved Kybers.
42, Dama uniform.
During the Caldor, and they saved Christmas Valley during the Caldor. They saved Strawberry during the Caldor. And then, but they lost Grizzly Flats. the, Grizzly Flats was wider and spaced out and bigger, or at least the east side of Grizzly Flats. So the smaller community, and if you're by an eternal water source, like, it's a river here, right? At this point, or is it just Mill Creek? I think it's Mill Creek. It's still pretty substantial.
Division Whiskey Eldorado, man.
I haven't been here since childhood, but the more compact it is, the more that they're likely to save your little community. As long as.
Whiskey, traffic. Hey, Travis, it's Eldorado. Are you coming to DP38?
Drop point 38.
We're going to be making our way around that way here shortly. Okay, you got your suit sitting here. We'll wait for you.
Okay. When they all meet at drop point 38, they're going to assess. They're doing recon about where is the fire, and then they're going to try to go direct. They're trying to get the left and the right flanks of wherever it went over the lines. That's still unclear where it is. So they said something about South Fork of Antelope Creek, but I don't know where exactly things are. It's like over here's Butte Meadows, St. Bernard, excuse me. Here's Butte Meadows. It's old maps. Here's Butte Meadows. Minerals up here, if you guys are wondering. It's hard to get structures to not.
Uniform, Tango with.
There you go, mineral.
Go ahead for uniform.
Okay, I'm coming over to see you. I think I can move all my resources DP38. I think the best route in to start going back after that fire is through your division.
Copy. Time with 51 Lima. He's coming this way from up in your country.
Okay, I'm gonna leave everything in place. I'm gonna come to you and we'll make a game plan. Not okay, get everything up.
I copy.
Meet at drop point 38, and then figure plan to attack. So they, like retired Fire Captain JB was saying on the phone with us, that we'll look at whatever new fire's going. You guys just have to see this plume is enormous. It's just holy crap. The fire crews ran from the lines.
Tango Whiskey.
They got their safe spot at the drop point. Now they're going to regroup.
Yeah, affirmative. We think we have a new game plan that we need to go evaluate so we get the boys back engaged.
They're using very funny.
Copy.
Okay, crews. I'm going to put their level 3 go now evacs on the elk lane zone northwest 5. So they are regrouping. Technically, they did a head count of everybody. Everybody seems to be okay except for 2 firefighter injuries, what we think was a broken ankle and or burns to the ear and hands. We must keep in our hearts and prayers the firefighters putting their lives on the line every day for us. They seem to be evacuated. They did check in with everybody. Some equipment had to be abandoned, but we don't think it was burned up. We've got a scary situation still at Madras, Oregon. I put the new evacuation info there. Thank you for keeping me informed, guys. There may be a new one somewhere in Sacramento County. Like, no, there's no new fires right now. Thank you. No, I have to go look. Is it Alberta? Burning north towards the Sutter County line. For radio traffic, one copter is dropping. Alberta Road near Metro Air Parkway. Ugh. I bet that's on the Ben Bolt cam. Or Bolte, or whatever that is. There's so many grass fires. I don't have any idea why all these counties didn't just graze, mow, or pre-burn, or at least drag dozers around, like pay farmers to go plow under in strips, you know. Let's see, that's the Bend cam. Guess it's not looking there. Okay. I don't think we've got eyes on it. You keep me informed, guys. We want to keep our eyes here. Unfortunately, the here with the park fire, the smoke plume is, like JB says, it's aligned with the drainages and with the ridge tops. I mean, the wind is. So the smoke plume is drifting right towards this cam, Morgan Summit, which is over right by Mineral. So what would be a nightmare is to see it march over this hill. I still think it's beyond it. Now we have a awesome situation with the cams where we can cross-reference them. Well, at least we did a minute ago. At least, if we have at least 2 cams, we can do this pretty well. So you can see that even though the Morgan Summit cam is up there, we can't tell like how far away it's looking, right? But when the Stover cam is laser beaming over here, we used to have Colby. Colby was looking at it. Yeah, Colby Mountain 2. It was looking over to the left a little bit a second ago. So let's try the other version. I have to check something in my pantry real quick. I forgot to check on if I have Sloppy Joe can. I don't think I do. I might, but C-Probe's trying to cook for me. And if we have to have another game plan, if I don't. This stale old pizza just ain't cutting it. Okay. Okay. No. I have pinto beans, beets, garlic oil, and unsalted tomato sauce. Quick barley and hamburger helper. I got penny pasta though. Lasagna stuff. Yay. Oh, do I have stuff for manicotti? That's pretty involved though. I don't know if C-Probe's up for that. Regular regular penny pasta with the onion safe marinara sauce is good. There's I'll be right back, friends. There's a company that makes onion-free marinara. You can use it on pizza and pasta. Rao's, R-A-O. They make all kinds. They not all of their sauce is onion safe, but I'm so happy. It's called Sensitive Marinara Sauce. I do not have any left, fortunately, so I may end up starving here. Now C-Probe will do something for me. I'll have to text. So yeah, let me get back with him. Unfortunately, I don't have much to cook with. It's not like I can make it to the store. I've been pretty much glued with my butt to the seat with only 2 days off since about June 6th. Maybe 3. If you don't count the days I just slept. Like out of sheer exhaustion through the night and through the day. Like I haven't had free time. So your guys' donations are so wonderful. I've had to have food delivered a couple times and it's been super restorative. I don't drink. If I did, I'd be drinking every day. Look at this park fire. Like I'm just as worried as you guys. I've got relatives' cabins in the line of sight here. That this stupid fire is trying to eat. I do. I found it. Sloppy Joe's it is. Manwich, bold, Sloppy Joe sauce. Yeah, I got it. Okay, I'm not gonna starve. Woo! But some of you make donations and say, "Here, get a pizza or something," and it's so sweet of you. There are two types of pizza in life: victory pizza and pity pizza. So this thing, Manwich Bold, is one of the few Sloppy Joe things like I can eat that has no onions. Woo, Manwich! Would you guys like some Manwich? Triumph. Okay, all right, friends. You here for the Fire NATO? Sorry. Oh, I walked away without being in the proper camera. My bad. My bad. So the camera with it is sees the best. I think it's a vortex technically. It's called Morgan Summit. So the unfortunately that plume is going straight for mineral. Hey, small wildlife. Like you have sauce and meat. Hey, let me make sure C Probe knows I've got Manwich.
22. Place phone call at Command Center, 1737.
I've got Manwich can. This is not the biggest can on Earth, but I think it'll do. Yeah. So, Alberta fire starting at the roadside mook houses, or possibly dragging chains or a cigarette butt. Yeah. I'm here for the fire tornado. Well, it's a big rotating monster that's 30,000 plus feet high. Technically, a fire tornado has to move on the ground as well as rotate, and it has to reach speeds in excess of 72 miles an hour, I believe. Anybody involved in meteorology could, oh my God, this is what it looks like at Mineral and just nearby. If you looked outside, it's supposed to be a nice clear day. Instead, it looks like this. A black sky. When the sky is black, blood red, beer bottle brown, with pokings of yellow, and the sun is just a strip in the horizon, it's one of the eeriest, most horrible things to ever see in wildfires. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you, Kate. I want to acknowledge all donors. That is polite. That is like you guys deserve acknowledgement. And you need to know how much you are critical. I can't do this without donations. I can't do this without the mods. Please, guys, do thank the mods for their hard work. Like Smitty, man. Like Smitty is a working machine. So, yeah, Robin Dunn says the Cal firefighter pilot helicopter joins. Hey, welcome. ACRA is flying over it. All right, let's take a look. This is some of the craziest stuff. I just want to make sure I can do a quick here. This in the actual Milk Creek is the location of the fire. So what we can do is, because we're at Stover, I want to show you guys how this works. We can get a much better idea of where it is by doing this. You just take your cursor, and now that we have the cross beams of the other camera, I would like to know how far to the north it is. Right here. So here we know where that beam is, like so. Now the second way we find out where it is we do Colby Mountain 2. Zoom in a lot, and we look at where the beam is here. So there's Plume. So I'm not sure if it's on either side of Mill Creek. This gives us a better idea where the fire actually is without having just our land satellites, because the hot drifting smoke is triggering them in wrong places. So it could be at the crook, like in the bend here, but I really don't know. See, this is where beams cross as well. But Mineral shows, the camera at Mineral shows a big grassy, not grassy, a big treed mountaintop in the way. So they were talking about not knowing if they could, the fire crews are talking about not knowing if this road was safe to cross. And so they said, I think I can go back up around 36 and around and down to meet them at drop point 38. So let me show you guys KCRA. It's on YouTube. If they're flying over the Yosemite, or oh my God, you guys have to turn off their sound. Please go to KCRA, subscribe to them, and hit the like button so that we support their amazing journalism. This is some of the best ways to know where fires are and what is happening. It's absolutely Pulitzer winning, in my book, kind of an affair. So this is, wait, this is not the one by Yosemite. This is the one that's just by Sacramento. Tell me if the other cams like turn around to look at it. So, hey Husky, welcome. Yeah, how's everybody doing on the East Coast? I forgot Debbie made landfall. How strong was it? I was hoping people would check in. I'd like to be able to call Dad before dinner time and check in with him. He's helping me with my laptop goal as well. So he was like, have you checked the Costco? Whoops, I didn't mean to open that there. I think it might be for himself. He might want a desktop for himself. Ew, okay. But Dad was the first donor for $250 gift card for towards the laptop, so I'm really grateful. So I want to make sure that I was gonna just build him a desktop, so I'm not sure what he was wanting my advice for with the computer. So let me quickly get to him before dinner happens. What is happening with the screen? Yeah, dirty tree rat.
2085, how do you unit assignment assist Foothill, medical code 2, 7286 Laporte Road.
Yeah, dirty tree rat. Do you think that the park generated a true fire tornado? They seem to think so at CBS Sacramento. The
2085, how do you unit assignment assist Foothill, medical code 2, 7286 Laporte Road between Robinson Mill Road and Martin Road, 1744.
Yeah, just a big thank you guys who have donated. I just can't read the moment that it happens. I do want you guys all to feel very special because you make me feel very special, and I'm going to get on the road to California as soon as I can. There's a hunchback fire. There's a levee fire at Bowman Avenue, Sacramento. This can't be what this is, right? Aren't there multiple fires at Sacramento now? Alberta? Oh, the levee is 9 minutes ago, next door. Oh, forward progress stopped at 1 acre. Okay. So let's go back here to turn off I can't even keep on track with so many fires hitting the watch duty. So it looks like there's a critical.
2185 responding. Engine 2885, 1746.
Critical rate of spread with this one? No. No, I was reading that. Okay, I'll have to bug report to watch duty.
Engine 91 medical, 87 Mulberry Drive.
They're requesting 5 additional engines. What is going on?
Engine 91B medical, difficulty breathing, 87 Mulberry Drive, crossing Cottonwood Circle, 1746.
Yes, during wildfire smoke, there's always difficulty breathing. This is right next to SMF, Sacramento International. So it says that they 5 additional engines, wildland engines, have been requested. Critical fire activity at the head. And there's 1 copter overhead, 1 ranch home in the area has been evacuated with resources assigned to the structure protection. But it is in pretty flat land where they do have good access. I wonder if the planes can see through the smoke or if they're diverted or something. Yeah, that gives us a good idea of what it's doing. I can't just show you as a substitute for watching the actual news what's going on. I have to scrub and just do clips. But they do some pretty amazing. Look at this trick flying. Absolutely amazing aerial footage. Please do go to KCRA, watch them there, come back and see us, you know. Put 2 tabs open, hear me, watch them. Because they need, for their metrics, like watch time and likes, for them to go high up in the search rankings as well as anybody. And so if people just watch my channel, it's called like stealing a viewer. But this is incredible how these pilots are just super skilled. Just, wow. That's called a snorkel. So this is actual suction pump where they get their water. Absolutely incredible. Hey, Jody, thank you. Yeah, they have even more. I'm wondering, this looks huge. I don't think the ARF trucks, C-Pro, which are, can you explain what ARF is? Special firefighting equipment. I don't know that they can leave the actual runway to do anything over here. Because if they did in a plane crash, what would you do? They'd be depleted, their crews would be exhausted, right? So this is a grass fire. See how there's grids of roads? This will be relatively easy to deal with. Not at all horrible like the park and whatnot. It's just that these run really quickly. So all they got to do is get to where it is ahead of itself and light the grass on fire like 15 feet away from the nearest road, have a whole bunch of units, and then do it again, and then the grass fire will hit black. But it's just wide and expansive, so if it's fanning out like an arrow shape or a wedge, then it gets more and more difficult. But the rice fields and farmers' fields are...
Truck 74, public assist, 1516 Bonnell Avenue.
What I'm trying to say is all these areas have ditch, dike, access roads, and a lot of abundant water, like in the ditches, if they're full right now. If they open the canal gates, they could possibly help. Okay, that is a regular medical call. I'm muting it. Off-road fire trucks. I don't know that they have to use any, retardant or anything. But this is pretty incredible footage. So we're behind. If you want to be live, you got to be on KCRA itself. When they zoom out, you just see that the difficulty now is just, this field was very large. But earlier, when they'll show the grid landscape. I'm very familiar with the area. I used to live nearby. So what they'll do, like some of these are still flooded fields, is they can hit sluice gates open, and they like that's a canal full of water right there. And so the fire trucks don't have to have the water tenders that much. They could pump straight out, perhaps, of some of these canals, or like one assisting kind of a truck. And they have everything going for them there. This is I mean, if there's buildings right in the way, it's concerning. Disruption to the airport concerning. Smoke inhalation concerning. But it's not a crazy, insane situation like what's still going on with the park fire. So I am listening to that, guys. Let me look back to. Okay, I've unmuted it. We're still. Let me show you guys where the drop point 38 is. Let me download a battle maps or two. Oh my God! Look at the Colby cam.
91 medic 15.
Drop point 38 is where.
1752.
In your trucking days, you used to deliver new fire trucks of all sizes and stations to Oregon, including brush trucks. Well, that's cool. Yeah. They were actually driving fire trucks. The last couple of fires that were over by McClellan Airport, they were it's just insane. They were driving the fire trucks off road and squirting out the grass fire from behind because the wind was going in one direction. So they drove in the black behind it. Came up from behind, and they just swept left to right, left to right. It's pretty simple to deal with until the fire truck got bogged down, and it was actually in a bog. So there's dry grass on top of a bog, and they went, oh God.
Chico fire. Correction. Or about 44 from Chico fire. Bell spot there.
And it was a little spinning the wheels. There was a little bit of spinning the wheels panic.
Engine 44.
Oh, I'm sorry, Oakley. Jeez. I still don't have a lot of blood sugar, guys. Bear with me. Did they call another evacuation? Okay, so yes, thank you. If you, oh yeah, I was clearing away the thing. So what happened with watch duty is I just encountered a bug. Where I have on the Samsung all of the notifications like expanded. Like there's like it'll just say 24 notifications. You hit a button, it expands. You can read all of them. And then if it actually a new one comes in, it closes all of them at the same time if it's expanded while looking. And so I had to report that bug. So just as I was trying to deal with that situation, I got distracted. Thank you for putting me back on track. Okay, it's Northwest 9. They had a correction. It's Northwest 9 and not Southwest 9. Southwest 9 on the Elk Fire and Elk Lane Fire in Madras. Watch duty corrected evacuations. Zone Northwest 13 is level 2. It's been upgraded to level 2. Be set. Zone Southwest 9. Excuse me. They corrected themselves. Northwest 9 and Southwest 16 have been upgraded to level 3 evacuations. So that was about as clear as mud. So let's take a look on the dang map. Description of my video, you'll find a link to this map. So it just looks like this. So let's see, where are the zone times? Okay, 17, Southwest 17 is a southwest area. Southwest 16 is actually the southeast area. Up to Metolius doorstep. They may evacuate Metolius if this keeps expanding. We'll have to look back at the cams. Northwest 5 is on the doorstep of Madras itself, just to the west. It's inching. These evacuation zones are inching closer and closer to Madras. This is driving me nuts. It's Willow Creek Road is what it's against. So as Willow Creek Road goes to the northwest, and they split between 9 and 10 is there. So remember, I can't link this in the chat. The stupid URL is too long, but I made a smaller one and I fit it in my description of my videos. So you close chat, hit description right there at the top. So yeah, thank you, Small World Life, for helping me put it out there in the chat, guys. You're doing great with this. So thank you, Jody, so much. Are you nearby? Right now, Chester is breathing in a lot of smoke from the park fire, but it's not an immediate danger. Mills Creek, the community is.
2185 leading unit.
Yeah.
2185, 1757.
Let's look back at what's going on with KCRA. They're doing amazing footage. That shows you exactly where it is. The one by Sacramento Airport. I want to get eyes. I want to get eyes on what's going on at Madras. Which camera did we have there? I screwed up and closed some windows. So let me get it off stream here. Get it together. Okay. Man, everybody on the Highway 97 corridor is just on edge. Like, how many more of these fires are you gonna get? There was lightning, abundant lightning, all over the area by Bend. We had the one structure fire at Powell Butte that took away resources from the Elk, I believe, the Elk Lane. Then there was abundant lightning by Prineville, lightning over by the Lone Rock fire, over by Spray. It was just absolutely crazy. So which we had that insane camera last night. I think it was Grizzly Mountain. Let me do a 24-hour time lapse and make sure. But isn't this amazing what KCRA does? Yeah, it's Grizzly Mountain Cam, and they're not looking at it right now. I really wish we could see what's going on with the Elk Lane fire. Grizzly Mountain Cam is looking elsewhere. Can't believe it. So here's what I'm trying to show you. Yep. I have to update. There's not enough room to fit it all in here. Northwest 5. I'll just say go now evacs because level 3 is redundant. It's Northwest 5 and 9. 10, 5, 9, 10. Remember, call people. Don't assume they know or that they're getting a knock on the door. But look at this 24-hour time lapse of the storms ripping through, then a fire starting. It turns around. And this was the fire at Madras. So when we first tuned in, it looked like that. Then it looked like that. Then it looked like that yesterday. It was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, whoa, oh my God, oh my God, dear Lord. And then the camera looked away from it. So it's now looking the opposite direction. Right? Okay. So that's all we can see about what's going on at Madras. I'm hoping they'll show firefighting here in KCRA. But thanks so much, Jody, for putting me, alerting me to this. Northwest 10, 5, County Northwest 9. Is there a difference? County Northwest 10, County Northwest 5, County Northwest 9. The zones. I think people are smart enough to understand if they're near the fire or not. 5, 9, 10. And then, let's see here. We are still not sure what's going on with the park fire because we're going to look back at it, of course. Yeah, it's now at 406,575 acres. That, yeah, California Doc, that's okay. If you guys need to go find out information from Zeke, I don't have permission to rebroadcast. It's totally fine to mention Zeke and say he's live and that people can go tune in. I learned a heck of a lot from him. He's absolutely amazing. An actual local who knows what he's talking about. He helped do a control burn that saved the part of Cohasset that was saved. So, yeah, power lines, yeah, Spyman. Will Brighton says, looks like there's 4 MAFs C-130s headed to the park fire. Yeah, C-130 Hercules planes converted for dropping water, like National Guard. Headed there, 2
4 Real,
are
Truck
set.
74, requesting 1 additional engine for power.
Yeah, the radio's the park fire, guys. So I need to explain. Yep.
Engine 82, medical 1269, clean court.
We are watching the fire at the Sacramento airport. That's next to it. I'm trying to turn off those medical tones. There's brand new neighborhoods and new schools just east of the Alberta fire here. Yikes. Well,
Abdominal pain.
okay, I'm muting the abdominal pain thing. They're doing structure protection. There was a ranch in the way. Thank you for the update. These flatland, fast-moving grass fires, they can do a lot of damage and spread real quick before fire crews can fully arrive. Orville 174 requesting 1 additional engine for manpower. I don't know where that is in Orville. So, yeah.
Engine 73. Assist truck 74 at scene. Public assist 1516.
Oh, that's a public assist call. So that could be a cat up a tree. Well, I can't just show like all 100% of KCRA's broadcast. Here again is the link so you guys can go ahead and hit the like button and subscribe to KCRA so that they keep enough funding to keep doing this. Helicopter rental is really difficult. You can see the canal, see the it just flew over the canal. So when they zoom out, you can see that they've got a lot of things going for them as far as access roads. See, that's a wet canal. So the fire will start to spot over the water, but that's relatively easy to handle. So this is huge, this is big, but compared to the others, it's much easier to quickly this will be an over quickly affair compared to any other kind of fire because grass just burns up and they'll have some residual trees on fire, I'm sure, and unfortunately. But the whole difference in being able to get to it quickly Makes all the difference. I was just hoping they would actually show firefighting, how they deal with it here. So, yeah, it's like a little levee canal thingy. Did you see the canal in it? I mean, some of these are probably levees, but it's just the canal. Yeah, cigarette fires. I'm not sure. All right, Orville's just talking about staffing changes right there. There's kind of a soft rule about too much speculation about fire starts. Like what their cause may be, because like if you say something like California has a lot of cigarette starts every year, like I would say, okay, where'd you get that statistic? You know what I'm saying? Like I would be like, okay, as a statement, then we need proof for a statement, because I haven't actually heard of one in a very long time. I'm sure they happen from time to time, but not exactly that cause. So when we speculate though and say, there's power lines here, I wonder if PG&E's at it again, as long as we say, I wonder, and that's totally cool, because we always wonder if PG&E is at it again. Or could, but power lines do go down during a fire because they're eaten through. So the, like if you do have it off the top of your head, oops, didn't mean to whack the mic, you could say, well, there were 5 cigarette ones that I know this year, for example, or something like that. But I want to caution against some speculation, because we don't want people hating their fellow man unnecessarily. Like when they start saying stuff like random statistics, I'm even critical of like CAL FIRE. Most wildfires are started by humans. Actually, not the really big town racing ones. Those are mostly started by corporations called power companies, which are not human. So corporations are not humans. They don't need a breast exam, and they don't have a birth certificate, as a human has. And then the arson situations are mostly caused by criminals. Reckless arson is stupidity with fire, like being stupid with fireworks, but mostly it's just a very, very small group of people repeating their very bad criminal behavior until they're caught. So I try to give people like a hope thing where we can make a difference. Like we could change legislation and deal with a lot of wildfires by, making it illegal for power companies to keep starting wildfires and not pay for them, financially. Otherwise, they have no incentive to stop. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm not like I'm trying to make a clarification, not like you're wrong. I'm not saying it like that. It could be when things are this dry. JB said that it's not always dragging chains. We want to help educate people. It's sometimes things falling off of somebody's truck or somebody's car, like the Crescent Wrench fire that he said almost got really bad in Shasta County one year. When we're at critical dryness levels, that there's something called, God, it's the receptibility of fuels to a spark. So there's always a percentage, like if there is a spark, like a crescent wrench falling off a guy's pickup as he drives down the road and hits a bump, what's the percentage of the spark causing a fire if it hits dry grass or dry anything, leaves? And so we're reaching near 100% because of the heat dome and almost no moisture and no humidity recovery at night. So it's like an oven even at night. Yeah. So it can be whereas a cigarette is like some jackass, like I don't care what happens. It's usually not quite that bad. It's usually stuff people are not thinking of. They left something on the top of their car, or like forgot to secure it. A lot of people leave stuff in the back of their pickup beds. I was hoping it would show actual firefighting. Right now it's just like images of flames. We're going to go back to the park for a bit, like I said, and check in with San Bernardino County here. Like I said, if you want to watch KCRA, please, go there. Yeah, it's okay to speculate. We got to be absolutely sure when we are speculating. Yeah, let's go look at the park. Colby Mountain. So, and to joke, we can always joke about PG&E doing their thing. We have to deal with them with humor. Like I didn't know PG&E smoked cigarettes, something like that. Probability of ignition. Thank you. I need more blood sugar. So the problem with that too, not just where the Sacramento airport area fire is, the Alberta. Oh my God, Colby Mountain. The problem with probability of ignition going to near 100% again is like somebody can drop a cell phone right now and start a fire. A horse can stumble with shoes on and hit a rock and start a fire. If you have the metal case and like the metal edge cell phone and you drop that, you could potentially spark a wildfire. It's more than people know. Holy mackerel. So the thing about that, how does that relate to the park, is when its embers are dropping out of the sky. There's always embers here you can't see. At night you can see them, and at infrared you can see them. They're invisible, but it's like snowfall is coming out of this cloud and it's coming down. And we saw an amazing FIRS, FIRS plane that went over the one that hit Placerville Airport and Placerville that one day. And he goes into infrared during the day. Invisible white snowflakes of heat were dropping out of the sky, spotting out ahead and lighting more of the landscape on fire by Placerville. Doesn't that seem like months ago? It was like 2.5 weeks ago. So the with probability of ignition, it applies to the embers dropping out of the sky with the park fire. And I was really hoping that JB might have a general idea for us about how far that spot fires could spot ahead of itself here at the park. We saw the Dixie do insane things, but that was extreme high winds when it made its own weather. And those were red flag, 55 plus mile an hour wind gusts. So not knowing exactly what's going on with the Plume, I know that Plumas County fires can spot downhill at least a couple miles ahead of themselves. That would be really crazy. A couple miles away, like actually is mineral. Like I'm still listening to the park fire, but they're not saying anything. It's all random stuff. So yeah, J.E. Cat, the Beaver Mafia. The park still has a flurry of airplanes. So there's Mill Creek, and I was hoping we'd be able to hear. We can't hear them actually. All right, I'm going to turn off San Bernardino completely and turn on Northern California Major Incident. Maybe that's where the pilots are chattering. We're listening to. Oh.
I don't think you'll get to it.
Oh, we did.
You want us back outbound to the Meadow IP after this?
Oh, I'm an idiot. It was on the second channel. Okay. They'll be talking about it.
I have the line.
Okay. All right, awesome. So we got Australian House, serious tankers. Serious tankers. Air attack on sky, lead planes. Not the heck.
003, we're getting behind. In orbit behind you.
Two C-130s. A 737. Okay, let's watch that on the cams. We may be able to see some passenger jets. I thought I saw a passenger jet, and I was like, nah. No, we didn't. I want to make sure the Elk Lane fire doesn't have any new evacuation warnings I missed. I have to put that on here.
Good line. Be on the lookout for Bass 303 inbound.
Southwest 16 and 17.
All the way there, so we're going to go back to the original line that we were going to start before we had this little bit of a whoop-de-doo.
Okay. Sorry, friends, I'm dense. I didn't turn on the second channel for Park Fire. Yeah, there's like 30 aircraft. You're not joking. Bend of the road. Start at the bend of the road. Okay, I'm gonna change map view. Out it. Okay, is this better to understand the Park Fire? Is that better to understand the Park Fire? So they're circling just northwest of Deer Creek Falls, just north of Potato Patch Campground. Funny name. I'm adjusting volume. Can you hear them okay? Diamonds are dead too, right? Thank you. You're such a sweetie.
03. Doing is I'm trying to keep it on the green side of a dozer line road that'll be off to our right.
Yeah, Chester. It's Chester Chico.
All headwind me.
As far as I know, sometimes Vina.
120 right now. I'll pick it up to 140 here shortly.
Sometimes Vina and.
09, map 3 is 14 miles to the Meadow.
Map 3, 2990, hold at Meadow IP 8000.
Yeah. I hope you guys didn't. Who is at the door? Is that C-Pro? It's probably here to collect the manwich.
Southwest, you'll be a channel left for a load return.
Hey, give me a hug. Hey, don't whack the mic. All right, say hello to people.
Hello, peoples.
Thank you, C-Pro. When is dinner?
7.
7? All right, thanks. I'll be there at 7:30.
No, well, I'm going to eat at 7. So if you want to eat with me, be there at 7.
Fine. All right. Thank you. All right, guys. Remind me when 7 is. Okay. Okay. 6:21. All right. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I hope you guys don't think that I'm being harsh. I'm trying to smooth out situations. I've never posted chat rules in a long time because I lost the ability to. And they're like guidelines, you know. It's so soft. Yeah.
To start when you cross the dozer line here.
Yeah. Whenever we speculate, like we need to just make sure.
You're aiming just to the left of the farthest out smoke you can see.
We just need to make that real clear and.
Makes almost a 90-degree bend where we're starting.
Just so that people don't get really anxious, you know, or mad for no reason, because we want to make.
Sorry about about that. Right at my start, or was it past my start?
We just want to make. We want to make.
If you're good with it, what we'll do, I did not see that, I'm so sorry. We'll come back around and we'll just start past that water tender.
Yeah, we want to make everybody comforted.
Start coming and we'll go back live.
Okay. We want people comforted and comfortable, right? I want to be as soothing as possible.
We'll just scoot over to the left a little bit. We're gonna have vehicles on the road.
Yeah, this will happen.
Sounds good.
All right, thanks, Moo Cow. You were saying that I'm still going to call you Moscow Ribs. No, that's your new nickname. It's an honor. But you know what? You're just lying to me. Where are they actually fighting the fire? Oh God, is that near a farm? Oh dear. If this is bigger than I understand. So is this unharvested rice? Or what? Like, it's a power substation. Have any of the cams turned to the fire at Sacramento? Jeez. I was hoping we could see the air show in the park. Does anybody have an update on what happened in San Bernardino? That's just freaking awful. Ground crews we're seeing briefly. Oh, okay. All right, I'm watching you. You're on notice, Moo Cow. I know your tricks. Is this grassy fields? Oh, hey, Angela, welcome back. Did you find gold today? ACB.
On the green side of the road.
Drifting over that way.
Okay, I didn't understand what you said.
It is.
We're gonna tag and extend with you.
We're cleared down. I've got you. We can get in behind you if you slow up.
I'm at 115 right now. Meet me at 6500 in the left downwind.
Kilo 9, do you copy 03?
I copy you 03. You can come down to 6500. I'm at 115 right now.
Out of 8 for 65. 03.
And the S2's checking in at Butt Mountain.
Butt Mountain. Take a shot. You got crystals. Cool.
Which one are you guys? 2990 cleared in number 3 and 4 behind 03 and MAP 1.
You can turn back. We can cut you off.
Sorry, I'm turned back.
So, from what we could tell by aircraft, Deer Creek Falls, the plateau above.
1 Kilo 9 plan a tag and extend off of 03's drop.
This must be where the park fire spotted over. And I don't know if it's on.
1 Kilo 9. Copy.
It seems to be.
Working your way down to 7,000. Be on the lookout. I do have 2 S2s holding off to your left of your present position.
Oh my God. I think it's on the west side of 32. We don't know.
03, turn and final. On the exit, I'll be up the sharp left. You'll be a straight out climb to 7,000 on the exit.
Climb to 7 on the exit, and we're coming on right behind you.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea, ACB. You guys know more than I do about what happened in San Bernardino County.
You know when you see the end of 210's drop.
Don't have it yet.
Yeah, Huskies is crazy. Oh, if you have a sec, will you mind orienting where on the Colby Mountain Plume the Morgan Summit cam is looking?
Flight just a little bit
Sure.
farther to the right. I'm just starting to pick it up.
Morgan Summit is on this plateau area on the west side of Mill Creek. and Stover intersects there.
Up is right here. You'll see a bunch of it in the
Orville 121.85, entering unit, available on first response for first due.
Now what?
1826.
Now what I should do is put this into the topo map.
121.85. And empty.
I think it's a good line. Might have been a hair early.
I couldn't, from where I saw, it didn't look like his retardant made it to that line, but couldn't see it anyway.
Yeah, it's really hard to see it. We'll take you for another. Break at mass 1, meet me at 6500. Coming out 6.5, mass 1. Heading is 210, no lower than 5500. It is a little bit rising terrain. Mass 1.
Where's Butt Mountain?
Badge.
Okay.
Mass 3, Kilo 9, 2990, cleared in 8000, number 4 behind Mass 1, and a flight of 2 S2s coming in from Chester.
2990 and 8000, cleared behind for Mass 3.
4 and 9-1. Plan attack and extend for 9-4, double wide.
So these two maps are confusing me. After dinner, I'll have better blood sugar. So let me see where.
30, 30. On the exit, I'll be up in sharp left. You'll be
There's Butt Mountain.
to Reading for a load return. Straight out 7.7, Mass 1.
All right. So what I need to see
You on TCAS.
to get oriented is where is Deer Creek Falls?
I got you. Get you back there.
Deer Creek Falls, California. It's the same.
There was a little bit of left to right drift.
Yeah, Deer Creek Falls is right here. So they are working up here with the aircraft right here. Okay. So let's turn on fire activity. So this is where it must be at, and they're probably trying to stop it. I'm getting closer and closer. This must be where there's a spot.
Just before we crest the next little ridgeline.
Some of this is drifting smoke, but they are circling right here. The aircraft is where Deer Creek Falls.
Painted red. Gonna start here. I'm aiming at a red leaf green. That's one how I have the line.
Now the camera for the one by Minerals up this way.
03, 5 minutes, low and return. Negative.
All right. I want to check on any new evacuations for the Elk Lane. This is bad at Madras. They just keep issuing new ones. Now, 23 minutes ago. Yeah, they placed Southwest 23 and 21. Get ready. So, presumably.
910-2990, hold Meadow IP 8000. 9491, looking for you.
Wind out of the northwest at Madras. That'll explain why areas to the south and southeast are being evacuated. Okay, let's go back to flight radar. It's a lot closer to Butt Mountain than I thought it would be. Okay, let me put
In sight. Come down to 6500 and we'll, I'm just going to extend down here. If you guys want to come to 65, we'll make it a long final.
Okay.
Coming.
All right.
South of Meadow IP.
92990. Hold Meadow IP 8000 behind tanker 910.
990, 8000 behind 910, fast time.
9491, I was picking up on the wrong aircraft. I ended up behind you. If you guys want to go ahead and drop live, or if you're too high.
Okay.
We've gone back to working the main dozer line. The target is just about your 11 o'clock flow.
All right.
Final, if you can hold that heading just for a second, and I'll have you turn, and you'll be able to see my line.
They were talking about quadrangle 22 and 23, and they didn't know if it was at 23
There's
yet.
a shadow. Right as we get out of the shadow is the end of the retard line you're going to be tying into.
Try to mute aircraft for a second to hear the ground crews. So they talked about quadrangle 22, and they said, is it in 23? And they were talking about it being like Antelope, but this is Slate Creek, actually. So they know that it was in the South Fork of Antelope, but they may have been talking about equipment being there. All right, Night Ops is not saying anything. I'll turn on the radio again.
9, map 6, 12 miles, Meadow.
Map 6, Kilo 9, 2990, hold, Meadow check number 3 with a DC-10 and another MAF 8000.
Okay, for map 6, hold, Meadow IP, I've got 910 and map 9 in sight for map 6.
I still have you on scene, right?
Command 2.
All right, so this must have been when they were talking about quadrangle 22, 23 on the Forest Service map. So it's basically Mill Creek Plateau on the southern edge. Seems to be where they're dropping a lot of retardant down here, where it's Round Valley Creek and Slate Creek area. So it says I don't see any. Oh, I'm not on the Forest Service map. No wonder this looks so weird. Ah, okay. Clarity. I was like, dang, Forest Service looks old school. Okay, that's better. State Game Refuge Boundary, Mill Creek Plateau. It seems like it must have spotted over here, where it says quadrangle 22 and 22 and 23. Where we see them on the airplanes is they are constantly circling right here. So you got Highway 32. You zoom in and it says Potato Patch Campground in Deer Creek Falls. Remember, they'll make wide circles and stuff in order to not midair collide and stuff. Looks like Butt Mountain might be one thing that they could just see very well and say, hey, go circle Butt Mountain for a bit until you are cleared to come in behind me. So the lead plane goes in front, and air attack kind of goes nearby, and then the tankers line up behind, and the lead plane will pop smoke like in an air show, and all those big planes that can't look down and see anything, they will just wait until their nose of their plane goes into the smoke of the lead plane, and then they hit the button to drop, and that's how they mark where to do a drop. So it's right on the plateau up the canyon wall. That's a pretty steep canyon right there. Up on the top where Deer Creek Falls is at, and just north of Potato Patch Campground. Now we've got copters working in other spots. And that's, the other heat. They usually separate copters over here, planes over there, because they're totally different in speeds. So it's like a freeway. You just can't have something going slow as a bumper car on a freeway, no matter what lane they're in. So they'll have planes one spot, copters at others. Copters usually work spots, like little embers going around. And what the planes need to do is drop retardant to make a wall, like a Great Wall of China, to prevent fire from passing. So it doesn't mean that fire is at where the planes are at. This is just where they're dropping their retardant and whatnot. So it could be that it's expected to reach where Deer Creek Falls is. Now, where the copters are could be where fire actually is at, which would be just south of Turner Mountain. It's hard to tell with the whole hot drifting smoke thing. But there is a super hot spot that's for sure happening, which is over here. And there's also a 22 and 23. Unsure which one they're talking about, where fire is at. So the South Fork Antelope Creek, they knew for sure the fire was there and equipment was there. And they said, is it into 23 yet? They've been talking about that. But ironically, we go over where the planes are at. There's also a 22 and a 23 quadrangle. So that gets confusing. About which one they're talking about. So that's 23 up there by Mill Creek Plateau. I don't think that that's the one. I think it's probably the South Fork of Antelope that they're talking about. So if we go to where Deer Creek Falls is, here it is. Zoom out, you can see the lake for scale. So the planes are dropping right here. The planes are dropping right here. This is a wind tunnel that kind of takes aim over at Chester, and the wind is blowing that way. Just it's going up from the south, and then it's curving over to the right. So that is one of the different drainages. That's the actual Deer Creek. Mind you, we almost never took this road to our cabin. We almost always took 70. So this is like struggling to remember from childhood where everything goes and which highway is which. So if I say 36, 32, I gotta really mind myself. Now this is like the big super ravine, Mill Creek, like super big. So Mill is one, goes up here, has a curve. We know the fire's right there really intensely, right here. And the community of Mill Creek is right here. But remember, even though there could be heat detectors right on his doorsteps, a lot of it's hot drifting smoke. But I'm sure there's little spots coming down. So we do see helicopters working around here. That is their best use, is where the embers kind of come down. They chase after the spot. The best use of the airplanes is make a wall of retardant so that as the fire approaches tonight or tomorrow, it will hopefully get a speed bump is what retardant is. As dozer crews, ground crews, get to work. And then what helicopters can do if they stay through the night is they can chase the spots over the lines or over the retardant, try to keep it hemmed in there. So, yeah, they are circling Butt Mountain. No jokes allowed. We're all adults here, right? No, we're not. So this is what makes it a bit difficult when the ground crews aren't saying anything on the radio. They say, we're going to attack the left and the right flank. Okay. But I think it's safe to say that in both of the drainages, it's just on either. It's in both of them. Mill Creek, we knew. We was walking up Mill Creek. And down here, this Deer Creek, I think it's there as well. Or they expect it to be. Like the higher up, like just a bit north of where Deer Creek Falls is, which is right down here, right? Excuse me, I just gotta. Yeah, this is where Deer Creek Falls is, a fish ladder. It's pretty significantly north of it, This is where they're putting a bunch of retardant ropes. Could be all of this over here. Could be absolutely just smoke. Where it's like orange. Red is consistent, like every 20 minutes, triggering the satellites. So it's much more likely to be smoke if smoke column light changes directions. So you'll see one of these squares go orange, which is like, yeah, there hasn't been a new heat detection for an hour. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't mean the fire's not there. It's just that it's not as hot there as it was an hour ago. So time to head over for the food. Okay. So I'm going to take my food break. I'm going to leave you with what's going on with the aircraft. And do you want an image, the camera views, or do you want to see where the airplanes are? Like, I would just put it right here, actually, and let this go. Okay, I heard the dinner bell. I'm going to put on the shoes. Let's unmute them. I just had to speak there.
T500, I'm going to do a left-hand turn on Jefferson. I ended up I ended up way far out in front of you.
Okay, what did you want us to do off of Tanker 10's drop there?
A tag and extend off of Tanker 9110's drop.
Listening to the radio is the best way to find out where the dang fire is. I mean, just make sure there's no new update on watch duty. For the elk. No, not on the elk, but for the park either.
I'd say it'd meet me at 6500.
How's it going? How's it going at Sacramento?
Speeds would you like?
20 on bottom.
30 at the base.
Yeah, Turner Mountain area. That's where we're looking. Sorry, when I was like, it's right here, I should have said that.
6. Start working your way down to 7,000.
Now 6.
Yeah, so watch duty backs.
I've got you at 7.
Watch duty. I'm going to mute that a second. Watch duty is backing up where we cross-beamed the cameras. Turner Mountain, it's nearing it. Additionally, the fire continues to move through the Mill Creek drainage, is now nearing the Big Bend area of the creek. Spot fire was noted approximately 1 mile out from that area on the south side of Mill Creek. That's not what we want. If they can keep it on the north or the west side, I mean, it's a diagonal kind of thing, then yeah. We could do tile view. You want tile view? Or would you just like Colby Mountain 2? I don't think I could change the camera view for an hour. You know what? We'll just customize this. We don't need all of them. We'll make the good ones bigger. Yeah. Let's see. Do we have Stover? Add Stover. What about Butt Lake? Hey, don't crash. Don't crash. What camera do you guys want? Butt Lake. No, not a Butte Airport. No. I done screwed it up. Whoops. Okay, we don't need Shingletown. It's not showing anything. Not Breckenridge. Not Buckhorn. Not Moccasin. Butt Lake. Ugh. Okay, Butt Lake. Yeah, what's going on with the Alberta? Is it all right? If I don't leave for food in 5 minutes, you're all going to log off. Oh, no. Yeah, Nick, you should have seen the amazing, funny lady yesterday. Were you here for that? She was doing the air show for the elk, and she was so nice, and she started flirting outrageously. She was flirting outrageously with the air attack guy. Said they exchanged phone numbers and said, let's go have an evaluation tonight over dinner. Something like that. Ooh. She had a delightful accent. Okay, Moo Cow, thanks for the update. Kathleen says your dinner's tuna, can of tuna, applesauce, and a chunk of cheese. Spartan, you should add some pickle relish to that, sweet relish, and some mayonnaise to the tuna. Okay. Wait, is Colby Mountain 2 on here? Yeah, it is. Sorry, I cannot put these in an order of any sort. Does this look good? We got Platte Mountain 1, 2, Colby, Morgan Summit, and Skip Hill. Dinner bell. Okay. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to put a second window for air attack. Okay, browser window number 1. Name window. Light radar. 24. I'm fancy. I'm fancy. Okay, guys, I'll be back. It'll take at least an hour. So I'll say at dinner, back approximately what those 7, 8, 8:25, because it takes me a while to drive there. Okay, yeah, it's chow time. Yes, exactly. See, Probe, do I have Pepsi over there? Okay, can you guys see where the intersections of the roads are? Does it, like, make sense? Hey, Carney, how you doing? Mods, you okay to take dinner break till around 7 or 8:25ish? Let's say 8:30. Just the way it is. It takes a little while to get back.
I can extend off a MAP 6 drop. Would you like to lead or would you like to go to work yourself?
Is that volume okay?
Me at 60.
I'll take over, Carney? Okay.
The maneuver behind me is a flight.
395, got you inside behind you.
All right, thank you, guys. Thank you. See you
Excellent.
soon.
You have the sharp left. You have the gentle left for a load return, Chester. You guys are patient. Base if you're good with it. In sight, I'll be below you. 50. We're maybe down to about 5,400 now. To the retard just before this red needle leaf tree here. Extend number 2. Good line, doubled up, tag and extend number 3.
Well, 1 Tanker Base, Tanker 910. Minutes out, load and return, positive fuel, positive stir.
Good line. Crew 210-2990, cleared in. I'm going to clear in 7,000. Air tax at 9,000. Coverage level 8. Helicopters are over on the other side. No factor to us.
Copy 7,290. Real brief just behind.
3, yep. So cleared in You're number 2 behind 210, air tax 10,000, or sorry, 9,000. Helicopter 6,500 or below on the other side of the fire. For both of you. 9-4 and was it 9-1? 2990. Cleared in 7,000. I think you guys are going to beat the 2 large air tankers coming in from Meadow IP. Air tax up at 9,000. Coverage level 6 full load. 5400. It's a tag and extend. I'm going to come out and get you. If you're good with it, we'll go straight to work. We'll start a left turn to a left base for a live run. Exit, I will be up and sharp left. You have the gentle left. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go, yeah, I'll be up and sharp left. You'll be a gentle left for a look. The end of the retardant is behind that tree, off to our left, or just before it. All headwind, maybe slightly left or right.
Inbound from the north, 12 miles, 10,500. International video. In traffic respond 122.
Retardant is right before we get back into the sun. Here. Stand maybe bend it just slightly right, number 2. Nine one. Heading is 210. Good with maneuvering behind 210.
Firm. 03 will get into the number 2 position.
Fly front.
Fuel past 19, they're going to go home.
Tag and extend 03.
03 copy. Final.
Final cleared up.
Engine 45, medical, at Foothill Mobile Home Park, 2920 Clark Road, Unit E Delta 20. Agent 45, Company 25 Medics, medical testing at Foothill Mobile Home Park, pre-plan 484, 2920 Clark Road, Unit E Delta 20, between Two Creeks Drive and Runaway Road, 1904.
One more load to tie back into existing start.
That'll be it for today's objective. Is 5 minutes out, load will start stopping. Okay, anchor yourself, please. 5 minutes. Movement turn. Negative 2.
Deputy Whiskey, Division Whiskey, 51 Lima, command. Deputy Whiskey, Division Whiskey, 51 Lima, command.
Sammy uniform on command. Deputy Whiskey, Sammy uniform on command.
Coverage level 6 is forward.
Uniform trainee, safety uniform on command.
12 miles west, Meadow IP.
Uniform trainee, safety uniform on command.
990, cleared in 8,000. Your number 3 behind 2. S2's coming in from Chester, 7,000. Airtex 9,000.
Update, so from basically where it flopped at the division break, started going direct on the left flank.
Cleared in at 8,000, number 3.
1 Charlie up here, 50 Charlie, along with a couple of dozers. So out the road and what's your thoughts about bringing a water center back up in here?
Striking leaders and task force leaders, and I'll start shooting some resources. I would support that. I'm at drop point 38. meeting with the section leaders and task force leaders, and I'll start shooting resources your way.
I don't know if we want to dare bring and take that all the way up there. Get ordered to the drop point when we're possibly using hose. I don't know if we want to dare bring and take that all the way up here, or do we want to get it ordered to the drop point where we know where there's some already staff will happen today. It's going to be it's going to be 3 miles probably over to sort of on loose on the lower side. Maybe it wouldn't all happen today.
I copy. I'll check on the status of the first modules that were supposed to be delivered. We should have had 10,000 feet.
Keep your eyes up for that.
Plus associated with flying here delivered to drop point 23.
If they got to use safety or one of those pickups to lead them in. Copy. Do that. Just keep your eyes up for that. Check in some water centers all here.
Once I'm done here, I'll be coming back.
If you got to use safety or one of those pickups to lead them in, do that.
I'll lead them in. Once I'm done here, I'll be coming back to you at download.
I've got you in sight. I'm at 63, climbing for 65, coming out to get you. Just about, I got one gap to fill. I think it's going to take both of you guys at the end of my line. Drop headings 210, 50, 400. Left-hand turn, I'm at your 11 o'clock, 65. You can come it down to 6,500. Slide. The exit, I'll be up and sharp left. You'll be a gentle left for load return. Final. Kilo 9. Once you get over onto the south side of the fire, you can come down to 7,000.
Down to 7,000, altitude, right the south side.
Retardant is way out when we get back out into the sun. Needle leaf tree, I've got basically full headwind, maybe a little bit of left to right drift. Red needle is underneath my left wing. Into the retard. Here. And number 2. Gotcha on scene. I am in a right base for a show me. Tag on to the end of the line that we started. The water tender, we're going to just offset to the right through here. 500. 6,500, I will meet you there, and you have me in sight at in the...
We'll meet you in the right-hand pattern, 6,500, Master. Right on the exit.
Behind, 930.
Yeah, best in sight, Master.
Would you like that?
40, 30, 30, and go ahead with the drop altitude again.
6,500.
Understand, 6,500, Master.
I'm going to meet you at 6,500. The drop altitude is 5,500.
Copy all, Master.
Entering the right downwind for a live run. The existing retard, we are going to be just offset just a little bit to the right because of the water tender that's just off to our left on the start.
We'll tie into the existing line, Master.
For base?
Ready for the base, Master.
On the right base for a live run, all tailwind, maybe a little bit of right to left drift.
Master.
Well. You'll get into the shadows here.
Wait.
Late start, half a load late.
Quarter 45 medic lifting.
We saw a trucker 5 personnel on the line, so that's why we delayed, Master.
Sounds good. I'll bump a wingspan to the right on the next one. The 7,500 before you start the turn.
7,500 Meadows, plan load return.
You don't have to go all the way out to Meadows. You can start the right turn to Reading.
Have to. Right turn and then Reading.
For Kilo 9, 2990 cleared in 7,000. We got Mass 2 outbound. 1,000. So then helicopter 6,500 or below, coverage level 6.
Mouse, do you understand load return?
Anchor 912, 2990, head towards Meadow Check. Are you familiar with Meadow Check? Call me when you get to Meadow Check. Meadow Check 2990, 8,000.
Alright, Mouse 2, we'll plan load return Reading.
Return Reading, Mass 2.
Alright, thank you so much, Lee.
Who's this?
Hey, it's my call, Lisa. Thanks for all the help this year, and last year, and all the other years.
I have it in for a quick show. End of the road, we're going to keep the road off for 090, no more than 5,400. Insights, do you want to lead or would you like to go to work yourself? I copy tanker 9-4 right downwind. Not quite a beam to start yet. 2990, cleared in 8,000, stand by for the rest. We're starting a right base for a live run. Left drift. Good. Can you guys fly? Is 8 o'clock about it for you guys?
No, let's see, cut off right now.
Okay. Ordered relief, but we may not get relief. Obviously, you guys don't need a lead, but we're good until about 8 o'clock.
Yeah, without a lead, we go till about 1:20.
We'll reassess here as we inch towards that. Nav, checking in.
The Meadow IP, we're 8,500, 2990.
8,000, 2990.
0, we'll work our way over to the Meadow IP from map 6.
You'd like, you could come straight to the working area.
Map 6 will come.
You're going to beat Tanker 914 or 912 here.
Map 6, copy.
It sounds like our relief will be here in 15 minutes, so you guys will be able to keep working.
Was that from map 6?
That was for 9-4, but it applies to you as well. We do have relief that'll be here in about 15 minutes.
If we can get in, we should probably be able to get back before 8. But if you have relief, we can work right up until sunset for map 6.
Sounds good. Yeah, we have relief.
Good deal. We'll see you in a little bit.
Look out for Mass 6 at the corner from...
Bob Garcia, Park Communication. CF Communication. Bob Garcia, Park Communication. CF Communication.
79, map 6 coming on scene 8000. My eyes on you just yet.
Gotcha, I have it at your 9 o'clock. Kind of sashaying around trying to set up for the right hand. Show me.
Okay.
Three. 2990. Maybe a holdover by check at 7500 for now. See who gets hit first. Reach your mass from 6 kilo 9 here, 10 o'clock. 6100.
Map 6 has you set.
Start over.
Map 6.
$5,400.
To the right, keep you in sight.
6,500, please.
Okay, down to 6.5. I'll fall in behind you. Map 6.
I've got one S2 from that 90-degree turn that you're going to be timed.
Map 6.
I'll climb up. I'll meet you at 6,500. I'll be up in sharp right. You'll need to jump right. Climb to 7,500 before your right turn over the top of the fire.
Map 6, you want a load return ready?
But if
Okay, we'll get the load return ready. 7,500, then a gentle right to ready. Map 6.
Tanker 912, that's coming on scene.
12.
40, 30, 30, last 6.
That works. Thanks.
12, picking it up.
We're ready for base whenever you are.
The west direction.
Map 6.
The direction.
Copy.
Eight, 993, continue, and I'm going to drop you guys after the mass. Or sorry, mass 6, starting a right base.
Map 6 in position.
S2s coming in from Chester. 8993 on the lookout for map 6, just coming off the run. Sorry, 8993, you can come in at 7,000.
So 9, Charlie 5 is 12 south of Meadows ID.
Charlie 5, Kilo 9, 2990, cleared in 8,000, number 4 behind the 2 S2s and the DC-10.
2990, 8,000. Oh, I've got the, I'll be looking for the S2. Charlie 5.
In the right hand turn to Reading for a load return.
Charlie 5.
Map 6, good start, good line.
Good copy from map 6, thanks, we'll get you another.
Tanker 8993, I've got one of you guys in sight at your, about 10 o'clock. Actually, I got both of you. If you start a left-hand turn, you might be able to pick me up. Point you right at the front.
We have 3 calls on board, 3.5 hours of fuel.
Tanker 910, positive AFF.
The road off to our left this time. Multiple helicopters 6,500 or below, but they're on the opposite side of the fire from us.
Charlie 5, copy.
Purcell 912.
Nine one. Continue holding at Butt Mountain 7,500, please.
Meadow at 8,000.
Internet 0. And I got both of you inside. I'll be right to right with you guys. Going into a left base first, show me. We're going to be tying into some existing retardants just farther down. Basically, 5600. I'm not dropping in the same area. Get down to 6500, start into a right-hand turn. Was it 9-1 at Butt IP? Were you calling in at Butt Mountain? 0 cleared in 7,000. Be able to look up for Charlie 8 inbound at 8,000. About heading for just a little bit, Tanker 912. I'm at your 4 o'clock. Want to get us in too tight. Out here so we can have a little bit of space to sachet on final. Your 3 coming to your 2. Turn coming. On the exit, I'll be up and right. You have the general right. Drop point, a whole bunch of vehicles in it. We're going to go past that. You'll see some just fairly. That's what we're going to tie into. No. The corner of the cut and the end of the retard is right here. Sorry, Mike, 10 o'clock. Climb up to 6,500, stop at 6,500 for now. Number 2, hold at the IP 8000 behind maps 1.
Okay, hold the IP 8000, got maps 1 in sight. Good.
Tanker 912, good start, good line. Stop.
64, medical at Lakeside Market, 5250, all of highway.
Leader, you want to go to work yourself? I'm not in a position for a right base, I could more like on a left crosswind. 6500, drop heading is due south, 5600.
64, company 64, Medics, medical fall. At Miners Ranch Saloon, 5250, all of highway, Saddle Drive and Kelly Ridge Road, 1950.
Tanker 032990, hold number 3 behind a mass, and tanker 210 at the... We'll be up in sharp right, you'll be a gentle right. Able to get that with the smoke. To go way out in front of the fire just because of the helicopters. I'm a little leery of the one of the helicopters. C10 load is right. So you make sure you stay away from all of our helicopters, and then you can make the left. Kilo 9, come down to 6,500 if you want to follow me around.
6,500, Charlie 5.
Got 5 or 6 S2s, I've lost count of them all. Most of them are loading and returning out of Chester, but you can see 9-4s going to Reading for fuel. Tanker 03210 on a load return out of Chester.
Okay.
We'll get 912 back, but we did get, I have another DC-10, 910 on a load return out of McClellan. Stay right, downwind for a show me. I still have a little bit of a gap where I return this 90-degree turn following the dozer line. DP-41 is the one off my right wing. We put retardant all the way around that because this fire just came boiling out of here. I'm on a right base. Okay, if I start bringing the tankers in. Tanker maps 1. And they want us to start going direct. They do have a contingency dozer line that's off out here somewhere at my 12 o'clock, but they want to keep it up in this higher country. Twist and fire. And turn. Lucas, to brief your backseater. Kilo 9, 2990, hold Meadow. I have 3 large air tankers in front of you. They should all be leaving the Meadow IP inbound.
Copy, John. Kilo 9, tanker 15 is 9 miles from Meadow.
Oscar 15, Kilo 9, 2990. Number 2 to Meadow, hold 8,000 behind the...
Well,
Trans 12.
Well, next got 210 on site. We're behind them.
Charlie 5, Kilo 9. For the exit, we've got Meadow check. I'm bringing in everything that's coming to that check, which is the MAF and the DC-10s and the large air tankers at 8,000. Break. S2's coming from Chester. They are calling me at Butt Mountain. Basically, they're coming over that at 7,500, and then I'm dropping them down to the 7,000. We haven't had anything that's been going to Reading. We've been having them climb to 7,500 and before making the right-hand turn. But it sounds like all the helicopters are leaving. You can get with Air Attack and figure out if they have any helicopters left over there. Average level 8s on anything that's got an 8, and 6s on the S2s. With a stack of tankers, anything else I can do for you? You're good. I see you back there. Do you want me to continue to the left, or would you like me to just go right? Turn, I'll exit the airspace at 6,500.
Mass 1, Charlie 5, I'm behind Kilo 9. I'm starting a right-hand turn. I'm going to follow her around. And then I think if you keep that left-hand orbit, I think this will work out for a Kobe. You can find a still when you get full load.
Mass 1 got you in sight. You want to keep the left-hand orbit? You pass underneath me?
Left-hand orbit. I think this will work.
Orville, engine 2196, staffing change. CAD web has been updated. 2196, 1958. Engine 2196.
Orville, Pike County, out of service.
Pike County, 1958.
County. Turn it in. Inside.
Got a DC load, DC-10 load past the retard line really well.
We're about 10 minutes out on a hold, positive fuel, positive stairs.
I mean to make a left to make enter a right downwind with you?
What? Both got the other tankers with you. Let's have you start down to 7,500 in that left-hand turn, and then I'll just pick you up over to the south a little bit.
Mass 1. Right turns now. Down to 6.5. One thirty. 4130.
Orville 64, supervisor at scene. 64, 2001.
Kilo 9 National. Hey, Kilo 9's off the park fire, en route back to Reading, about 15 minutes en route. Confirm AFF as lead plane 542.
Out to the southwest. Okay, 5 mass 3 is 4 miles, Meadow. Meadow at 8,000 for mass 3.
I didn't quite see it. It's behind us.
Yeah, just follow.
Copy 03, clear to maneuver, number 2 position, 210.
Extend out a little bit further here to the southeast behind map 1, and then you can fall in behind me. A middle right
Village Parkway, Unit C, Charlie. Engine 82, Bumedics, medical, ill female, 979 Village Parkway, Unit C, Charlie, between Clark Road and the dead end, 2008. Medic at scene. 6420, right?
Did you happen to see either of those last two drops?
Yeah, we did. We got both of them.
Okay, we'll go with a cover level 8 and plan for a full load, tag and extend off those drops.
Engine 82 responding.
Get out of there. If you get that left, I'll forward going up with you guys and reaching out.
Copy, tag and extend coverage on white. We got you inside at our 9.
If you want to turn into a right-hand turn, you're down into 7 in the right turn.
West of Meadow. CIP, that's nice.
Yeah, we got you there.
How long back to the phone?
2012.
Release, there's the phone. Come down 7,000. If you would want to hold that heading, we can come down and join you. Yeah, 1,500 to 65. You saw the last drop, it'll be a snag again. But it's over 8. Second spin covers over 8. Let's go with the right. You start your turn. $3 o'clock, fall in the mountain. Hard right.
82, updated address, 979 Unit D.
It was 5,600, but we're closer to terrain on the exit. Let's do 6,000, and now cover double A, we'll be
confirming. Original address was 979 Village Parkway, Unit C, Charlie. It's going to be Delta 2014.
Where are you covered to? Call us anything, so...
82, horrible. Responding from Chico, time of dispatch. Drive time from Chico, 2016.
IP inbound 8,000, Mass 9.
Yeah.
Dispatch, Mass 1 on National.
Tail end of it, we were in the turn, but yeah, we see where you've been working.
En route to Point Miku, 1 hour, 20 minutes, 5 hours of fuel, 6 souls on board. Confirm AFF.
Load a little bit to the right for Mass 3. I'll come down to 7,000.
ETE to Point Miku is going to be 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Good for the join up. On the exit for Master.
Master 3.
Uniform trainee, uniform.
I sent you Charlie and task force three golf for I don't know if you've got them deployed already. Additionally, check with Charlie.
Copy all. Have them time with 50 Charlie. I'm working my way back down from the top of Whiskey.
I got priority. I copy. I already took off, but they'll be making their way in. If I can make it, cruising out the tramway. Fall back. Status of the press. Just information. Copy. I'm cruising out the tramway. Possible fallback and checking the status of the prep.
On great fly behind you.
I copy.
Gave me ramp. I'll just keep this right turn back to a downwind. The heading is about a, well, we changed it about a 020 now. Real easy to see the retardant once we get on to final. 5,500 will clear all terrain. Coverage level 8, full load. 020, we're turning to follow you, Mass 9.
And for airspeed, 140, 130, 130.
That'll work. Appreciate it, Master. We're going to be a little bit further to the southwest. There's a gap in the retardant line. I haven't flown it yet, but I'll try and find it and point it out to you. I'm off here, well, probably your 8 o'clock or so. Going from the fire towards a drop point 41, which should be just down and off your left side, a bunch of vehicles in it. See if I can turn this into a right-hand pattern show me for you. Land in the road. And tag and extend and see what we can get a little line length, because they've got plenty of engines right in there.
Joe, I've got that if you want me to go look.
Here's loose maneuvers.
Tanker base, Tanker 910. Minutes out. Release from the incident, positive fuel, positive stairs.
We're going to exit first. We're ready, and I get a crew member to drop off. You're good with me flying back over.
Fresno Air Base, anchor. Positive fuel.
Legend 8. Your orbital, your transmission was broken. E2 orbital, repeat your traffic.
Orbital engine 82, medics at scene.
E2, 2033.
Any dispatch, maps 2 on National. And North maps 2 on National, we are operating Tinker Base and released. We are returning to Channel Islands, Point Mugu, ET 1 hour and 30 minutes. Prior to the drop one flash.
got it today.
Safe enough, Massachusetts. This right turn back over the top area, it could be released. Yeah, sorry about that tight turn. I was having a hard time finding that top point. Anything in there will be fine. There's so many down in that part of the line.
I'm just going to follow you around around the field here.
Agent 33, medical at the corner of Ponderosa Way and Creston Road. Agent 33, Company 33, biomedics, medical, man down, negative pre-arrivals, RP will meet at the intersection of Ponderosa Way and Crested Road, 2038.
33 is in the area. Confirm that there's an RP to meet us.
Orville, RP was coming down from his uncle's house to meet you. The patient is at the upper end of Ponderosa on a bench behind the yellow gate per RP.
33.
Same in uniform on command. The branch 15. Same in uniform on command. Night operation. Same in uniform on command. Night operation. Same in uniform on command. That are out of service and some that have damage to them from the fire. Division same in uniform on command.
Orville, engine 2163 at mile station 42's response area.
Division Tango Whiskey. Back to 40 Charlie, command 2. Division Tango Whiskey. 9140 Charlie, command 2. Whiskey. Same in uniform. Charlie, same a whiskey. Same in uniform.
Contact 210, base Richmond.
33, Orville.
Engine 33.
33, Orville. Were you able to make patient contact?
Negative. We've made it down to the bench. There's no one here. Make contact with BCSO. They passed a transient watching us press that they believe is a subject. Engine 33 will continue to investigate. Orville Engine 33, per BICSO, the person they passed matched the description from the RP. No medical need. Engine 33 is available in response area.
Engine 33, Orville. Did medics make it to scene?
Orville Engine 33, negative.
32051. H91 Medical 1 Gilmore Lane, Unit 9. H91 Biomedics Medical Altered LOC 1 Gilmore Lane, Unit 9 at Feather River Care Center, across the Medical Center Drive 2053.
Returning low and them. Baskin. We're going to get it. Eric McClellan, one of our gates. Go ahead. Call me. 291 medic 16.
291, 2059. Truck 91, medical in the alley of 2365 Elgin Street, Unit 3. Truck 91, via medics, medical, difficulty breathing in the alley 2365 Elgin Street, Unit 3, between Spencer Avenue and Roseman Avenue, 2100. Orville with the indices, grass, IC 47, spread component 50, dispatch level medium. Brush, IC 43, BI 167, dispatch level high. Timber, IC 35, BI 155, dispatch level high. End of indices 2101, QBZ21.
Map 6,
Camino Map 6 on National. We are airborne off Reading. We're en route back to Kilo November Tango Delta. I believe we were released from the park incident. We've got 4 souls on board, 4 hours of fuel, and we have about an hour and 10 minutes prior to arriving at Point Magoo. How copy?
Orville, engine 2163, available, station 4 to response area.
Camino, you're positive AFF.
32105, positive AFF, thank you.
Engine 2163.
The 2163 is returning to station 23. 63-2109. Engine 2163.
Truck 91 night testing.
2111.
Tango Whiskey, Command 2 something.
Branch 15 or Branch 15 saying Tango Whiskey, Command 2 something.
Hey, guys, I'm back. Sorry. I've got to settle in, taking in stuff from the car. I'll be right back. Okay, is the audio still working okay? I've got to do a few things here. I'll turn the see, there's no more planes. Turn it back on. I still hear a sort of a whine in my headset. All right. I just got an update on the elk on my phone, and also something about the Edge Hill, but it says view on the phone. So hang on a second. I'm just on my smartwatch. All right, let's do it. Colby Mountain. Terrifying 24-hour. Wait a second. Whoa, hey SB Kathy, how you doing? You ready for the ceremony? Yeah, Butt Mountain exists, and so does the cam. I think it's called Black Butte. The Colby Mountain. Okay, sure. I read your mind. Colby Mountain 2 or 1? Horrifying. Yeah, number 1 has a big panoramic. Yeah, there's massive confusion about Butt Lake, Black Butte, Butt Mountain, and Bucks Lake. As a kid, I was like, the what? So the only way to remember Butt Lake versus Bucks Lake, remember Butt was last name of a pioneer family. It used to be their ranch, and so it was filled up as a reservoir, like it was a little valley. This animates too fast to be worth a damn. The camera went looking around at things today. So I'm not sure what it's looking at when it pans around this direction. You know what? We can though. When you do this, the beam changes. See that purple thing? So it's looking over a Turner mountain, I think. When it's far to the west, I'll have to check what mountain that exactly is. Then it's looking to the northwest at Mineral and to the northwest and to the due north. Then it's looking more towards Deer Creek Falls. Oh, that is one heck of a screenshot. I'm going to screenshot that. Well, every time they say but, not me, that's when you take a shot. Hey, Conkino, how are you? Sorry, didn't notice. Hey, driving Sue. Hello. Hey, Joshua Tree. So remember, containment is percentage based. So if you have a circle the size of a dime, and you have 10% of that circumference contained, where's my phone? What if the circle enlarges to the size of a silver dollar? Your containment percentage went down, even though it's the same, right? So I'll be right back. Gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, just need some water. How have you guys been?
2163 is available. Station 23's response area.
Okay, the radio does work.
2131. Engine 2163.
All right. I was hoping that I could listen to the air attacks. They did their last drops and stuff and made their assessment. If you guys heard it, just do share. I was in the car at the time, and that didn't really help me to listen. I didn't mean to stay that long, but it's like, oh, I need this. I need this on the way home and that. I haven't really been outside in ages. And then once I was outside, I was like, oh, it is the nicest night here in Portland. It's not dead calm, not too warm, and it's not too cool. Husky says it was the Edge Hill was allegedly started by an arsonist. Yeah, somebody was saying it. Just looked really suspicious. Level 3 evacuations. Thank you, Jody, on this town fire. Let me take a screenshot of this. Can't believe this strawberry color on the Colby Mountain. That's one of those beautiful, frightening, terrifying things. I want to get as much sleep as possible. The next couple of days are going to be very tough. I did not sleep too well last night, even though I had ample time. I just woke up, just nightmare or something. Just got family cabins in Mineral here, and I know they didn't have time to get their stuff out or the heirlooms or anything. Goodness gracious. Let me verify where's Turner. Is this a new thing? Jody? Yeah, you guys can't drink every time I say butt mountain, otherwise you'll be drunk as skunks, guys. Just think about it. Like I say masticator all the time, but the drinking game is when they do it. Because we, no, I mean not drunk, but you know, it's half and half, right? You get your calcium. Of course, it's not alcohol. Okay. Hello, friends. Where is Turner Mountain? Turner Mountain, California. Yeah, it's just right there. Diamond Lake, Lassen, Leaf. Yeah, it's this thing right here. So today the aircraft was working down in this direction to put a retardant, to a great wall of retardant basically on this section. And you can see Chester over here in the lake. Not that well, but yeah, they did great wall of retardant right here. Good fire access roads from at least all this timber harvest logging and salvage from the Dixie Scar, something, whatever this is. I think the Dixie Scar is technically here, but it's hard to tell with all the brown on the satellite image. So we still won't be able to tell that well what they might be doing with backfiring tonight, if it's possible. What's hot smoke? But they want the fire on the west side of this drainage. There's got to be like some sort of an update video. JB called me, and that's part of why we started dinner about half an hour late. because I just wanted to pick his brains for as much info as possible. So he had just been visiting the retardant base over in Reading, I believe, and he did get some information on how far the park moved. It was about an hour, not an hour, a mile and a half. See how tired I am? The Money Pit with Tom Hanks, that's a great one. Driving Sue says it's a beautiful drive coming down 58, hotter than heck there. Oh goodness. Yeah, let's have the party. Okay, Kathy. Oh, my webcam. Okay, thanks. So I've never done a demodding ceremony before that I could honestly remember. You guys see me okay? Oh, the lights on. Okay, SB Kathy, for your service to the realm, you get the Medal of Valor and the super glowy one. And for your calm, soothing nature, you get the serpent staff of Escupulus, or whatever that thing is called. You also get the Catherine Award. You've won also the Catherine Olympics. Let's see, what else do you get? So you get the trophy there. You also get hearts for your service to the community. And mod powers, of course. You can come and go as you please, as you're available. So thank you so much, SB Kathy. Do let us know if you ever want the powers again. And you are honored and cherished, and we love you. So, oh, not hide user on the channel, that's bad. Remove as standard moderator. So, thank you for your service. And the realm of California thanks you as well. So, yeah, this is an at-will volunteering thing. I'm the only one who can't, like, take a day off or come and go as I please because I don't have a co-host. Maybe we could, you know. So, yeah, a free pedicure would be nice. Even better, maybe one of those pedicures by fish. Yeah, but thank you. And so I do hope you will come and hang with us all the time. As stressful as all this is, we love meeting people, you know? That's been wonderful. I don't know about you guys, but meeting the people here has made this all tolerable, right? Holy Mountain 2 Cam? Yes. This is definitely, we'll definitely revisit it. There's also a new thing. Yeah. I wish I could have a parting gifts and stuff. That would be cool. Now you have a tear in your eye now. I know, but it's not a goodbye. It's just, it's good that if somebody can't mod to, release the wrench and get it back later if you have any time, because these days hacking and stuff. You don't want to accidentally butt ban people or something by falling asleep to the channel or something. 5.5 miles, yeah. So at the time I had spoken to JB, remember I have difficulties. Sorry, which one is the new fire? I may have. Where's Jody's Town Gulch? Sorry. Thank you, mods, too, for holding down the fort I was going. I didn't mean to be this late, but I'm always late. By cornucopia? Oh no. Stupid lightning in Oregon. Thank you for alerting me. I had to mute for dinner conversation and leaving Wi-Fi and all that. I have so many updates from so many Oregon fires. It instantly swaps my phone the moment that I swipe them away. 18 to 350 acres today. Yeah, 10 hours ago it was an 18-acre fire. 350 now? Oh my God. Cornucopia is one of the best preserved ghost towns of Oregon. There's still not that much left of it. Huge, huge cornucopia gold mine. I think Oregon's richest ever, if I had to remember right. It's still there, ready to be reopened too. Oh my God. So an hour ago they changed all these. Oh my God. Eagle Creek to Eagle Forks Campground, Shanghai Creek to Sparta Butte Road. Sparta is another ghost town over there. Sparta Lane to Oregon Department of Forestry boundary to Bernard Creek Gulch, with the western boundary of level 3 evacuations being the ridge top on the east side of Eagle Creek. From the Oregon Department of Forest boundary to Little Eagle Creek. Now Richland is like an absolutely tiny blink and you missed right kind of going past it, like on the 86. About the biggest town in the area. They've been already threatened by the powder and a coyote. Ah, my God. What are the little pink flags? Oh, the red flag warning. It's pink. Oh, no. So it's going until tomorrow at 5 p.m. Oh, no. That's some of the richest, steepest, rugged mountains in all of Oregon, if not the most. They're called the Little Alps, and when I stayed with my mom at Cornucopia, best birthday present ever, to go tour the mines and stuff. Like this switchback here, this is thousands of feet of climb. Most of the high altitude gold mine entrances were destroyed by avalanche. Like this is avalanche country. First week of October, it's already snow on the peaks. That's 8,500 feet, Cornucopia Peak. This is about impossible to fight fire here. Just wait for October snow. There's thick forest. Half these roads do not exist. And I know firsthand. That's horrifying that a fire got established there. Ugh. I don't think the town of Cornucopia is under evacuation. There's only one way out, literally. Now it's still a mandatory evacuation zone now. So Cornucopia has like 5 residents and only one full year-round resident, a couple that is in charge of the lodge, which is a hunting lodge and a ski mobile kind of a thing. And so most of the entire road to it is not plowed in any way, and so you can only get there by snowmobile. Like this is really remote these days. Hard to believe thousands of people lived in it and worked in a huge mine and several different mines. Yikes. What is that? A hailstorm? Yeah, we'll have to look at the weather here. Thank you for letting me know about this one. I have to check my phone, right? Am I just not getting these notifications? I think they're just coming in and coming in. Because of erratic fire behavior as of 9:38 for the Elk Lane fire, evacuations will remain in place overnight. The new level 3s. We've got updates on the others. Let me. By the way, if your phone ever gets sluggish after, let's look at the Colby cam. If your phone ever gets sluggish after watching YouTube for hours, swipe away YouTube. There's a trick here. And then go into your phone's settings. Go to apps. Find YouTube as an app. And delete the cache. You go into storage. and there's cache, and that was an entire gig of my phone's memory being taken up by YouTube. It's a big memory hog. As soon as you do that, your phone's snappy again. So, hey, Wayne the Pain just stopped in for a sec. Gotta go to bed now. I wanted to give a thumbs up. Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody who has hit the like button. It's open question and answer time. I'm losing my voice, so we'll have to wrap this up. And knock on wood, I just cursed us. Hey, Cogito, how are you? Welcome back, Small World. Back in Soviet Russia, if you owned a snowmobile, you had to be a Soviet senior party member. Well, I've always been a senior party member of the Soviet Union, so I never had that problem. Oh my God, I can't believe the arson this year, though. 2024 is the year of arson. Let's see here. There's no coverage on local news, just highlights. Yeah, Joshua, if you guys have questions now, we'll find out the info together. I just want to get past and see. Yeah, fingers crossed for you, Desi, for your procedures. If you had a screwdriver, you were a capitalist pig. Who are you calling a capitalist pig? I'm going to tell the Politburo on you. But remember, the heat detections are hot smoke as well. It's a heat detector, not a fire detector. So the most likely place where it was just smoke is where it fades out the quickest. The persistent red after red after red, when the satellite goes by every 20 minutes. See, it went by a couple of minutes ago. Oftentimes is fire, and if it's producing a pyro kind of situation, right next to it though is also heat. Well, let's get away from. Let's go to which one's by mineral. Which one is that again? The Morgan Summit. Let's take a look from Morgan Summit. Morgan Summit. Gonna make that dark for your viewing pleasure. This 12 hours should be pretty crazy. This is by mineral. Comrade Smitty says he will present it to the committee. Okay. All right.
Whiskey, Command 2.
If fair to Midley.
Branch 15 or Branch 15 deputy. Whiskey, Command 2.
Doesn't that look like rolling fog by mineral? Gee. You just don't want the clouds going straight towards this cam, and that's exactly what's happening. Oh, that was a plane. Was that one of the big jet planes? Was that the MD-87 or something? It's probably.
Yeah, can you meet us at drop point?
All right, we're still listening.
Yeah, can you meet us at drop point? Yeah, drop point 20.
Doc, all right.
Where were you trying to meet us? At drop point 20.
Perestroika.
I'm in a yellow jacket.
Hey, Branch 15 or Deputy Branch 15, we're just writing our plan right now, and we're just looking to get your guys' approval.
Hopefully they'll say what the plan is. We may have an update about what the park did, like an evening update. That glow is getting close. Is it on the ridge? Now there's higher elevation beyond this hump, but that would probably be Turner Mountain right there. We're looking kind of southwest, right? It's probably inevitable, though, that it will come up over this ridge. So I could tell people, and I asked JB, wow, Stover Mountain, holy crap. This is a good example of how hot smoke is a big blinding white thing. A 12-hour Stover is going to be nuts. Hey, to the right is Mount Lassen. It's not Lassen Peak, it's Mount Lassen. Geologists are wrong. It was once Lassen Peak, then it blew up. There's no more peak, so it's Mount Lassen. It was a pretty massive eruption in 1918. This is our 12-hour time-lapse of Stover. I'm just so sick to my stomach at the forest just disappearing. Back in old Soviet Russia, fires were not allowed. Right? That's right, because Soviet candles don't work. Just like their pocket watches, but they're really pretty. Look at the rainbow prism. This lens needs a cleaning so bad. Look at the blood red sun that set underneath the smoke column. See, white heat and light. White is heat and light at the same time. It's all the same. Not calibrated. It's not. It is not in focus. So it's going to be a big blob the whole night. That won't tell us much. This is also an optical illusion. Remember, whenever the sun is setting behind the big smoke columns, it'll be an optical illusion of like, huge 500-foot flames. It's sunlight through smoke. It looks like giant orange flames. Look at that. There's a semi-ugly screenshot that's unbelievable. Take a few of these. I don't think there's any kind of camera over by Richland, Eastern Oregon. That is just immolation of a forest. There's nothing that's going to survive in there. As far as wildlife or trees, that's in the center of that column. It's just a blast furnace. Just incinerates to white heat. Only the stubby trunks will survive because they're full of water. But the tree's going to be completely dead, of course. But they'll just be standing up in the landscape. But these are 100% destructive. This is just eerie and scary. That moo cow's ribs says back in the USSR, my name was Moscow Ribs. God, you guys are hilarious. You know what? You know what? Come in, mother country. Agent 64. Come in. Our cover has been reestablished. We are deep now, deep in their emergency broadcast systems. I await your further instructions. I don't have a good accent, otherwise that would be funny. Okay. The joke started the other night when somebody said that we were squelching free speech or something like, or the USSR was behind the fires or something like that. And I was like, yet there is no free speech here. So I'll put that hat on. Whenever somebody complains about free speech again, and I'm just going to put it on and look at the webcam and go, free speech? Yet. Rewatch Hogan's Heroes. Oh, gosh. Okay. We have to have humor or we're going to die here. All right. Let me see here. The timestamp. 5 hours in the broadcast. It's been one of those days that, like, not that many hours has passed, but it feels like it's been a 10-hour workday already. I haven't had a real day off since about the 6th of June. Maybe a couple. I'm good for another weekend. Oh, my God. Bald Mountain Butte. Oh, my God. Do we have a video to watch? Do they have an evening update? That's what JB was saying, that they'll probably happen. So he said it might be that they just have to save the buildings, as many as they possibly can, and let it go past Mineral, let it go past Mill Creek, the communities. I don't know where the heck we go from here. Small World Life says, right? Agree. Look, I don't have free speech on YouTube, so of course nobody else does. I signed a huge terms and conditions thing. The internet is a free speech zone, so if you want free speech, get your own server, buy your own hosting, and put whatever you want on it. But I don't buy my hosting. I have free hosting thanks to YouTube, so I follow their rules and also the laws of the United States. Free speech does not mean freedom to say whatever you want. It means you can't be persecuted for expressing yourself without vulgarity and inciting violence and without lying. So it means you have the freedom to criticize your government, basically, without being arrested. And you can't be arrested for criticizing a religion. In other countries, you don't have that, like Iran. So, good night, Cogito. Good night. Yeah, remember, guys, subscribe if you ever have to find us again. You won't without subscribing. And anytime you go to bed, please hit the like button on your way out if you forgot. I know since Skip Hill camera location added another one. Really? Really? I'm really disappointed in the calibration of these cams. They're this one's okay, but we still can't quite pinpoint the fires like I want to. If they showed more detail. No, I did not notice that. Let's see. Then we'll watch a video, and then I'm going to not sleep, because every time I say I'm going to sleep, something weird happens. Exactly. Okay. Freedom of speech is like not like, for example, Supreme Court ruled on vulgarity. It's not freedom of speech. It's called disturbing the peace, because many people are disturbed by it, and you can express yourself in words that are different. So it's not limiting your freedom of expression. Expressing yourself is very different than trying to plot somebody's downfall and trash talking and smearing them. So lying is called libel and slander about somebody, and you get your butt sued off. If you call for violence, if you call for people to do something illegal, that's like bad illegal. If I call for jaywalking, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be arrested, everybody jaywalk tonight, you know. But if I call for a mob to form and do anything, if you have fans, there's always a percentage that are like a big following. There's always a percentage that are mentally ill, so you can't innocently say, "Hey, I just said, hey, I wish somebody would kill that guy. I didn't know somebody would do it." No, you're going to prison. Somebody will always do it for you if you have fans. That's just the way that works. That doesn't even work for kings. Well, somebody rid me of this troublesome priest. Okay, that resulted in a beheading and a martyrdom, and a whole lot of flack from the public. You know, that's still controversial today, and that happened hundreds of years ago. So speech, yeah, has its limits. It's about freedom of expression. And when people think that I'm here to hand them a microphone, no, I'm not. Get your own. Just like, yeah, you talk about whatever you want on your own show. Thanks. It's like I don't go into anybody else's living room and say, "Hey, can I tell everybody you know what I want them to hear?" No. But that's cute. Okay, in Skip. Is it on the Alert California or Alert West? The in Skip thing. I bet it's on Alert West. The in Skip Hill. Am I missing something? That is eerie. Look at that. Clear day. Fire. Clear day. The heck was that? Did you ever have a noisemaker keychain when you were a kid? And it came out of like one of those, you put a quarter in the thing and turn the knob? Remember those tiny noisemakers that we thought were cute sound effects? This is Northern California major incident that we're listening to, and it gets vandalized every once in a while by people just randomly cutting in on the air. They have no idea how much trouble they're in. That's like a $200,000 fine. It's pretty easy to trace people that are broadcasting too on emergency channels. What it sounds like. Oh, on the watch duty map. Oh, Herd. Oh, Herd. Oh, you know what Herd is? Is a it's a mobile cam. Yeah. They set up a Herd. Oh, these could be kind of located anywhere. So watch duty and these alert cam maps, they don't oftentimes put the pin on the map where they're actually located. Uh-huh. Do you think that's vandalism or some sort of emergency? Jake, guys, do you think that's like an emergency thing or like vandalism of the channel of the emergency broadcast channel? Or the I should say first responder only channel. We see the white column, but now we can see the red glow. That's just smoke. That's not open flames. It's just kind of blurry. Sounds like someone playing Pac-Man. Yes, that's so true. Yeah, thanks for this. It could be on in Skip Hill, but It also could be anywhere else. We drove ourselves crazy. They put the herd camera on a couple different fires. Remember the Sites fire? Seems like a year ago, doesn't it? That was not exactly where it was on the map. It was like the Sites fire was Colusa County, the west of Sacramento, northwest. And on the map, it showed it to the northeast. You know, it's somebody screwing around, J-Cat. Yeah, they're going to get busted. They're going to get busted. Okay. Okay. So let's check in and see if, man, I'm so worried about the Town Gulch here near Cornucopia, Oregon, and halfway in Richland. Jeez. Let's go to the park and see if we've got some update. Yeah, an hour ago, radio traffic said the fire had crossed over the ridgeline that extends from Turner Mountain south to Mill Creek and is now backing down the other side of the ridgeline. Other side of the ridgeline. Turner Mountain to Mill Creek. Okay. This was ominous. Tehama County Sheriff's Office notifying anybody who remained in Mill Creek and Mineral to get out. This is a rebroadcast. Highway 36 is open for individuals who are leaving only. That is exactly what I advised too. Like, this is not something you could defend your house against with any garden hose. You know, these immense, huge smoke column things. This has the capability of producing a true tornado, not just spinning vortexes, but true tornadoes. The kind that will take 70, to 125 mile an hour wind gusts and just obliterate your house or your cabin. Take trees and uproot them. And spinning with fire the whole time. There are very, very few people have ever seen such a thing and lived to tell about it. But they've started to be caught on camera. One of them happened nearby in Lassen County on the border of Plume County in the 80s, and it nearly killed 3 firefighters. Picked them up, tossed them like rag dolls into a field. They were in critical condition. Yeah. Hey, good night, Patricia. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, what you were seeing is the color of reflected fire's light on the underside of its own clouds. So that's why the pink, that's what the orangey glow is about. Plus, remember, colors change just due to camera settings. So, like, there's a color temperature mode for each camera or phone. Like if you had fluorescent lighting, you would choose fluorescent lighting. Otherwise, people would look like they have blue skin. If there's halogen, incandescent bulbs, you've got to choose incandescent bulb mode or people look yellow. Your white wall looks yellow. An indoor photo. If you're outdoors, you have to choose between cloudy or sunny mode if you're decent at photography or just know basics. See that there, though, is the red. That is taillights of a vehicle. This, you can see it driving away. So the camera's really out of focus. And so light and things are exaggerated. So when you can see stars, you know that the shutter is wide open. So all light is more exaggerated than if you see it with the naked eye. Then it zooms and it's not in focus. So it's not really that bright, vibrantly orange like a tangerine. It would be reddish though, pinkish reddish. It's mostly the fire zone light reflected off the underside of the cloud, the smoke cloud. Let's go to Butte Valley Cal Fire. They have a YouTube channel. And you can subscribe, hit the ring bell just like my own channel, which you should do to find us ever again, to be notified when we're live. We try to go 24/7 in a crisis if we have to. And we often do. And the goal is to get emergency evacuation info out to the public as soon as possible. That's the greatest goal here. And my lovely mods are here to pick up the slack and be here when I have to take breaks and sleep. Yes, J.E. Cat says a true tornado must move along the ground, like have a path, and have wind shear. Okay. Yeah, white balance. Color, temperature, white balance. And it's also called photo modes, depending on what your camera, like most people have a smartphone these days, but depending on what your camera brand is going to call these modes. White balance is the newest one. But color temperature is the same. You now they're putting color temperature on bulbs, especially those that could change temperature. Where colder temperatures are the bluer whites, and then warm white is considered a warmer color, so yellowy to blue with a pure All right, we're going to mute that one. We're just going to turn on Butte County Cal Fire, Chico Fire. That one at least doesn't get vandalized. Yeah. Oh, JB, welcome back. Holt Hanley had a message. Ah, cool. Let's see if Holt Hanley's thing is. Yeah, we'll see if it's really short. There's a briefing of 20 minutes. Let's see if Holt's is short. So the actual briefing. How you doing, JB? I don't want to steal any viewers. I want to send viewers to Holt. So I have him permanently linked in the description of the video. Guys, go to his channel.
Orville, 972 at Medics at scene.
And sub 13 minutes, not too bad. He used to go live every day on the Dixie, and he just started working for an actual news agency. I can't remember which one. I think it's Central or Southern California. But like I said, he's a rising star back in the day of the Dixie. He's still finishing up his degree. As I'm losing my voice, it would be great to check on that. So let's see here. 33 Rat says I shot Canon and Nikon. Auto white balance is what I use, and I edit and post. Okay. Yeah. You can get better results though if you manually calibrate. It's hard if you don't have the eyedropper on anything particularly pure white to get that going on. In my experience, pulling out subtle colors from situations like sunsets, for example, you can't get back in post. So sometimes you just can't get it all back. Same thing with like reflections on water. But it depends on what you want to do.
In forecast on the park fire.
You know what he does? He always starts his videos with "all right." So guys, go to Holt, subscribe him, and hit the like button, because then I'm not stealing viewers, I'm giving him viewers, which he deserves a lot more of. He's just the rising star of the weather world. Just like I predict he'll be big, authoritative, author. One day he'll be like a teacher. I'm sure of it. Just like, how the celebrity rock star geologist is in Washington State University, I think it was. What's his name? I'm brain dead right now from tiredness. You gotta go to bed, JB? Yeah, good night. Good night. Thank you for the calls today. I'm gonna get to bed early too. Knock on wood. Nick Zentner. He'll be like Nick Zentner. Nick Z on the rocks, who's the rock star geologist, because we're talking about innovation. So Holt goes into things like you've never heard of, like testing the extreme dryness of vegetation, and so I bet if we rewind it, he goes, "All right, let's start the video" or something. It's so cute. But I gave him his cowboy nickname, Hanley the Kid.
Alright, time for an update and forecast.
I just knew it. Here we go.
On the park fire. I just did a live stream for about an hour and a half, but I thought I'd try to do a more concise one where I'd basically take all the information that we just learned and put it into a more concise format for anybody who doesn't have the time to go through another hour and a half live.
Right, this is something that people ask of me. I can't do it. Sorry. But remember, go here, like, subscribe. I mean it. Do me a favor. You won't regret it.
Stream. So basically, the park fire has completely blown up once again. So this morning, and I'll be the first to admit, my forecast was completely wrong for what I thought was going to happen on this fire throughout the day today. Since the first week of the fire, that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it was very active. That was when it grew about 30 to 40 miles towards the north. And then since that cool down we had that Saturday, for about a week, we had very little activity.
Okay. He's a pro, okay? Like, he's a pro. He's been doing this for years. His specialty is wildfire forecasting. This is a big wake-up call to anybody who thinks that they can think, I don't need to evacuate because it won't be that bad. If a pro can be startled, that means anybody can. Nobody is God, okay? Weather forecasting is forecasting, not prediction, for a reason. Because things can change on the fly. So experts are always taken by surprise. I keep telling people never underestimate what a Fire Butte or Plymouth County can do. It's one of the worst places on earth to fight a fire. It's incredibly horrible geography. It's always breaking records. It's always surprising experts around the world. It's always doing what fire is believed to be, what it was believed impossible for fire to do. Shasta County's not a cakewalk either. So, yeah. And remember, percentage of containment is always a percentage. So think of a circle the size of a dime. Whenever the fires grow, even though you may have increased more containment, it's what if the fire is now the size of a melon? You didn't really lose anything. It's just fire grew and the circle is bigger. So, yeah. This was the 13-minute version. So it's very hard to get a really compact, concise message out without script writing and doing multiple takes. So the more on the fly you are and you have to think about something to say it rather than read a script, the longer a video takes. But his knowledge is golden. So thanks for the tip here. Yeah, and he's also humble enough to know he was mistaken. So it's the thing is it doesn't mean that he's like wrong. It just didn't do what he thought it was going to do today. It could have gone a different way. This thing is that weather changes. So like if it had been the same, it probably would have done the same. But weather changes. So it's like I don't know, like a chaos theory or something. If a raindrop hits your knuckle, does it fall on the left side or right, like in Jurassic Park, right? Well, predicting that it goes to left or right is either equally, possible. It's just, is it going to go left or right, Yeah, Husky says the firefighters are going to have to catch up most likely for the next few days after it calms down. Will it calm down? It may not. The Dixie would not calm down for weeks. So they had 2 calm days. We will see what happens. It'll depend on where it goes. So let's watch this thing. Yeah, exactly. This is life and death. If people are playing ego games and beep measuring contests, when it's a life and death thing, that's not mature and that's not right, and you're not right for the job. If I screw up, I immediately say I screwed up and I want to be corrected immediately. Or if I'm incorrect, please let me know. And that's why I correct anybody in chat, because it's a life and death thing. Yeah, no, thank you, Jody, and thank you, donors, for making us ad free. And I'll get to the point here. People hate it when I
Oroville Park, Elko, Command 2.
let's write down the timestamp that Holt is here. We're going to look at Holt Hanley's video. Do not ever put your life and your safety based on a weather prediction, not made by an expert, and not made by you. That's all I have to say. That's not a good reason. That's not a good reason to stay behind.
Oroville Park, Elko on Command 2, departing the incident for Red Bluff Airport. 10 minutes en route.
Okay, Holt Hanley's weather video. 0616. Timestamp 1024. Then we'll watch the update on YouTube. But you guys are also always welcome to watch that stuff and come back and see us. But I need to get up to date. What did Watch Duty just say? A new fire called the Service Creek Fire. Reported by Wildcat. It's probably Oregon or Washington. Wheeler County. More of that lightning crap. Okay. Okay. I mean, lightning fires. Complex. Let's watch.
On the park fire whatsoever. And then we had that hot, dry conditions this weekend with the chance for some thunderstorms, and there was almost no growth at all. So when I was looking at it this morning, I was thinking, you know what? I think this might actually be the last video that I do for the park fire, because it hasn't grown in the last week and not seen any huge changes. But that was clearly wrong, looking at the videos that were the live cameras that we've seen over the last few hours. It's been about as active as we've seen on the park fire since that first week when it was taking off. So clearly things have changed, and apologies for my bad forecast this morning, but again, I think the biggest mistake I made was just counting out wildfire in California at the peak of wildfire season. That was a mistake that I certainly will never make again. But I think now it could be a good learning experience to figure out why might it have blown up so much today when it hadn't in previous days. So perhaps that's a question that we're going to try to answer. First,
okay, just taking a wild guess. The humidity recovery the last 2 nights was pretty dang good. And when the thunderstorms went by, there was some moisture in the air. The biggest thing that surprised me when I began to learn about wildfire was just how much humidity matters. Because plants get a huge amount of their water straight out of the air.
And Golf, 22 Golf, Command 2, Zone 10.
It's the only way a dead plant gets it. That and rain.
2 Golf, name and uniform on command.
So when it gets super dry, especially at night, and there's no humidity recovery, look the heck out. It's dryness of the fuels. And
9254 Golf, name and
uniform, division uniform. Hoping somebody gives us an update. Live updates are more important than videos, so I'm going to pause. Yeah, and remember, like Desi says, I remember the first night, the next morning with the Tubbs fire, firefighters had to move their base 3 times. It said in the first press conference, we've never seen a fire like it. Remember, you can always be that first person. You know, I guess the radio is not going to do anything. It can always be that the firefighters get surprised by the behavior near you.
First thing we should do is kind of get our bearings on where this fire is, where all that activity has been that we've just been looking at. So there's the fire perimeter. Chico's down to the south, Red Bluff to the west, Manton and Cohasset towards the north, Butte Meadows to the east, Paradise and Magalia down towards the southeast. Now the first thing that I want to say is, if you're in any of those communities that I just named, you're actually in a pretty good position right now. So here's where the heat was this morning. You see how little heat activity we had out there this morning? When I did my live stream, it was around 11. There was a little smoke coming off of it, but it didn't look like all that much. And then, since then, that's how much heat it's showing now. Now that's going to over-exaggerate how far the fire has gone because it picks up on some of the heat that's in the smoke plume, but clearly much more activity than we have been seeing in previous days. Now the reason I was saying you're in a pretty good position if you're in Chico, Paradise, Red Bluff, Manton, is because this fire is mostly still only active on this northeastern side, and based on the winds, it's just pushing it towards the northeast. So not really near, it's actually pushing it away from Chico, away from Paradise. You have now all of this fuel that's been cleared out between them.
He uses Caltopo. You guys should show him how to make a dark mode.
Most active area of the fire in somewhere like Red Bluff. So in those communities, you guys can maybe still keep your alarm bells somewhat down. Manton and Shingletown, I'd say, is somewhere in between, where
Tango uniform, 1952 Golf on command. 1952 Golf, Tango uniform. Yeah, I'm at, right now I'm at drop point 25. Were you trying to get a hold of me?
Yeah, firm. We're still trying to figure some stuff out. So far, the peak coming from this mid-slope road down to the Antelope Creek is dozer country, and then after that it gets to be really good dozer country. Not sure what I'm going to do with you guys yet. We may end up plumbing this, at least the piece that 2341 push in tonight. Maybe we can use your hand with that, but as of right now, let's just have a full tonight, I guess. Let me get this figured out a little bit more.
Copy that. Are you running roads or just so they can meet you?
Well, basically we can push up to the R line, and then if you look at that big ridge that runs through sections 822 directly above the R line, I'm looking at that. Of course, I would need to get tractors over there, and that would be taking some time, but it would box all this in, basically headed up to Turner Mountain Loop.
Copy that, yeah. For now, I'll just, if you want, I'll hold the guys here. Maybe even look for something a little closer up the road, and then we'll just hold until you need it.
Copy, break. Division uniform trainee, division uniform.
Okay, he'll hold at drop point, what do you say, 38? Got that on a map somewhere. So it goes, all right.
Tango uniform, Tango Whiskey, command 2.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're going to do a firing off from the top of Mineral Summit down to Big Bend Road at the hole in the ground campsite. Should not impact your operation.
I copy. Yeah, we're just, you'll have all the black between us. Are you with off?
I was.
Copy. And we may have to do a little, we're going to have to go a tiny bit indirect, and we may have to bring fire down that, we'll get it plumbed and taken care of. When I'm talking, it's barely indirect. And then from there, we'll hit the Little Antelope Creek, South Fork, and then we have pretty good dirt from there all the way up to Turner Mountain Blue, well to the R line, and then from there we might have to look at that big ridge that runs through 28 and 22. So if any of that ever got opened up, Trav, the 22, 28, where that one big predominant ridge runs down.
No. Which ridge? Is it north-south ridge?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, Luke, that's got fire on the other side of it.
I copy. Well, we'll just, I'm trying to make sense of what we got going on. We may get it out to the R line and then have to head north on the R line. Fire is not over the R line, to my knowledge.
If you're looking at your map, we're from Mineral Summit on 172. We're firing 172.
Copy.
Okay. She says we are at Mineral Summit.
Tag along with that uniform training. Just let you know that the fire is paralleling the South Fork Antelope where the R line comes into section 27. From what I have been able to scout and look at, it is not on that north side or that northwest side of the South Fork.
Copy. We'll just keep chasing this left flank. We have a pretty good plan. We may only end up cutting off half the FRA down there, but we'll stick with it.
I just spoke with Branch 15. I'll come around and face to face with you.
Oh, shoot, what were those? Did he say 22? Quadrangle 22? Okay, they're going to do a firing operation from Mineral Summit, which is right here, down to Hole in the Ground, which is more likely, yeah, I guess the terminology is down to Hole in the Ground, campground. So that's all I can do. It's really hard to stop a fire that's moving up a canyon. That's what I was asking JB about. So, see, they don't want it to go off the canyon wall to this.
91 Medical 1 Gilmore Lane, Unit 22.
So I'm going to mute that medical thing. So I was asking JB about is like, since this is too steep to like make a straight dozer line, can't do it, then how would you stop a fire going on the canyon wall? So, there's a fall with injury at Feather River Care Center. That's so sad. Joe Bicker says, Hole in the Ground campsite, my favorite place to camp and fish since I was little. Well, if they're doing a firing up there, that means there's a great chance to save it. Firing up is not something that kills the trees. It's something that just burns off the duff. And when the real fire gets there, it has a much better chance of surviving. So it means that they can do this firing up at night, and so that is when you want fire on the ground. That's when it's non-destructive, night and calm. So we are just hitting the jackpot with calmness at night. So whatever Holt is just about to say, know that what we just heard is current. Okay, so even though the fire will be vigorous tonight and active, it's not the crazy situation like when it's fed on steroids by the sun and the heat of the day. So the fact that they do have the ability to do firing operations tonight, that's awesome. That's even surprising based on how crazy it was today. So firing up when they're saying going from the top to the bottom is good. So if they're standing at Mineral Summit, likely what would happen is they would send send the drone like with little ping pong balls or whatever right to about down here and just low key burn the pine needles and the dead sticks on the ground up to the top. It would just be this little section right here, right? They've got some access roads. You can even see, if you turn on shade relief, either that or their trails. Some of these may be 1800s mule trails on old mines and access to water. Some of them may even be deer trails. You know, but some of them are like roads. So if we put on global imagery, you can see some are true roads. So what they'll do is just a little bit at a time like that, and anywhere they can stand up here, keep it from going up and over, is great. And so if they do it from the top to the bottom, then next they can go down to like this area, and it'll just burn from like here to here, and then it'll assess that, you know, and they'll check the weather. If that goes better, then they'll stop and they'll burn from here to here, like just to this way and this to this way, and they'll carefully inch it down. It's unlikely that they'll just go down the hole in the wall and so you light her up and go all the way rushing up the top, you know. They'll probably try to do it low key and bit by bit. They said from here down too, not down there, up. So that's my guess. They always want to do it bits at a time because if the weather does change at night, they want to be able to call a halt to it. So it has much better chance of surviving now than it did, like say if the fire reached it today without pre-burning and in roaring mode. Oh my God. That'll be very protective of Mill Creek. There'll probably be a battle tomorrow to save the entire town. Community. I'm not sure how much of a town it is. I haven't been there in years. What do you guys know about it? Is Mill Creek like a proper little town, village? Does it have a store, post office, or anything? A restaurant, maybe? Yeah. So don't despair right now. I mean, it sucks that the fire has reached it, but you know what? If the fire has to reach your favorite place, you want it to be in the still of the night when they're protecting it with control burns. So don't despair. So this is where it is. They were just explaining where the fire was, and I wrote down as much as I could. Shoot, I should have hit the clip button earlier to go back and listen. The clip button clips last 5 minutes for my own viewing video program. So I just, based on the actual quadrangles they just said, but I got most of it. Tango Uniform was talking to Whiskey Command, and so the first part of it was they're explaining from, there's a piece from Something Bluff Road to Antelope Creek. That's Dozer country, and they said let's tie it in to existing lines, that means. So they said, can we push it up to the R line? They were speculating on that. The ridge is in section something like H22. Remember the quadrangles? There's 20, there's 22 on different portions. So when he's talking antelope, talking about 22, that would be the Fork of Antelope Creek. So there's a 22 quadrangle over here somewhere. I can't remember. South Fork of Antelope Creek. Where is it? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. But that's McCarty. No, that's South Fork Antelope Creek. So it'd be Belfast Meadows. They were talking about the fire being there all day today. So they're trying to do existing lines and tie it in. So they said they're looking at that. They would need tractors. They said they would box it all in there to Turner Mountain. He said, okay, great. We'll wait for you at drop point 38. It's another medical call. I don't know what that is. So Turner Mountain Tamarack Spur means that once was a railroad. Yeah, this whole paved road was probably once a railroad.
64 Biomedics Medical and activation LPML 2344 Via Corte to Vista del Ferro and the dead at 2241.
Wow, he's got great pronunciation. So if we do Turner Mountain, it's right there. Let me put on some sheet of relief to kind of give you a good idea. It is a lookout. Wait, is Turner Mountain with the Morgan Summit cam? It can't be. Why don't we have a Turner Mountain camera then? Am I just blind or not getting something? Or is it just, is the old fire lookout not there? Huh. Anybody know? I would think that we'd have a Turner Mountain camera. Looks like there's stuff there. Oh, is that where Colby is? Oh, is that Colby? I thought Colby was on Colby. I'm confused now. Yeah, Colby is over by Butte Meadows, right? That's further south. So do we have a Turner Mountain camp, or am I just not remembering something? Yeah, it doesn't say Turner. We just have Morgan Summit. We don't have one. So that'd be nice. It's odd. Okay, yeah, correct me locals if I'm wrong here. My neck of the woods is more closer to the lake and Highway 70's corridor. Yeah, LE Man 420 is there a drone view of the run of the fire from above, like if in the past so far? You mean like KCRA flying or something? No. No, it's illegal to fly them, and they don't really share that with us in the public. Oh, you mean like you mean like the new Ferris? Let's see if there's a mapping plane. That usually happens at midnight. The mapping plane. Oh yeah, sorry, I had flight radar over here. I don't think that there's been time for it yet. So there's Turner Mountain, right? So if they had had a cam there, it'd be burning over. So they said they are firing the Summit Road to hole in the ground campsite, and that would have been Mineral Summit. And we discussed that. So they said that it shouldn't interfere with our other dozer making. So they said we may have to go at the fire a little bit indirectly, which is over by, I'm not sure which area they're talking about, South Antelope Creek, or if they're talking about, I think so. They may have to go a little bit indirectly, and from there hit Antelope Creek to the R line. And so he goes 22 or 28. Is that where the ridge? We open up the ridge. He goes the one that goes north-south. North-south. 22 to 28. Yeah, 22. Yeah, 22 to 28. South Fork or Antelope Creek. This is what I believe they're talking about. He says, where's my notes? He says, yeah, it's got fire on the other side of it though. So we may get it out to the R line. And then he said fire is not to something, not somewhere, and I couldn't make that out. He said, well, we are at Mineral Summit on 172. We will fire the 172. And he said, well, the fire is not on the northwest side. I don't remember which ridge he's talking about. Could be right here, whatever. So they said they're just talking about continuing their desert lines. So there's the people here. We were talking about South Fork Antelope, where we have tons of heat and tons of fire. where the main perimeter probably expanded today, here to here. But they're still talking about tying in lines over Turner Mountain. So I believe something's spotted over somewhere, and I'm not sure exactly where that was, but they was probably around here-ish, because hole in the ground to Merrill Summit is what they want to fire tonight, making a sort of a firing wall, because they don't want it to go this way and detour to the right. They don't want it to head for Mill Creek. So this will be a fired wall here. Much easier to try to hold this. Try to hold probably 172. They're going to fire 172, so expect a lot of heat right here. They just announced that. So if we look at the Colby cams and we see fire to the far right, don't despair. They're doing that right now. To the far right view of the cams, or if you're looking from the Morgan Summit Hill, Morgan Hill cam, then it will be a little bit to the glow to the left, but I don't know that it can see over this hill very well. So don't worry about it. They're going to fire 172 to strengthen it as a control line. Z-plane? Yeah. So the firefighters don't know where the fire is from moment to moment. They have recon teams, and they can say this little bit is over here, this little bit is over there, and we could check with the cams. We could check with heat detection, but pretty much all this is smoke. This stuff over here is the hot smoke. And what I would expect if the wind goes back the other way at night, which it should be blowing the other way. I don't know if there's just a strong enough wind to stop it. The stuff to the right here will probably go like fading out if that's just smoke. Because I don't know where. So far, I think they're keeping it on the west side of the Mill Creek, which would be this side, except for where it's spotted over here today. So I think helicopters were working on spots that were just kind of dropping out of the column here. We saw a lot of helicopter activity right over here. So JB said that Mineral looked pretty defensible, especially with this meadow stuff in front of it. They could fire that. They could make that defensible. Somewhat compact. There's main roads going between all the buildings for the most part. It's the more vulnerable, isolated cabins. They're a lot less likely to survive, unfortunately. Said somebody reported from Yellow Jacket, and I don't know if Yellow Jacket, the old ranger station, is still there. I have no memory of that, unless I saw a picture. It's just a place name here on the maps, and the heat has already overwhelmed it. And I don't know if it's like a staging area or like a ranger station still there, or if they saved it or if they didn't. So, yeah, Jade Cat, go ahead. You're relieved duty. Thank you so much for holding down the fort and helping. Yeah, Desi says you're being paid. Don't worry, I got it from here. Thank you, friend. Thank you for being here. Remember to hit the like button if you're going to bed. We're going to go with Holt Hanley's the rest of his video. I hope you guys found that important for me to interpret that and look at the map. If you just hear what they're saying without context, you're hearing nothing, right? So it puts my mind at ease that they're really at ease, that they have a cool enough and calm enough night to do some firing. I really want Mill Creek, the community, to survive just like every other structure, as much as possible, and the forest and everything too. Yeah, Small World Life says 4 minutes ago. Oh goodness. Why am I not getting updates? Shoot, I have to fix the phone. There's new evacuations? Really? My phone did not make a sound that I knew of. Wow. Okay. You're right, thank you. The Tehama County Sheriff's Office issued additional activation orders zone 718, 722, and 724. The area is east of Mill Creek along Highway 36 all the way to the Plume County line. Wow. Okay. Chester's doorstep is about where the Golden Bear used to be. St. Bernard. Wow. We almost lost the little St. Bernard historic lodge there during the Dixie, and now they're packing up to leave. It'll be probably just inhabited by the fire crews. But I do suggest everybody leave. It'll give fire crews the best chance to save all these buildings and towns or communities. If they don't have to worry about you being in a building, then they don't have to pick up what they're doing and go save you. So remember, if they're at the end of your street fighting the fire and you have to be saved, or fire lands all over your roof, and you call that 911, they have to shut the water off from defending your neighborhood. They have to coil up that hose. They have to put it back on their truck. They have to drive over and save you. By the time they do that, they go back. It's devouring the neighborhood. So you are giving your community the best chance it has by absolutely leaving. And besides, what are you going to do if you see all the fire crews leaving themselves and you go, oh crap, I made a mistake? Take me with you. You don't want to be in that position. Today, they scrambled for safe places. And they did a head count, and they weren't sure that everybody was still alive today. That's a really big wake-up call. So this is my map interpretation. There's sometimes when fire gets so intense that nobody can be alive in front of it, unless they're underground. Face down in a creek.
Night operations, Tango Whiskey on command tube.
With your shirt burning off of your back. You don't want to be in that situation. So we'll go back to Holt Haley. I do urge people to evac, but just make the best decision for yourselves. But me, seeing this a million times and being very good, I am unfortunately very good at predicting where Plume County and Butte fires go. Because
night operations, Tango Whiskey, command.
I know what they can do, so I'm always erring on the side of extreme caution. And that is what you have to do in a place, this geographic place of the world, where fire can do anything at once, and mankind has no power to stop it.
Night operations, Tango Whiskey, command 2, tone 10.
I'm hoping to give us another update about why they're doing firing ops. But once again, don't worry about seeing the cameras become much more active and the heat staying pretty active around where they want to do their firing. South Fork or Antelope Creek, and the hole in the ground campground up to 72 and all along 72. They got to prep it today because there's a battle tomorrow to save Mill Creek and Mineral. I don't know if they'll burn off the mineral fields or if they already have. We'll see. Wonder if the Google car's been over there. We'll turn Holt Haley again in just a second. The radio is crackling and I don't want to start something, just stop it. Where's the Google Maps? Did I close that today? I'm curious. Catherine is curious. When I was first trying to figure out channel names, Catherine the Curious was my first choice. It would be like a gentle travel kind of thing. Variety show, like Mr. Rogers. Just interview people from all walks of life and stuff. Yeah, Minerals, the Gateway. It's one of the lakes, one of the crystal lakes up there, and on the way up to the mountain. Yeah, I remember this place a lot. Oh yeah, I do. The watering hole, the saloon, mineral lodge. Yeah. Memories. The split rail fence. This is about when you like have to stop. If you've driven up from like Chico, you're like, ah. Oh, that was a big, long, hard, slow drive. Yep, the gas Martin Deli that hasn't had gas for decades. Yeah, I remember. I remember 2023 pictures. Just barely survived the Dixie. They barely got hold of it. Okay. So where's an example of 172 where the planes are? Yeah. This makes it pretty defensible. 172 is not the widest road. The wooden split rail fence is going to be toast. Sad. It's pretty old. Some of these split rail fences are, from the 1920s and 30s, even World War I era. Just like solid old growth and things like redwood that resist, bugs. Some of them are newer, but so they could possibly fire it. Hopefully, they wouldn't lose the fence, but it's probably gonna be toast. But you got to do what you got to do.
Station 972, medical 4588 Pacific Heights Road, Unit 11A Alpha.
You just know there's all kinds of places where the Indians just settled here. I mean, can you just picture the Indian houses and the smoke rising there and spearfishing in nearby creeks?
You're recording over road 2258.
That call was for a spider bite. There was a snake bite the other day. Dang. But humans settle in the same place again and again. They abandon and settle, just because the same places are worth living in.
Or about 17 minutes, I think.
That's some God's country over there. Let's go down to Mill Creek Community. I guess the radio's not going to say anything. Yeah. Yeah, this will be hard. Oh dear. Yeah. The cedars have pretty fire-resistant bark, but that's thick. That's thick. October 2023. At least it's a small community. Yeah, it's tough. Okay. Yeah, I remember some of these places driving by. This tree.
Medical 4588 Pacific Heights Road, Unit 11A Alpha. Radius code 2, 2300.
I'm gonna mute that. That's a big, huge fire risk. This is the chink in the armor for the bark of this particular tree. They gotta pack this with mud. You gotta wrap this, or this tree is toast, and it's gonna fall on the cabin. Potentially, it's already super damaged. It must have been hit by lightning or something a long time ago. That can be lightning damage. You can just shoot the bark off and like a line down a tree. Or a vehicle hit it or something. That's a hazard, super hazard. But yeah, I don't remember. have clear memories, we would just mostly drive past here. All right, let's go back to Holt Hanley's thing, and then we'll watch the update, because I need to assess what tomorrow might bring here. Hey, Midnight Star, welcome. Must be a new flare-up today from Dairyville. I can see huge billowing white smoke. Oh, a huge flare-up here. Yeah. I saw helicopters with hoses and buckets and big double rotary helicopters and hoses. I saw an army of them that flew today over them with the hoses hanging down. Yeah, with the snorkels. Those are usually Sikorsky's. The helicopters, they're sometimes red. They hover over a creek or something. They can even snorkel and suck up water out of a swimming pool. There's some incredible footage of that. So they can do some pretty dang precision drop stuff. The fire made such a huge plume. It moved miles today and spotted out ahead of itself. So, yeah, where did you view it from, Midnight Star? I'm losing my voice. So we're gonna watch Holt Hanley. And then we're gonna watch the update from the county.
That heat activity has been recently, but when we look at fire history, we do have the Ponderosa fire between Manson and Shingletown, and where we have a lot of that heat, and that's just also a pretty large distance. But a lot of those fuels have been cleared out, so that's a nice little protective barrier. So then the question would be, where are the concerns right now? And I would say it's these two clusters of structures that we see. You got Mineral right there, and I believe that one is Mill Creek. I couldn't really find the names for it on any maps that I was looking at, but I believe that's Mill Creek right there. And yeah, and just want to reiterate that just because that's where the heat signature is showing, it doesn't mean that's actually how far the fire has gone, although we certainly have seen it moving quickly throughout the day today. So why might that be? Well, the first kind of maybe answer to that question might be how blue the sky is. So something that was different this morning that I should have picked up on is that we didn't have smoke covering the fire. So what I did in my forecast, what I was thinking is, oh, we haven't had much growth over the last couple of days, so conditions don't look that much different today. So we probably won't have that much growth today because it's going to be like the other days.
If I had heard him say that, I would have been. I would have been in his comments saying, "Holt, the nighttime humidity, the humidity." We had cooler temperatures and nighttime recovery and humidity. That is so much the name of the game. It makes such a huge difference. You can't even believe it.
But part of what happened, I believe, is that because we hadn't had much growth over the last couple of days, we didn't have very much smoke over the fire this morning. So we had blue skies instead of that protective layer that we'd had much of last week that kept fire activity down. We had blue skies, which allowed a lot of that solar radiation to come in, heat us up, which dries us out, which makes the air right above the surface a lot less dense, which makes it rise up. It breaks through the inversion, and then you end up with those huge pyrocumulus clouds that we've been looking at right there. Then on top of that, we also have had a southwesterly wind. It's been difficult to figure out how strong the winds have actually been. The closest weather station that I could find was showing winds only around 13 miles per hour, which isn't very much, but we also don't have very many weather stations in this part of the fire that has been active. So what I think may have also happened is that the winds we did have were a bit stronger today than in previous days. Because we didn't have that smoke cover this morning, things started to heat up a lot more, and then it heats up differently in the valley bottom versus the canyon walls, so you can get stronger winds within your canyon. The way I always describe this is, it's like if you put your thumb over the end of the hose and then it starts funneling that water a lot faster. That's what your canyons can do to winds. The winds get funneled within those canyon walls a lot faster than they otherwise would be, and especially when you have a hot day where you end up with those larger temperature gradients within your valley and your canyon wall.
I wonder which one of us started saying that first, or if it's just a saying in the weather world. about why the winds accelerate in the canyons. I say sticking finger in the garden hose. Maybe I got it from him. I don't know. I learned a lot from Holt. That's really funny.
74 Medical 439 Central House Road.
Walls. So, believe what happened here is we already had a spot fire, but then you get those southwesterly winds, especially within the canyon. All these fuels are quite dry when we look at the fire history.
Fall with arm injury, 439 Central House Road between Mockingbird Lane and Lone Tree Road.
In this area.
Sorry, Butte County Audio. Park fire.
There hasn't been a fire in decades, so those fuels are quite abundant. They haven't burned out in a very long time. It's been very hot this year. We had that big heat wave at the beginning of July. And then on top of that, our weather today, we look at some of these stations. I'm recording this at 6 p.m. and that weather station is still showing 94 degrees. And their minimum relative humidity today was 15%. So it's very hot.
Yeah, 40%. Like, you want more than 40% for a fire to not have that much fire danger. Like, it gets below 45, it's like, It gets below 40, you're like, oh God. It gets below 30, you're like, oh God. It gets below 20. You are basically sitting next to the devil in hell, and then if it goes to 15, even the devil starts to complain about the weather, like, I need chapstick. It's, baking cookies in the oven are probably more humid than 15%. That's knuckles splitting, lip splitting dryness. Humidity.
Very hot today, very dry, and then that shows just winds around 13 miles
Medical Central House Road, reduced to code 2, 2308
per hour. But when it's this dry, it also doesn't need to be as windy because your fuels are so dry.
Exactly. So the drier the fuels, the hotter the day, and you get that sun on it, you get just enough wind to blow away the smoke. Holy crap. Sun is steroids for a fire. So this is just a tremendous amount of fuel. So once it gets burning, it makes its own wind. There's absolutely no way to measure that unless you did tornado chasing and put little thingies in there that would go up there and measure, but the heat would destroy them. So there is no way to measure. You just have to look at the cams. Wind gauges don't tell you a damn thing because tornadoes, when they're moving past you or when these vortexes are forming, if a tornado is at the end of your street, it's like, 150 miles an hour wind. Where you're standing, it's like 20. That's how different it is standing that far. So
that the fire doesn't need to use any of its energy to evaporate the moisture out of those fuels. It just is able to quickly combust. The other thing that happens when it's this dry is it can pick up burning embers like we've actually previously seen on the fire. Picks up burning embers, drops it into those dry fuels, creates a spot fire, and then you can almost get the fire leapfrogging a lot faster than it otherwise would. And you can even see that on this camera right here at the beginning. These are some of the spot fires that started, and then those can turn into their own little fires and usually end up kind of conglomerating, I believe that might be the right word, with the major blaze. But clearly this fire very active. This is a camera angle actually from Mineral, and the last thing you ever want to see is smoke coming at your camera because that means the fire would be coming in your direction. So I believe Mineral is maybe one of my top concerns right now, as well as this cluster of structures down there, which I believe is Mill Creek. Again, I haven't been able to actually find it on a map. But if we were to take the worst case scenario and do the distance from where we've seen some of that recent heat to Mineral, it is still showing about 3.5 miles. Although one concerning part of the forecast is that right there. So this is your forecast for tonight in this column. Looks like temperatures staying in the 70s and relative humidity staying very dry. So that would allow the fire to remain active overnight. For example, when we look at the satellite imagery, you can see it is clearly active right now and it doesn't actually look like it's letting up at all even though we're getting into the evening hours. And part of the reason for that is because we're not having a good moisture recovery. Our moisture is not going up to 70-80%. Looks like we're staying fairly dry. So that allows the conditions to continue. For example, in previous days, when we look at heat activity, you would see this orange really die down overnight, but it should be able to stay a bit more active tonight. Now, the one thing working in our favor, though, is what's going to happen to the winds. So today, models did have it right that it was going to be winds from the south and southwest, and that is the direction that the fire has clearly been moving. You see that smoke going up towards the northeast. But as we look at the models overnight, thankfully, it shows those winds significantly calming down and actually turning to a more easterly direction. So that would actually try to push the fire back into itself a little bit. So I think that is the best news that we have to go off of, is that the winds are not only going...
Communications, branch 25 on command 2, code 11.
Now, Holt's not a local, so he doesn't know exactly what the fires can do in this area and where things have burned and haven't in the past. So that's why I've got this insight, and I'm still learning from him and learning things in this video. He's talking about how fires don't have to use as much as their own energy to get the moisture out of fuels if it's already done for it by the dryness. That explains things. Partly. But if he had driven through here and like lived here and
BART Communications, branch 25 on CDF command 2.
Seen decades of fire here like I have, he'd absolutely be spot on. It's just he hasn't lived here and is not speaking to somebody like me. What he's talking about, the wind shifting direction, must be why they're doing firing ops right now. But the distance is not a protection for mineral. The only thing that's really good is that the fire is approaching mineral from the south. That means it's more likely to survive. What you don't want is the barrel to gun scenario, and that is fire above you in elevation and looking. Don't want fire above you in elevation and a drainage pointed at your town. That's like a slip and slide of fire to go directly into your town. That's how Greenville got erased. That's how some of the biggest crazy events happen. You don't want fire above you in elevation, like 1,000 feet or so, 500 to 1,000 feet, with a drainage pointed at your town. With here at Mineral, it's not that case. It's lower elevation where the fire's coming from, and there's no drainage directly pointed at the town. It's just doing a normal climb. And you've got big meadows in front of the town. So if they fire the meadows, which I hope they already did, then most of the embers that rain down, and this fire can drop them a mile away, too, easy. He's saying Mineral's 3.3 miles away generally. Where they land in the black, they don't have to do anything where the embers land. Because they won't catch anything if they land in the black and the meadow has already been burned off. They will just have to focus on wetting down the buildings and whack-a-mole when fires catch trees and stuff nearby. And when embers go cross dozer lines, whatever they have, I'll have to get the battle maps tomorrow because I'm too tired for tonight. Yeah, hey, Carlos Chavez, tonight is looking good. They had a really tough day. They're going to have an extremely tough day tomorrow. But it's good enough right now to do firing. I mean, today, the fire got huge and it spotted over. But it is not within the realm of control. Because the wind is probably right now going back the other direction. I'll have to check. But this is Holt making the prediction from earlier, right? And so they are, they have the ability to do firing ops tonight, which means burn off a lot of the crap, the dead sticks, the limbs, on the ground, and and the brush, the baby trees, they got to be sacrificed. You know, the especially the dead stuff on the ground. That's what makes the fire on the ground. The flames reach up into the trees and and torch the trees. So if that's already gone, when the fire approaches, it's a heck of a lot less intense. So they have this golden opportunity tonight, you know, thank God, to fire the area along 172, the whole highway, and from Hole in the Ground up to 172 to Mineral Summit. So that's great. Considering the hard day they had today, that's freaking great. So yeah, don't get too excited about new huge bright spots on the cams tonight. They're doing the firings. So especially in the Colby and stuff. They're in progress, and they're already talking about just working right up next to the fire's edge, resuming dozer construction. So don't get too excited about it. And the more that it burns today, in its footprint where it's at, then the less it has to burn tomorrow. The more it burns tonight in a somewhat low-key manner, the less it has to burn tomorrow where it's at. The less intense it'll be. Fire has to move, find new fuel to be less intense. So they'll try to surround the spot. They'll try to, you know, they put a huge amount of retardant just west of Mill Creek for a nice speed bump tomorrow. When embers hit retardant, it's really difficult for it to get going. Yeah, they're doing backburns, yeah. So, and they've got a lot of road access because this is where the logging is at. So even though they fled for their lives today to their drop point safety spots, and they weren't sure that everybody's okay, 2 firefighter injuries today, like a broken ankle I hear, and somebody with minor burns. They were life flighted out today. So, yeah. Remember, guys, hit the like button and subscribe. You'll never find us again. Hit the share button and share us. Like, text the link to anybody you think.
Medical, Central House Road, reduced to code 2, 2318.
Anybody you think can need this information or be helped by it. We spread by word of mouth because the YouTube algorithm sucks. It just connects people with burning homes and crying babies, exciting stuff, you know. So yeah, thank you. How'd you find us, by the way? Yeah, anybody can answer that. Yeah, Professor Holt. I keep forgetting to call him a pro. He truly is a pro. So let me look back up there. Yeah, it is climbing around Turner Mountain, Husky. It's been confirmed. So I just read out a little bit earlier on the radio what where exactly it was. There's 2 different areas where it's kind of working. There's the spot area by where it's trying to go towards Hole in the Ground campground, and then on the other side, Turner Mountain, where the South Fork of Antelope Creek is at, Quadrangle 22. So let's watch the rest of Holt's video. I really wish I had seen him make the prediction yesterday. I would have gone into the comments because he knows me. We go way back, so to speak. I've never met him, but we respect each other very much. So I would have said, Holt, look at the humidity. I don't think he watched the morning operational briefings with the little weather people saying the last 2 days, work your butts off, and then because it's the calm before the storm, and that there was even a speech that was a bit scary, and that was for the crew yesterday, and which is the fire may jump over lines. Do not give up, otherwise you've lost all the work you've done since this fire began. Which is like, expect bad things to happen. So he's got a job, he has a job. We sit here and obsessively look at this like 8 hours a day. So he's not a local. If he was and saw those videos, he'd have a totally different thing. But he truly is a pro, and he's giving us good information. That's why we're watching. But here, go here and like and sub him. I endorse him as well as Zeke Linder. Zeke is a true forester local who helped save part of what was Cohasset. He wasn't there at the time, but helped with a prescribed burn that surely helped him save at least part of Cohasset. So let's continue watching. Oops, I totally muted it because of the annoying medical things. Let me go back. So he's going to talk about how wind is going to be in our favor, perhaps, and I hope this is going to be true.
Have it right that it was going to be winds from the south and southwest, and that is the direction that the fire has clearly been moving. You see that smoke going up towards the northeast.
What?
Engine 91, smoke check. Area of Butte County General Services, 2081 2nd Street.
Really? Smoke check? Butte County General Services area?
Engine 91, smoke check. Area of Butte County General Services, 2081 2nd Street, between Grand Avenue and Hammond Park Drive, 2322.
Now, being a local and seeing fire here for decades, I knew what the Dixie Fire could do even better than Cal Fire at the time.
Truck 74, Orville.
Just because I was a local, and so did Daniel Kearns,
Truck 74.
Zeke, and
Orville,
others.
were you able to make patient contact?
Zeke and others. Oh, you guys are great. Your donations keep us alive. Your donations, likes, shares keep us alive. We can't help anybody if we're not seen by anybody. So it helps more than you know, even the free ways to help. But I do appreciate all of you. The thing about Cal Fire and others is they're not the locals. They and also there's teams from other states. So there's teams now from Utah, Texas, Australia, and like Mexico, and Canada and stuff. Like I don't know if they're exactly here, but they come and go. We know that some of the pilots are Australian. So just because of their unfamiliarity with the area, they rely on things like computer modeling or the irrelevant experience of fire elsewhere. It is better. You're able to predict better what happens in Butte and Plume County if you throw out everything you know about fire. If you're a complete newbie looking at it and just have seen when it's done here before. So like, I'm talking about innocence of thought, like unpolluted by other things, other thoughts that could lead you astray. You know, it's like sometimes having too much knowledge makes you totally misunderstand something. Like if somebody is a zoologist and they kind of think about every animal that has a duck bill being a bird, but then what do you do when you see a platypus? You know, like what? You know, like okay, I guess I have to rewrite my book.
Engine 91, Orville.
There are animals that are not ducks that have a duck bill. Okay. But it's a weird, stupid analogy. I'm tired.
Orville, OPD, also in the area, attempting to locate 2324.
Okay, police are also looking for that smoke check. I don't know where that is. Well, we're gonna go watch the rest of Holt's video. But he's still one of the best fire prediction, like weather experts here.
East. But as we look over, though, is what's going to happen to the winds. So today, models did have it right that it was going to be winds from the south and southwest, and that is the direction that the fire has clearly been moving. You see that smoke going up towards the northeast. But as we look at the models overnight, thankfully, it shows those winds significantly calming down and actually turning to a more easterly direction. So that would actually try to push the fire back into itself a little bit. So I think that is the best news that we have to go off of, is that the winds are not only going to be calming down overnight, but they're also going to be slightly shifting direction, which will, in the best case scenario, take some of the smoke that we've produced today and allow it to settle down over the fire tonight, so then we aren't as hot and dry tomorrow as what the forecast is saying. Because unfortunately, the forecast is saying tomorrow we're still in the mid to high 90s, but even more importantly, it shows relative humidity dropping into the single digits, which is even drier than we were throughout the day today, which would allow a lot of that activity. Now, the one thing that could really help us is if some of that smoke settles down over the fire tonight when the winds calm down, and then we don't heat up as much during the day because we have that protective smoke barrier like we did a lot of days last week. Now, for that, we're just going to have to kind of wait and see. Big lesson that I learned today is that you never count out wildfire in California, and when conditions are like this, who is to say what is going to happen? But right now, certainly looks like we do still have a lot of heat on this fire. It doesn't really look like it's losing any steam at the moment. So if you are in those communities to the north of the fire, we have evacuation orders there, but I believe they've actually been extending some of the evacuation orders based on this new growth and this new activity that we've had. So
yeah, since I'm making this video, all this stuff over here that was in yellow is red. So Little St. Bernard Lodge, that's all red. That was ordered just not too long ago. So this was streamed 5 hours ago. The situation's changed.
Definitely stay updated on those. Where we do have some good news is they have a ton of air attack on this right now. They have a lot of helicopters, it looks like, working the western side of where this finger is now extending up towards the northeast. And then they called in some air tankers, and it looks like those have been working the eastern side. Most likely not being able to do anything in front of the fire just because of all of the smoke that is being produced there right now. So, major change in fire activity on the park fire from what we have been seeing in previous days. So, this certainly will not be my last update on the park fire. I will continue to give you guys updates until this one goes out. I will never count out the park fire again, or I would say any wildfire in California, especially in the peak of fire season when you're in the triple digits and your relative humidity is as dry as it was today. Yeah, that's a good lesson learned, but I guess the only way to learn is to sometimes make mistakes. So, again, apologies for that forecast this morning. Hopefully we'll do better in the future.
Truck 74, medic testing.
Oh, get a second monitor hold.
2328.
Can't show your back end. Okay, he's using OBS. I'm using a similar broadcaster software. So you get like this infinite screen. These are your controls. So here's like your bouncing audio thing here. Well, you can tell when somebody has a single monitor because you have to switch screens to turn it off, and it shows your recording thing. So I have like a million of these little things here, which explains.
Orbit 972, medic testing.
Like here's webcam display capture. So he's
2329.
he's capturing his entire display. In order to not show all of this window, he should just if you wanted to set up to only window capture, which would only capture your browser or only capture Google Earth or whatnot, but it's tedious. It's much easier to just set up a third monitor. In my case, would be the third again, and just show everything there and drag all the windows open real quick. That's the quickest. So what we're going to do now, OBS Open Broadcaster Software. It's a free open source video capture program. It's pretty troubled. It's pretty annoying to use. And since it's open source, like updates can come extremely slowly. I guess, I don't know if it's like donation funded or something, but there's just a couple people in charge, and so I had to stop using it. I moved to Streamlabs because there are some things that are broken. I used to have evacuations scrolling across the screen, and the more words you put, the smaller the words got. Instead of just put all the words. Who cares how long it takes to go across the screen, right? So if I made it, if I fixed the words in a certain size, then and by the way, go like and subscribe his video. I'm pretty dang sure he wouldn't mind. This is not criticism. This would be like feedback. I'll try to reach out to him about what to expect with Plume County. seventh circle of hell. It's not just a wildfire in California. California is one of the worst places to have one in the entire world. This is one of the world's worst places in all of California to have one too. So this is probably top 5 places where you could have the worst fire behavior on planet Earth. You know, Greece, Portugal, Peru, and Chile area, California. That's these are probably the worst places on Earth. Mountain ranges next to big Pacific influence, or big body of.
D1 for OPD, cancel, return to quarters, engine 91.
Big wind events due to things like El Nino, La Nina cycles, and the types of fuels. Now we have a whole bunch of invasive weeds. So, like one of the reasons that fires in Greece are so bad, is because they have cheatgrass. And what was introduced to California? Cheatgrass. What was on fire with the park fire? Cheatgrass. It promotes insane wildfire. It's the way that weed kills out all the competition and it regrows from the roots. But its goal is to kill all other plants nearby with a huge fire. If we had California native grass, it would not have happened. Nothing would have happened. There would have been back page news. An idiot lit his car on fire, allegedly. And they put it out, and it would have been back page news in Chico, the Chico magazine, newspaper. How to go to his channel? Jeez. Oh, right. I'm already on his channel, of course. So here, like and subscribe. But Streamlabs has not been perfect either. You have to pay like a monthly subscription, at least $16, which I should probably resubscribe to and try to make the scrolling evacuation info work again. So now we're going to watch Park Fire. Let's see. But I just want to reiterate, being a local, seeing what fire has done here before, gives me special knowledge about this place and what the fire will do. I will be very accurate, like I have been in the past, as long as I don't let emotional reasoning get in the way, like detrimental optimism. Well, that's been knocked out of me. I'm pretty dang realistic about fires in this region. And as long as I stay up to date with current information, I will maintain accuracy about the dangers and possibilities that the fire can do. I can't tell you what's going to happen. I could tell you best case, middle ground, and worst case scenarios, just because of logical reasoning, studying this, watching this every day, and my local knowledge and experience. I am not an expert, though. I'm not an expert in weather, so I am not an expert forester or whatnot. I'm not an expert in fire behavior, but we don't have to be. To just know the basics, and I get an idea of what could possibly happen. You don't have to be an expert to get the basics. You do have to be an expert like he is to go into the fine details and to get special insight. So that's why I'm trying to get knowledge from everywhere we can. This is like somebody once said, do you think you're smarter than the CAL FIRE guys? Hell no, I don't. I can't tell anybody how to fight a wildfire. I don't know how. Okay, I just know that unchecked what a fire is capable of doing in Butte and Plume County. We know what it's done before. So I know I have the I'm like the child that says the emperor has no clothes because I just don't have any preconceived notions. The experienced firefighters not from this region have ideas because a fire happened like this in Montana, or it happened like this in Florida, it happened like this in Texas. That applies to California or Butte County. No, it doesn't. It does not. So that's how they continuously underestimate things. So even when the experts are, in charge, they are calling consistently for evacuations much later than I ever am. I said on day one, this will run for Shingletown, Mineral, Chester. And if it got past 32, of course, it'll run for Magalia and Paradise. And I really hate being right. They did a valiant job keeping it, holding 32 as a line, keeping Paradise and such safe. But ultimately, if this gets past them and gets towards Chester and goes back to the south, that way, Paradise and Skip could be threatened from the north. Like from the higher elevation. We're talking about if this really gets out of hand and escapes them. This is why it's so critical right now that they do hold it. That they hold the highways. But right now we just take it one day at a time. It's not being smarter, it's local experience, right? So we don't think like that. This is not a competition. This is not I'm better than anybody. No, it's life or death information, and all of us have to admit that whenever we're wrong, we always can be wrong. Erring on the side of caution is the very best thing, which is get out way before you're told, because there are problems still with evacuation notifications. Even when they want to, they may not be able to notify you. My friend died in a fire in this region, 2017, in the Cascade Fire. He was never told to leave, never even told a fire was there. My brother nearly died in Paradise in the same region a year later. He was never told to leave. He never knew it was there. Not that close. Not in any time to really get out. He left in a panic driving through fire. So we try to give people days to pack up and make their arrangements. That's a lot more than the agencies are even allowed to tell people. They may want to, they may kind of know, but there are old Byzantine rules where they can't tell the public to leave or prepare until the fire gets close enough to them. Sometimes these rules are bent a little bit, and it depends on the different counties and the different sheriffs and what they want to do. But don't bet your life on that. It's been a mistake. It's cost many people their lives, is counting on the authorities to tell them to go. Do not count on them. It's just reality right now. The system has to change. So 073200. But this is why we have a cult following. I hate being right, but I oftentimes am. So let's see. We're going back to, we did Holt. I did my spiel about the evac and being right. You want to know my track record for being right? Go to my, anybody who wants to challenge me on that, hit the like button on my channel and hit oldest videos and just start witnessing. Go back to 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. When the Dixie Fire broke out in 2021, that's when I really started getting bold and realizing I have to do something. I have to tell people to get out early. I wish I'd been more vocal about Greenville not being safe. I just had a bad feeling, but I still had this idea in my head that the officials wouldn't put anybody in danger, right? They know what happened in Paradise, right? No, they did. They told Greenville residents to come back the same day that the town burned down. Only you can protect you. Think for yourself. By God, if the officials are saying get out, they probably should have said that a lot earlier. And you definitely should. So maybe I should make that a short clip. Okay, now we will watch. Now we will watch the. Whoops! I should have closed YouTube. Cal Fire's evening update, and then I'm sleeping. That's it, because I gotta. It's almost midnight. I hate listening to the radio. Cal Fire, Duke County. You guys should like and subscribe them too. They had a press briefing, 19 minutes, and they had an operational briefing. Yeah, this is too long. Let's do the operational briefing. This is what they planned. At least, wait, this was 16 hours ago? Why does it say August 5th? Oh, it's in the very morning. Wait, Bueller? What? Oh, was it live? That was live. Okay. Yeah, 8 hours ago. That's different. But it was a press briefing that was newest. Okay, let's do it. Press briefing. Eight hours ago. I would have thought they would have addressed the public tonight. Maybe the information we have now is even newer. I don't know. Let's see. Let's forward. Fast forward.
The Park Fire Community Briefing for Monday, August 5th, 2024. My name is Jazz Shaw, Public Information Officer. First, I would like to give you the most up-to-date. We are currently at 402,042 acres and 34% containment, and we currently have 6,618 personnel. You will be hearing an operational update on current fire suppression.
That's not my problem. Their live was interrupted, so that's the way it got recorded for them.
Efforts.
I like this sign language interpreter too. She's got a fun face. She looks happy. I like the lady with the blue hair, but she's cool too.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Brunton. I'm the Operations Section Chief for the Park incident. The incident of our challenge we're facing as of the latest hour. The fire is looking really good. We have a lot of direct, especially areas we've been doing it for.
Yeah, that's going to drive me insane.
Activities. So that is as we go up through the upper left part of the fire.
Yeah, in the comments are saying, aside from the poor video quality, CAL FIRE has been doing an exceptional job. Do you guys need some video production tips? Because I screw up so much with video production. I can give you a lot of tips. CAL FIRE had a screwed up video when they wanted to, and they had the press there and everything, and senators and House reps in May, and it was.
Charlie Dame, a uniform on command.
I said, "Do you guys want to? I can give you some YouTube tips." Hey Linda, thank you for being here. Thank you. Remember, guys, if you are going to bed, hit the like button, and thank you everybody who has donated. There's no donation that's too small. At 20% of the viewers, we've had 4,300 today. Donate $1 or $5. We will survive and be able to keep this keep on the air without advertisement. So, yeah, the information is miles away from the actual real-time info. I was just hoping they'd just explain something, about like their strategy of today and challenges of today. But yes, we've had a lot of changes since they made this video. I thought there would be one that was in the evening, but this is why people come to the channel here. They don't tell us what happened after the end of the day. They need to. The reason that they do this probably around 5 p.m. and they kept doing this at the Caldor, and they kept doing this during the Dixie. People came in here at midnight and said, "Oh my God, the fire is moving towards our community. What's happening?" Because they go to sleep really early. They don't have a night evening swing shift. They wake up at like 4 in the morning. So they get information together enough to write a speech, to tell the community what's going on at 5 p.m. so they can go to sleep at 8. And by 8 and 9 p.m., that's when the last That's when last of the aircraft are giving their final reports. And that's totally different than what was at 5 p.m. They really need to have a 24-hour info desk like we do. At least check in with the public every 2 dang hours, please, with a little update on what's going on. But until they do that, here we are. I'll do it for you. We'll be live.
There's one finger up here that has a lot of crews have been working that rather diligently over the past couple days, but it does have
Okay, one of my tips, Cal Fire, please hit the record button as well as hit the live button. And then if your live broadcast is screwed up, you fall back on the recording and just upload the recording. Looks like they didn't.
there and supporting them. So that is still an area.
Oh my God.
We are on. Good. As we get down to the right shoulder, the
sign language interpreter gets paused at the weirdest moments.
fire.
Oh, this is nuts.
Mill Creek drainage. That is the last major. That is a number of miles. Fuel loading within that gorge. We've been taking a look.
Well, I think he was talking about the Tehama area. He said, I think the Tehama north area is looking good, and that the northeast section was the last spot giving them trouble. I mean, it's looking really excellent on the west side of the fire. That's a huge, enormous dozer line wall that they made. But you know what? It should have been made before the season began. It should have been made in the spring. Oh well. Seeing shoulder high, extremely thick cheatgrass should have given them a clue that they're in critical danger. And that's what happens. The winds blow fire out of the mountains down the slope. Should have gridded the landscape and burned it off and grazed it or mowed it or something. But, well, here we are.
We've been looking at options of being able to go down into that gorge. We're not able to go direct on the fire just due to the topography, the fuel types and such. So we're looking at having to go far upstream within that drainage to find a good place that is effective, efficient for us to put control lines and is safe for our firefighters to enter into, put those lines in. From that, we are currently developing a plan. It's a very complex plan to look at doing some control.
I'm not being contrite. I mean, I am, but I want them to get better at video production so I can retire. I don't want to do this. I want to have fun. I want to have like a fun Catherine the Curious channel and show people, you know, dying ways of life, follow around, you know, reindeer herders or something like that, and show abandoned places and like the fun things I want to do in life. I don't want to do this. I want to look at fire all the time. Hey, Sarah, welcome. Sarah is awesome. Let me share your Twitter. So if you guys want to know on the Twitter, you should follow. She's permanently linked in the description of my videos. I hope that works. I think it does. So she shares fire info too, and maybe soon she can go report occasionally from the scene if you're able to. You know, fires that are near. But you've done that before, and Sarah was an excellent reporter, like on the scene reporter for the Dixie. So we're all very grateful to her, and she helps me out a lot. So this is a very troubled video, Sarah. I'm just hoping Cal Fire gets better at this. They got fancy graphics. That's a good start, fancier than mine. But this is a 8-hour-old thing. We were just talking about how well, that's okay. They should still follow you anyway, because when it's in your neck of the woods, you do awesome. So it's the Tahoe area, guys. The what was I saying? I'm really that tired. Oh yeah, what I was saying is it was like it totally failed, and Sarah can testify to this. That they do 5 o'clock briefings with communities, and that's because they go to bed at like 8. So they gather all the info they have at 5 p.m. But the fire doesn't stop rampaging until after dark usually. Sometimes it still continues, but daily it usually won't stop rampaging until after dark. So with things like the Caldor, the fire was roaring towards Tahoe, climbing up Lover's Leap, and now there was no way to protect South Lake Tahoe. It was basically evacuate and hope the wind doesn't blow that way, otherwise it would be erased, probably, with the amount of trees there. And so they needed to evacuate like 20,000 plus people, and 23,000 plus tourists. And that would have taken about 24 hours to do it. The fire was going to arrive in probably that amount of time. So they needed to immediately have told everybody, like at 3 in the morning when we told everybody, evacuate. 7 in the morning, they didn't tell anybody to evacuate. 5 p.m., the press briefing happens. And they were still trying to get it, I don't know, approved in Sacramento or whatever the hell they had to do. And even though they knew damn well that there were no dozer lines complete in between the fire and Tahoe, there's no way to complete them. So 5 p.m., there's like an almost hour-long meeting of mostly Cal Fire and the Forest Service patting each other on the back for working together so well. And at the very end, somebody asks, "Are you guys going to evacuate South Lake Tahoe?" And they go, "Nah, we will. We'll tell you if we have to do that." I spat my drink out and said, "Guys, I'm calling for the evacuation. They should be. I don't understand them." So we got, I don't know how many thousands of people leave early. Nevertheless, they waited. They've got that approval. They got that approval from Sacramento or whatever. And they went door to door, knocking on doors at 10:30 at night. That's when they called for a mandatory evacuation. So, yes, and you've held my hand too, Sarah. You know, and I'm losing my mind over this one. This one, it personally affects where I grew up. You know, it took me a while to like feel the loss of the Caldor in a way that other people did. I had to spend time there. You know, yeah. So yeah, there is no way that they could go door to door at night and knock on 20,000 plus doors. And that's when hearing aids are out and people are asleep and they're in pajamas and the TVs are off. So they told everybody extremely late. There was a 17-hour traffic jam as the fire approached. That would have been a mass death event if the fire moved faster and if the wind blew that way. 3 roads out, just like Paradise, closing one by one, with 20,000 people in one little spot. So many people are like, "Oh, we could have just gone to the lake." You know what happens when about 20,000 people are on a lake shore and they all try to crowd into the water together? Drowning. That already happened. It's called the Peshtigo fire disaster, and most people died drowning trying to get into the Great Lakes at the turn of the 20th century. That was the biggest mass death event for fire, and it was mostly due to drowning because people go into cold shock. You want to sit in ice water for hours? You really think that's going to be a good idea? You know? Yeah. So I've centered myself as best I can, and I'm now trying to be as analytic as I can. But I expect to cry some more. But we then pick ourselves up and we just keep going. We get through this together. Yeah, Lahaina is a perfect example. Yeah, that wasn't even ice water and people drown. People have no idea how you are weakened by smoke. You are inhaling carbon monoxide. It's odorless, it's colorless, and it is replacing oxygen attaching to your red blood cells. And as it keeps doing that, you're getting less and less oxygen and you're getting exhausted. I had no clue how bad this would affect me until I tried to evacuate my mother in front of the Beatty Creek fire in 2020. And we opened up the garage door. I get out of my car and start inhaling the smoke, even though I had an N95 mask that does nothing for carbon monoxide gas. And I picked up a couple trunks, a couple suitcases. I put them in the car, and I sat down exhausted and couldn't move, panting. I went, oh my God, that's wow. You think you can function on low oxygen, you really can't. I have no idea how these firefighters are able to do this, but they don't spend a lot of time directly downwind inhaling the huge amounts of smoke like I was evacuating my mom from a panicky situation. So, yeah. Yeah, the carbon monoxide is an evil twin of oxygen. It's a single oxygen molecule. You need H2O, or H2O water. Geez, you know what I mean? Um, um, it attaches to your blood cells like oxygen does. O2, excuse me, is oxygen. H2O is water. Do you see how tired I am? Oh my God, I'm never gonna live that down. But just being one oxygen molecule, your body can't do anything with it. But your blood cells go, hey, attach to me, and only so many can. So the more carbon monoxide molecules that attach to your blood cell, the less real oxygen can. So this is a big killer in structure fires too. And when you close the flue too early in your chimney, and you still have red coals in there, or people trying to keep warm during winter with the power out, and the coals are hot, and it's an odorless gas. That's why so many people die. You get too sleepy to react. Yeah. Yeah, Sarah says the whole time I cover fires on the ground, I can't tolerate a mask. Oh dear. A migraine for 3 days after living it, and it's leaving the area, and it's awful. Yeah, I would feel like I was beaten up leaving the area, and with all the smoke that hit Portland after that, I just felt like really ill. I don't know how I could ever do that. I don't know that I can do fire chasing. I can be at a distance filming. I can't do that. But a blinding headache is one of the first symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning. Sluggish behavior, and then feeling a bit like you're drunk and you're off. Yeah. Well, N95 does nothing for gases. It does a lot for the particles in the soot. You do have to use it because the finer particles of wildfire smoke penetrate the blood-brain barrier, and it's connected to dementia. It really can damage the brain, it appears. And it can, they're fine enough to enter the lungs, enter the bloodstream through the lungs. So do wear the N95. You can't, there's alternatives. There's painters type masks. There's full face helmets, with the filters in it. Face shield types. Almost like going into a structure fire. Yeah, it clings on your hemoglobins. There you go, Carney. There's somebody who's not sleep deprived like I am. Yeah. Yeah. Once you start spitting ash, you mask up. It's also in diesel. Diesel fumes, not biodiesel, but the sulfur particles and things in regular diesel cars. So God knows how much Alzheimer's and dementia type stuff is from the days when there was so much coal burning and rice field stubble burning in California, and the diesel trucks and cars before they had finer smog, rules. Husky says I got sick from the bobcat, which torched 116,000 acres of Los Angeles forest. Is that where you first found me, Husky? That was where I first went viral in the LA area. This is kind of a troubled. I don't know how much we're gonna get out of this. This is video, but it's gonna be bad. Okay, we know that the next couple of days are gonna be quite bad. 9% humidity. I can't believe that. As Holt was saying. Sarah says, remember, friends, do as I say, not as I do. I was so mad at my truck driving job that we started the smaller vehicles inside of the warehouse, like it was warehouse covered parking type thing. And there's, Portland rains all the time. And so a lot of times the trucks would be started and then you had to wait for the doors to roll up. And you had to wait behind the other truck. And there's sometimes people just ran them and expected that the really crappy ventilation system to work. Well, it wasn't originally a truck warehouse, okay? It wasn't for that. It was like a regular warehouse. So whenever I blew my nose after being in there for a bit, I had black snot. God knows what kind of horrible on the job, sorry about that. If you were just eating a dark chocolate donut or like sipping brown coffee, I'm sorry. If you're just eating some chocolate, I'm sorry. You found me 2 or 3 months after the Bobcat. Oh no. I hate how that works. So people have to remember to share the stream with those that they think might need the info. How did you find us again, Husky? Forgot. Anyway, we'll just check the cams. I can't really stand a video like that. They just need to fix their videos. But this will be difficult to save Mill Creek. I didn't know it was this overgrown. This makes 172 quite a difficult line to hold. It's too thick. Look at the dead stuff on the ground. Oh my God. You know what these little trees are? They're not the next generation of the forest. They are assassins of the current trees. You don't want baby trees at the base of adult trees. These are nowhere near the end of their lifespan. They could live 100 more years or two. These baby trees will assassinate their own parents. They'll die, take their parents down with them. You only want little trees when there's already a big wide open space, a big clearing, like direct sunlight, so they can thrive. And that they won't compete with each other for light, but they're too close together. So their limbs don't die. They're too shaded. And because when they grow together like that, underneath the shade, they're not going to grow up healthy and strong. When a parent goes down, then you should plant the baby tree. Or, the forest plants itself, by the way. And no, you don't need fire to help trees grow. Fire hasn't been here for ages. They're called squirrels. They open up the pine cones. Birds, squirrels. It's an old myth. Don't believe that crap about fire opens the pine cones. It's necessary. No, it's not. As you can see, forests grow back pine cones seed on their own. But if they had no brush at the base, they'd survive really easily. Fire burning on the pine needles on the ground, which is blah blah blah. That's why the Indians constantly lit fires to prevent this. Get the little seedlings when they're young and kill the pine cones and stuff when they're young. To save the adult forest, and that's how they made old growth everywhere. This is not something good. Seeing the dead down stuff, the heavy dead down stuff. Oh my God. I mean, this is October 2023, but I'm just willing to bet it's still laying there. All of these dead limbs, because there's light, there is light competition. The limbs down here die. The fungus attacks. This tree is bleeding sap to try to fight the fungal attacks, and that invites the bugs. They're unhealthy. And you want trees spaced out, healthy, living branches everywhere. If they don't compete for light, they grow taller, bigger, thicker bark, more fire resistant. This is going to be tough. Like, this may be a privacy fence that you think this is not good for your property. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. I had no idea whose property I was reviewing. I do now. I know these people. Oh, weird things happen to me. Oh God. I had no idea. I'm just making, I would still tell it to their face, you know, fix this. This is bad. But they're evacuated. They can't. You know, I just try to give the straight dope on what's easier and harder to save. Holy crap. Okay. I'm sure they're not watching at midnight, but holy crap. I know that family. It just, all I know is they had a cabin near a mineral. Oh my God. Didn't know it was right here, Mill Creek, right off 172. Okay. This is a very small world, isn't it? Weird things happen to me. Arnie says a lot of haunted house stories are carbon monoxide. Yeah, exactly. Sarah says the new growth is overcrowded. Even without fire, they get disease. Yeah. They're open to disease when they're just not thriving. Remember, they're like starving. Trees without light are literally starving. They turn sunlight into sugar. That's photosynthesis. No sunlight, no sugar, no food. Oh God. It's just, it's easy to be analytical when you're assessing properties and just overall situations, especially when they're strangers. My nightmares have just become much worse. This is good. Less brush over here. But still, look at the tree spacing, dead limbs. See, there aren't so many ladders here, so you can burn off the pine cones and the pine needles easy here. Firefighters wouldn't even have to babysit this much. They could just fire the pine needles. Yeah, Park Fire's still making a 20,000 foot tall cumulus at midnight. Really? I never learned the weather apps like I should. Do we have good eyes on it? Sarah, I'm so freaking weirded out. What are the odds? I'm just gonna pick a spot. It's gonna be a family I know. What are the odds I'm listening to the Park Fire and they say there's a fire in Live Oak and it's this intersection and that's where I know somebody who lives on that intersection on the corner. So it was not the person I know on the corner. It was house adjacent. What are the odds of this stuff? listening to the entire park fires is Tehama, Plume Butte, the Center County area, and I hear about it. What are the odds that I go get a pizza and I see a fire truck go by, and that fire truck is responding, and I curiously turn on Portland scanner radio, and it's responding to my friend's street in Portland, and I call him up, and he says his house next door is on fire. What's the odds of this stuff? I keep pinching myself. I'm dreaming or something, right? I feel the pain. I feel the pain. I'm not dreaming, right? Holy crap. This is just too small of a community for there to be multiple families with the same name, really. Wow. Yeah, Sarah. Okay, guys, we're going to conclude now because it's time for me to sleep. As well as I can. If I had not just seen that, that was a bit of a weird involuntary adrenaline rush thing. Yeah. Okay. Colby 2 is looking the wrong direction. Colby's looking the wrong direction. What's Morgan Summit looking like? It's not crested the hill, but back there beyond is higher elevation, and it's where it's burning on Turner Mountain. Remember, we expect firing ops. Don't be disturbed. They are doing firing ops from the what's that called? The golf, the campground. What did I call that one? Okay, hole in the ground campground. They're doing a firing ops to Mineral Summit, so don't worry. They're just trying to protect over here, his Mill Creek, where I just was in the Street View. God. So they are trying to do what they can. They had retardant ropes, retardant laying down here in this area with the aircraft all day. They're going to fire Mineral Summit on the ground tonight to try to give it less fuel when it tries to come this way. They didn't talk about firing the mineral meadows here, but I hope they already did, honestly. Like, it probably spotted there all day if they didn't. But we saw helicopters running around right here. They're trying to keep it south of 172 in this road. What is this? Not a main highway, but paved. Whatever that is. The dotted gray one. Which is probably once a railroad. You just checked radar, and the pyro cloud is 15K elevation. Yeah. I just, I know it's not unique to me. A lot of these fires feel like our own little personal nightmares, don't they? Anybody who knows Butte, Plume County, there's just very little of the county that hasn't burned in since 2016, and quite a bit of damage 2008, the crazy lightning strikes of that year. I just wish we had a Turner Mountain camera. Why don't we? There's a communication facility, a fire lookout. Why don't we, California Fire Lookout, Turner Mountain just seems like one should be there. National Register of Historic Places. All right. Shouldn't we have a camera there? Turner Mountain features 2 different lookout structures, an aeromotor 7x7 observation-only cabin atop a 60-foot steel tower, and in California Region 5 Plan BC-301 ground cabin. The air motor tower was constructed in 1934. The BC-301 at an unknown date? What do you mean nobody knows when it was built? A 10x10 cabin was first constructed there in 1913. The lookout reported the volcanic eruption at Mount Lassen on September 30th. Yeah. It says 1014, but I bet they meant to say 1914. It erupted until 1918. Yeah, the eruption was first sighted from mineral. That's what I read when I was trying to write about Mount Lassen's eruption. Yeah. Yeah, viewers, a friendly reminder to subscribe to your local emergency alert services to get them on your phone. Yeah, absolutely. Butte County, if there is a link in the description of this video, you can sign up to get your free FM emergency alert radio. All you have to be is disabled, not have the internet, not have a cell phone, or be over the age of 60. And you sign up for emergency alerts. I got the Butte County one there. And Tehama County has their own. So let me link that. Tehama County, sign up for alerts. I don't know if I linked that in the description. So just don't count on your phone jingling without you signing up for something. I don't know why everybody's phone comes with YouTube on it, but not emergency stuff. Go figure. You sign up for Tehama Alert. It'll link you to Apple Store, Google Play. Here in the chat, I just linked it. So oftentimes they've got oftentimes they have an email thing to sign up for on these Office of Emergency Management pages. It's not radio, really? Oh, it's not? Okay. So you can also, these are all free. If you want additional help, you may call Andy at the Tehama County Sheriff's Office or Matt at the Red Bluff Police Department for help signing up for these alerts. Okay. Hey, to Bashman, welcome. Thank you for your kind donations. You keep us running. You're super tier supporter. So it's time to conclude because tomorrow's going to be a tough day. A lot of things will be determined by tomorrow's battle, the next day's battle, the next day's battle, and that is how damn big the park fire gets to get. This will be really challenging to keep it where it is or push it back where it was, or at least keep it where it is today. It'll be a battle to save mineral, battle to save everywhere from Butte Meadows to Mill City here. Mill, geez. Where are the other places? Creek. Why did I say city? Because I'm that tired. But it's going to take hard days, work day after day. There's around 6,500 firefighters, but remember it's a day and a night shift. So only 3,000 during any time. It's big here. Chili says, welcome. Off topic, and last call for information, guys. Chili says, off topic, but me and my family are scared of the Elk Lane fire outside of Madras, right? That's what you mean by your town, Madras? Used to live in Paradise in Butte County before it burnt down. Don't think I'll get sleep. Well, are you evacuated? We'll go back and look. I'll be happy to look at the Elk Lane because we've been covering it since the moment it began. Gave people their evacuation issue the moment it came down the pipe. There are some cameras to look at sometimes. So they moved their evacuation site to Madras High School. and it's flatland fire for one thing. So you have that as, closer to Madras. You have that as a huge advantage. The wind sucks, but look how much irrigation you have on the west side. That aids the firefighting so damn much. You've got major roads. You've got a major airport.
Engine 91, medical, proceed with caution, 505 Montgomery Street.
That's gotta be Orville. Montgomery Street. Had an original 1800s Montgomery wards, and then one from the 20th century.
Person at the back stairwell, proceed with caution, multiple bystanders, OPD en route, 505 Montgomery Street, Motel 6, between the Highway 70 on-ramp, Feather Boulevard, 0021.
Praying for that person. Yeah, it's stay alert. If you do get put on level 1, Madras might be put on level 1. Just expect that they're airing out of abundance of caution thing. Metolius, how you say that? Is it Metolius? I haven't actually been past here except just driven through. Is nice and compact, easier to defend than the average place, right? They don't have to run back and forth too much. You got big paved roads. You got very quick access. You got help from Warm Springs on the hook. You got the governor came through for you, declared the Conflagration Act. So that means that there are new powers that the fire marshal has. No matter what kind of mutual aid agreement the different towns had, I'll help you if you help us. That horrible mutual aid agreement system means that, oh, you're a poor county or you're a poor town. You don't have really good equipment. I don't want to help you because you can't help us equally. That system, out the window. Conflagration Act means the fire marshal hits a button and goes, you, Warm Springs, go here. Like they did for Lapine. Look how well Lapine came out. You've got an amazing air show, like we were listening to the air show that when it first broke out. Some of the most capable and competent airdroppers I've ever seen. And they were really funny. They're so at ease. At Bend the other day, that they were joking and flirting with each other. Lady at Air Attack. I said it right, great, okay. So it's always just smart in lightning strike season to be ready to go at a moment's notice, to have a go bag, have your ducks in a row, to time yourself and do drills, and get the kids involved. This will help everybody's nerves. Instead of being scared, you know what to do already because you already practiced it. That's why kids have to do the fire drills again and again. It's boring as hell. But when smoke actually enters the hallway, that's not the time to figure, what do I do? Because if you don't know already, then you get scared. If you've done it already, you're not. This is what keeps firefighters from being scared. They know what to do. So that is, be prepared instead of scared is a good old-fashioned true statement. So you got bug out bags and instantly cleared all our exits. Okay, are you evacuated? I hope so. If you're needing to be. I mean, I don't hope that you're evacuated because there's a fire there, but you know what I mean. I hope that you were able to leave orally with enough time if you had to be. I think they're doing really good by telling the community to, giving them more advance notice by expanding into big, wide zones. Giving them notice that way. I don't like it when they do the opposite, and that is get out now, and nobody even knew they should. That's what California does a lot. Cough. But this so far has looked like it's been a very good response from the little we could see. All the irrigated areas, huge huge benefit. Even if it's like dry or harvested right now, they could turn it on, and they can just fill up with water sometimes from the irrigated areas as long as they have power for the pumps, instead of relying on a train of water trucks. Flatland means the aircraft have nothing to fear. They're much more likely to fly as long as it's not super smoky. Major highways, instant help from other places. Emergency Conflagration Act means the fire marshal can order other towns, you go help them. So that's how Lapine got saved, just help arrived just in the nick of time. So yeah, thank you for being here, Christopher. Thank you for being an awesome mod and hanging out and helping me hold down the fort. So whenever you have, instead of just sitting there worrying, just practice. Practice on shaving off 30 seconds from your practice evacuation time. And then give yourself a reward if you can. It's like the Olympic medalists. The runners, they're not trying to make huge improvements. They're trying little by little, day by day, to improve their running time. Like, I can finish a marathon 30 seconds faster, 2 minutes faster, or a long jog, And sprinters like I was, we were trying to shave 5/8 of a second off of our finish time. Yeah. And then, get your pets trained and drilled too, and make sure you give them a treat when they get in the car when you tell them to. Just have them day after day, random times of the days. Tell Alexa, to set a timer for every 15 minutes. And every time she does beep it, then what you do is you go and put a treat in the dog crate, right? Dog goes in there. Gets used to this, like every 15 minutes, 30 minutes, or whatever. And I mean, like a tiny one. Don't fatten up your dog. You know what I mean? Or a special toy or something. And take that toy away. He only gets it when he finally learns that when that sound happens or whatever you do, and you start saying, the alarm goes off and you say, go to crate. Animal obeys, gets that little reward. Gets to come and go as they please, hang out in it or not. Get used to shutting them in there for 15 minutes, letting them out. Okay, that's just that Motel 6 thing. So, the nature of what's on fire closest to Madras, which is irrigated farmland, those burn out real quick. They could be ferocious, like the one that just ran past the Sacramento airport today. They look crazy. They produce crazy smoke. Wow, that's huge. It's a dominating landscape, and they fizzle because it just doesn't burn very long. So as they just run fast. So it's just a challenge to chase it, get ahead of it. Well, now they've known it's there, so they've had some time to prep. What's worse about the fire by Madras? What's worse? It's the juniper-y stuff. When I put the little gold man, we explored, down Belmont at the very end here. This juniper stuff, there's not a lot of bodies of water. They're trucking in their water. Not a lot of places to dip. I mean, they have to go over to the river or something to get water, if they can. Then there's fewer roads. So what they do is they stop fire between roads. You can't cross country into here. So you lose more of the landscape, and the fire gets more ferocious and bigger the fewer roads that you have. The more you have, the way better you're off. As a super grid like this, perhaps canals. I don't know if any of these are canals. Maybe. I don't know if this is well or what, But that looks like a canal. Awesome. Like they used the canals today by the Sacramento airport for water. The snorkels just went in the little helicopters. They are? Okay, good. You're signing up for college when you heard about the fire. Hope to get into fire science. courses in Redmond. Your stream is so educational. Well, thank you for being here. I'm glad you are. You're telling your friends, right? You hit the share button, and the best way to do this is text people individually, like people who are may need this information or be interested, but are not that tech savvy. So it like opens their YouTube app, hopefully, on their phone. But sharing the channel page, like hitting the K logo and share that link with and tell people to subscribe to the channel. And that's where we go live and you'll see it. Where people are like, I don't want to make a YouTube account. Okay, well, just bookmark it then. Then that can help the old timers, find us. They're the ones who are the most underserved because they don't do social media very well. They're the ones who don't want a Facebook account, don't know how to make one, don't know how to navigate one, and yet increasingly evacuation info is on Facebook. You don't tell somebody who's in their 80s, oh, sign up for Facebook in order to see your evacuation info. It's just, but that's more the way it is. So, but yeah, I'm happy for you. But what you got to do is drill, baby, drill, and get your pets and your kids cooperating with it too, and rewards. If we could shave off 30 seconds, get in the car 30 seconds faster this time, what do we get for a reward? Ice cream, or we get to watch that movie, and just pats on the head, or for doing a good job. That's how you keep your family calm. It's you don't do the lying thing. We're gonna be fine, and then you look totally nervous. No. And your kids just won't trust you. They won't trust. They won't cooperate. It is, well, fire is danger, and so we're prepared for it, and we know exactly what to do. And they believe you because it's true. So, and not just this one, all those to come. Yeah. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Like what Husky just said, it's and where are you going to? There's a college in Madras. Is that you're saying? You don't have to tell me where, of course, but for a course in Redmond. Okay, that would make sense. Redmond's got the tanker retardant base, so this corridor is pretty fortunate compared to the other places that experienced lightning. So much lightning last couple of days and weeks. Just I can't even keep up with everything and what the new evacuations are. I want to be covering everything, especially all the Eastern Oregon towns. We covered for days some Eastern Oregon towns, and I bet nobody who lives there knew we existed. I visited Antelope. Antelope evacuated the other day, but I only handed my business card to one person there. I should have posted it in the post office. I have this idea that okay, sorry, still listening to Park Fire. They have been absolutely silent for a bit, guys. That's why I had it muted. Just medical calls. Drill baby drill is what Sarah Palin said, and that's the only thing I can remember about what she ever said, because it is very catchy. So I'm using it, and she could sue me, But that's what you have to do. You're all very scared because you witnessed what happened with the campfire in Paradise. I had no fire on this info on this one. Oh, this elk one? I was live the moment it broke out. Dang. Well, I hope the word spreads. We had cameras on it too. The camera that's up there was called. Let me just show you. We were watching it get worse and worse until I adjourned last night. Go up. It doesn't always look at Madras though, and we were just losing our minds. Yeah, Grizzly Mountain. She's not looking at it right now. I did a 24-hour time lapse when I first started the stream earlier. But at this point, I don't think it shows much of the fire. Yeah, it's not looking at it anymore. Why? But we saw the fires moving across the horizon of the landscape as the elk went by. And some of the fire was them trying to stop it with fire. They almost caught it a few times, but they just ran into terrain where they couldn't burn the grass and stuff off in front of it, and they had gaps, and it just went quickly due to those high winds and the thunderstorms forming. We could see the thunderstorms just rolling through. I had also the weather up, and this isn't just like the park fire that I care about. I live in Portland, by the way. I just grew up in Sutter Butte and Plume counties, so we're covering the park fire a lot. It's my brother lost his home in Paradise, and I lost my friend in Loma Rica a year earlier. He died in the Cascade Fire in Loma Rica. So we used to live out there. And we had a cabin on the west shore of Amalnor that the Dixie almost ate. We don't own it anymore, but it was still nail biting. And I have friends and family up in Mineral, and their cabins are also at Mill Creek. I just was startled to use the Google Street View and find one of them on accident. So what we had, was I thought I just clicked it. The radar. This is my radar. This is down in San Bernardino earlier, but we were watching the wind and trying to predict and tell people ahead of time where the fire might go from, which fire goes where the wind blows, right? So we get that information out early to the public. We didn't hear them say anything on the radio, even though we were listening, but watch duty had our backs. So, yeah. Wrath, only because it's after midnight are you not being timed down again. Jeez. I actually did want to know the rest of your joke, but not if it's politically incorrect. You know what I mean? You could put that in an email. Wrath got timed out for making a joke that began something about like Jesus and Santa Claus talk to each other about, and I'm like, I was at dinner watching that. But the more you understand about how fire works, it doesn't take the base fear away at all, but it takes an enormous amount of it away. That's why CAL FIRE and other agencies, every agency should start speaking English and really simplify their terms so that the public can understand what the hell they're saying. Because I don't know, it's like I don't know what analogy would work here. Okay, how about this? If you're behind the wheel of a big rig truck, you're a lot less scared of the power and the seriousness of a wreck, driving 75 miles an hour on a freeway. If you know how to drive it, if you know how it works, if you know what all the buttons and the gears do, right? So if you kind of know how fire works and what you got going for you and what is challenging, you can make better decisions about, do I have to leave right now? Should I? How quickly? And so that's why they need to change their terminology. Husky, you can time out Wrath. That's okay. Let me pull back on the leash because your name's Husky. I don't mean to. I said I have to pull back on the leash. I didn't mean to talk to you like you're a dog. Okay. I hope you forgive where my mind went just there. But But yeah, Wrath will unleash the hounds on you if you step out of line. You know what'll happen. Yeah, go on. Give Husky a taste of real power. No, we're just gonna end, guys. You're having too. It's almost 1. I'm having too much fun with you. Stop it. You're not allowed. Stop entertaining it. Stop supporting me. Stop being nice to me. Stop entertaining me. Because I'm addicted to hanging out with you guys. You make me feel better about these fires, but I won't sleep. Yeah, I think, that I have like a suggestion booklet. Nobody's going to listen to me, but the way that terminology can just be tweaked so that the public understands what people are saying. Like they point to a chart and they say, there's a big risk of rollout for this fire spreading on the mountain. Public is, what the hell is rollout? What rollout means response, because we're rolling out to a fire. So how is that a risk? Okay, no, they should call it roll down. Roll down spread of fire, like when flaming pine cones roll down a hill, and then they light the base of the next hill on fire, and then fire runs up the other hill. Oh, then you can remember what the hell that means, because it makes sense. So, but that's why I watch these meetings with people. I pause and I interpret. Sometimes a 10-second timeout just to prove you can do it. No, don't do that, actually. Because, because it'll actually delete all of his comments. So it won't make sense in the future. We can't laugh at this in the future. So, I mean, that would be funny, but it won't show his comments when we watch this video in the future. And I want to clip this. This is funny. Let's take a note here about funny moments. That would be cool if I ever could find a time to do a funniest moments of 2024, right? It'll just erase it and we'll be like laughing at nothing. But that's why I read people's comments aloud in case like chat gets deleted. Yeah, you didn't mean to do it. No, you didn't. You didn't do it. You didn't do it. It's okay. You didn't do it. Okay. That's the only purpose of a 10-second timeout? Yeah. Well, just you can also screw with people really, really that way, There's that alternative. All right, the 10-second wrap timeout. Yeah, but yeah, you did right earlier today, Husky, with that joke was probably going to go to bad places. Fine, I will be peaceful. Yeah, you're taking the high road, Husky, by not choosing violence. Remember, it's the gentleman who walks away. It's the gentleman who fires his pistol into the air during the duel, right? Shoot, I keep going back to this kind of thing. I just wish that this fire lookout had a camera. This is where the fire is burning. I hope they save this fire lookout in the park, the National Register. But who knows? We've seen these things burn to the ground because they didn't shut the stupid window shutters. And the heat broke the glass and the embers got inside. So I hope they shut the damn windows. I hope they vented that propane tank. That's what that is. I hope the bushes were cut down. But yeah, Chili, I would never want to give anybody a false sense of security. Remember, I've only driven through Madras. I can't tell you about the current situations. I can't tell you about like are the fields dry right now? Wet? Are they harvested? Are they really short? I can see stuff from the air and from my living room. We can do the heat detections and see if anything flared up, but in the still of the night, that's when I do want to see heat detections. Because that means they're doing backburning to protect everyone. A lot of the scary flames at Madras that night on the cam, too deep in the, we're here, where people would interpret that with fear. And I'm like, no, that's great. They said on the radio, we are firing. The best way to stop a fire that's along the ground and sort of flat areas and just racing, like grassy, shrubby, scrubby stuff, is light the ground on fire in front of it, right in front of the next biggest road. So if they're able to hold, what is this, Belmont? Seems like they have been able to. Great. Great. It looks like the wind might kind of glance over it sideways, and it might come over from here, go down a canyon. So this is why they've got this evacuated. Look at those lovely, neat grids. So what they can do is like burn this field right here to total black in this little lane of canals or access roads. Then go over here, do the same thing. And don't worry about this too much, because like this here, if the grass spotted over, it would hit the black and nothing would happen. So if the fire comes over this way, it may just try come through this direction where it says agency, but any of its burning pieces would be landing on black. It's already burned up, black. It would have to be a big leap to get over here now. That's why we like grids. We like them a lot. And here's a presumed water source for them to just like connect and up and down this road, here to here to here to here. Try to make a stand. Wet down, squirt things as if the fire tries to cross it. You got things going. This is like a big steep ravine thing, which is a challenge. You could jump it, but it may want to travel through the ravine. I don't know. But what you got here, like a big old canal, So you got roads. These fires, the nature of these, they have to run fast and keep running. Otherwise, they exhaust their own fuels and die real quick. So, yeah. You always have to remember that there's a best case scenario, a middle ground, and a worst case. Worst case, you get more thunderstorms, and fire starts over here, and they have split attention, fire on two fronts. Worst case, fire starts with new lightning everywhere else, and they have to take away some of the crew here. If it's 75% handled, and they have to go away to defend Bend or something, and then the weather worsens. Like, this is the big threat: is there's so many fires in Oregon. So what may usually have been caught real quick, maybe this only got big because there are so few people said. Bend just had their problem. Prineville was being struck. Powell Beach just had their issue. So much going on. Yeah. Thank you, Sarah. Thanks for the endorsement. So, what happened, Husky? You lost 24 something on the park fire, or a percentage, or I'm not knowing what you typed there. We'll see what goes on with the park. Oh, is the mapping plan going? It's usually happening at midnight. That could be unrelated. I don't think it is. Could be my filter is not good. But the nature of the flatland non-forest fires, they have to run. They have to find new fuels real fast. The moment they're stopped, fizzle. That's it. That's a done deal. it's going to be most difficult to save everything in here. Neighborhoods without ponds and irrigation and dead-end roads and all these damn junipers, which are so dang crispy. And the wind here, it's saving these neighborhoods. You don't need to save the junipers and the sage. That stuff grows back. It's natural for fire to be burning those up. They need neighborhoods like this have to have a plan to save themselves. It's too late to call the fire department if there's a fire around here. They need to have pre-made a dozer line and fire access road, dozer line, fire access road, dozer line, fire access road, a couple layers. And then when they see fire coming, put torch to the ground. If you think about a rainbow, like in between the different colors. Like if the road is something and then there's just a strip of land in between the roads, like a rainbow, like a rainbow protecting that neighborhood. Oftentimes these neighborhoods defend themselves, or the first arriving unit can just say, okay, permission for prescribed fire approved, because it's already made for that. Okay, they put their drip torch in the landscape and they save the neighborhood in the nick of time, because like 1 to 2 minutes matters. But if they have to create a dozer line and then to apply the fire, too late. And that's what could have stopped the park fire too. I don't understand why Butte County didn't see that as the cheatgrass that was as high as your shoulders, biggest crop in 15 to 20 years, as one hell of a threat. Like, think of it like crude oil barrels everywhere in the landscape. They could have just plowed it under. They could have grazed it, could have cut it, could have burned it, just still in the wet of spring. And they didn't. So we can say no to these fires. They don't have to exist. They don't have to get this big. It's fire access roads. It's quick response time. It's build defenses before you need them. Build the city walls before the Huns arrive. Yep. All right, thank you, Chili, for being here, and everybody. That was last call. There has been no new talk about the park. There have been no new evacuation info things. If I just zoom out on Oregon, this funny thing about watch duty is I've been so bombarded with updates that I was unaware of a fire in South Portland like area because so many updates came in for the existing ones. I didn't get a new one. Putting all these jump fire, 12,000 acres in Owyhee County. Oh, that's Idaho. Jeez. Well, I don't have Idaho on the alert. I'm really worried about this one by Cornucopia. Look at the red flag over here. The town gulch. The wind's blowing away from it, but you just can't fight a fire in there. Most of these roads don't really exist. That's called the Little Alps. That's by one of Oregon's best preserved ghost towns, and there's only like 4 buildings that survive. It's still one of Oregon's best preserved ghost towns. We just don't have much history left. So is Sparta. So the Sparta, Oregon ghost town. I wasn't able to reach it. We went out there. This is Sparta, of course. And it's got an adobe, a couple of stone masonry structures, 1-room school homes. Oh, I didn't know it had a train. Oh, I didn't know it had a tower, I think. Oh, I shouldn't have skipped it. Oh my God. I did go to Cornucopia and there was almost nothing left. Cornucopia goes down. Rode horses up to some of the mines just to find out that avalanches had destroyed access. But if you guys want to, oh, there's still park chatter, but they're not saying anything. I think that's about Orville. This building is almost dead. This was just about falling over when I was there. It won't last too many more winters. Cornucopia used to be like so. There's like 3 buildings left. 4. This was their jail. Somebody bought that and fixed that up. This is not Cornucopia, I don't think. It might be. Might be. Kind of looks like Whitney to me, or Granite, but yeah, this is a lot of what Cornucopia looks like. More like. I need to go back. What I wanted to do is photograph places before they're gone. Like this all destroyed by avalanche. This is where I tried to get to the ruins of this up in the high altitude. This is what Cornucopia used to look like once. I can't believe like nothing really remains of this. It is a severe high altitude avalanche country. I like standing there, you would not recognize anything in this picture. I had the photographs in my hand and looked at it and I was like, are you kidding me? Nothing like this still standing. Except like one building way back there, which was their brothel. It just looks like a house. So here's like the huge stamp mills, but the avalanches mostly erased all these buildings. Like they had a mansion up in the mountains for the major mining company. I went up there and there's a foundation and a chimney. Not even wood. It's like, where did the wood go? So none of this still exists. Like the avalanches just took it all down. I stood right here though. We took horses up the really steep road. Can't really drive it. It took most of the day to climb a couple thousand feet on horseback. And I just couldn't believe how much was missing. This is where the mansion was. Right here. This is where there was a store. And I found like sardine tins and doorknobs. A couple other metal things. And it was just like, where is the wood even? And it rots, I guess, very quickly underneath the snow. When the snow melts, it soaks it. And then during the summers, it gets dry. So what wood rot is, it gets wet, dry, wet, dry. If wood is completely dry, it preserves it. If it's underwater, it preserves. Like wood under water does not rot in fresh water. It does in salt because of like sea creatures, but unless it's super, super, super cold. Yeah, I stood over here. I as we came on the horses over here, I finally recognized the spot and went, oh my God, this is completely gone. But this is the tailings pile. This is all the waste rock, pure quartz crystal, white quartz. Much of the gold that came out of the mine, which is back here, they take it on a cart and they dump it. Most of the gold that came out of the mine is still in that pile. But it was too expensive to refine. If they can only refine the really super easy gold, the big chunky bits, because if they spend too much time on the other ones, they don't get gold worth the price of gold enough. Like if gold is $12 an ounce or whatever it was back in the day, or $30 an ounce, and it takes $87 in chemicals and manual labor and production cost and machinery, electricity and stuff, then they leave it in a pile, and that's most of it. That's a gigantic pile of gold right there. Yeah. Oh yeah, the UV index, it's higher and higher elevations, so the sun cooks wood in the warm seasons. I didn't even think about that. But But the way stuff disappears, and these are brick smokestacks. Where are all the stamps? Where's the machinery? Down, 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 washed down from avalanche. There's all kinds of crazy stories, like this whole affair. And that's why they call this the Little Alps. So if a fire breaks out here, good luck. Good luck. It burns whatever's up there in the Little Alps. It's not quite as high on the other side where this Gulch fire is, but it's got history everywhere. You throw a rock and there's a cabin or something, or arrowheads or something, like a log cabin. This whole affair right here, they just said an avalanche just one day wiped it off the face of the earth. One day, a bunch of miners, like hundreds, if not 1,000 miners, were in this. I think this was that's the last chance. Yeah, either that or the Queen of the West. They were inside of it, and they tried to take the elevator to the surface for the end of their shift, and it wasn't working. So they start climbing, and they can't open the hatch. They're like, what the hell's going on? So they finally break their way into the surface, and everybody who was on the surface and in the buildings was dead and washed down into the ravine. There was a huge avalanche. They didn't even notice deep in the mines, a couple thousand feet down. And ultimately, they had to go deeper into the mine because there's multiple exits. There'll be the ones at the top, but you'll go a couple thousand feet down, and one's the exit down here. So what I found out was the way to the ruins through here has been kind of destroyed, but I'll need to take a drone. Yeah, this is completely gone. Some of the ruins and foundations and stuff that remain. But Cornucopia Lodge, I highly recommend. It has high-speed internet. I could go live from there. They had trams, exquisite, like extremely long-distance trams, connecting the mines to each other, connecting them to the mills, the various mills. But nature has almost completely reclaimed it. If you are not looking at these photos and then looking at the landscape, you will not ever believe any of this stuff is here. WesternMiningHistory.com here is incredible. We've got a lot of the good old photos. So I want to, give a link here, just to shout out that they're an incredible resource. But most of our history is gone. I want the funding. I need a travel trailer. Getting this laptop is first. I can not only cover fires, but the places endangered by fire before they disappear. Document the history, interview the old timers. Cool. Yeah, Sarah, if you're ready, I could have a quick phone call with you. If you want. But this is what the ultimate goal is where gold is an organ. Cornucopia, the fire is freaking me out. Whatever is left here could burn down. That just bothers me so greatly. I just haven't had the money to travel. I need a travel trailer so I don't break the bank in hotels. But I promise, guys, more funding, I will go show you wonders and where they used to be, or where they still are. Yeah. You want a teaser? I might have a couple quick photos. Cornucopia. Yeah. The see. Yeah, God, was it October 2016? The time just freaking flies. The time just freaking flies. Do we have any retouched ones? Yeah, this is a different ghost town. It's a Hot Lake ghost town. This is Eastern Oregon for you. Where a lot of the places are on fire. And this won't survive wildfire, I can do decent work. Decent photography, I can get better. I have a lot to learn about videography. See, Where's True Cornucopia? Yeah, in Hot Lake, there's this grizzly bear. It may be a California grizzly bear, like old taxidermy museum thing. It's a blonde one. Either way, it could be a Kodiak, honestly, but I don't know. Hot Lake is basically a ghost town, a ghost resort. So Cornucopia visited first. Oh yeah, here's the photos of the mansion. Like that's what's left. It's like, damn, how ruined could a place get? Like really? See the glorious old photographs, and it's like, wow, that's it. So this was their main floor. So they had a wooden floor across here. Entrance thing at the bottom where they probably had like heated floors or something like that. There's boilers in the bottom for like steam stuff. It was near here. That would kind of look a lot like that. Oh, Gene G says we did Lessons of Fire. That's a bedtime story. Yeah, Sarah. Let's just hit the road. It's time because we're there. These places are falling down, disappearing. And here's like us with the horses. I'm gonna go to Cornucopia. It's a day's drive from where I'm at. I mean, a brutal day's drive. But what Seaprobe can do is fly us in. There are some airstrips by Richland. We could do Sumter, Cornucopia, Mining District, Baker City. Baker City's got an airport. There is fiber optic internet in the forest. You wouldn't believe it. We drove by in the forest. Here's a collapsed mine entrance, or one of the Cornucopia mines. I mean, it's a Cornucopia district, so there's just many mines around it. This is the richest gold mine in all of Oregon. So, like, here's me and my mom going up the trail. They do horses and mule trains, ATVs, mine tours. You point a spot on the map, they take you. Only miners will know what that is. That's the explosives shack. Storing the explosives. They have solid walls, but a flimsy roof, so the blast goes straight up. I went there for the October. Here's where I was a newbie, Sarah, to Eastern Oregon. Winter comes real quick. I wanted the October leaves because I'm a good photographer and I'm an idiot. It snows the first week of October. I almost arrived there just to get snowed in. Like this is the Little Alps, you know. This is where the big mine buildings were. I walked up there going, seriously? Oh, okay. The mansion was over here. But you poke around in the grass and you see things like doorknobs. Could be fire, could be others. Let me see the other town pictures. That was when we took the horses. First I was in the town. The lodge is beautiful and it has fiber optic internet. And I said, how did a town of literally 5 residents get fiber optic internet piped in all the way from Baker City? They said, oh, it was a government grant. Fall color's worth the risk. I don't know. Like, this is serious blizzard country. I was reading all these, there's a mine. I was reading all these books about the mining districts of Oregon. You want to read the mining journals to find out all the info. And, I mean, it really is the little Alps, man. And, the first night I was there, I woke up and I looked out my window and there's snow. Oh man, there's still stuff out there, but it's about to collapse. The ore chute right there. You just turn every corner and this is out there. Eastern Oregon Preserve stuff. So this is actually the Sumter mining district. This is a shaft and a rope thing going down at the head frame. Just oh yeah, you're about to see something incredible. This is part of another part of the ore chute. I turned the corner and went, holy crap! This is gigantic. You can't even tell. This is one of those big buildings collapsed. One of those mills collapsed from avalanche. But like this thing sticking up in the air is one of the roof beams. It's like 4 stories tall. It just doesn't. The scale doesn't compute. The scale of the building collapsed behind me is just, you can't imagine it. This is a huge vat for cyanide or something. Oh, whoops. Helps if I make my window the appropriate size. There. Now I can gesture to it. Right there. That's one of those huge cyanide vats. It's like the size of one of those big train water tanks. Could have been water, I don't know. Maybe for steam generation. But this was standing a few years before I arrived. Like, that's the state of it, though. It would be like this, but instead it was like that. But everywhere you look, you got to see a couple of these. If you give money to me, I will show you this. I'll go live if I have Starlink from the middle of nowhere. I will show you wonders, a world of wonders right before they disappear. You know, I think this is where trams used to go, and there were big poles, and the trams went in here. I really don't know what this building is, though. But you just turn the corner and you find them everywhere you drive on these mountain roads. I have old maps, so I find them pretty readily, but I need better, like, Sterling City, California, yes. Yes, Chile. I went there as a child, and this stupid fire almost ate Sterling City. Yeah, the Sterling City ghost town. There's a fire by Bodie. It's freaking me out. Isn't Bodfish where Sterling City ghost town is? Like, you just find shafts, like the shaft is open. You could fall to your death in there. But there's no graffiti out here because this is not where gangsters are welcome. Somebody puts graffiti out here. Look what's out my window. It's like Mayan ruins, like a giant Mayan pyramid. This stone masonry stamp mill. They look a lot like that with the wood on them. This was the stone masonry. That's just, you turn the corner and you see this. This is extremely large. A person up here would be like this tall. This bush is like tall as a person. Not a scrap of graffiti because you'll never be seen again. The locals protect their stuff, Yeah. So, Rouse says, when I first got to Kalgoorlie, all the turn-of-the-century mines were still working. Really? You helped demolish them and replace them with CIL technology? Oh, no. Oh. I hope you got photos, Wrath, at least. History. Why can't they just... What's CLI, by the way? These Australian guys. You love the photos you took at Thunder Mountain? Yeah. I will not tell people where the hell this is. I keep this a secret. It's only a matter of time before some find out. But all of this burned to the ground. So you can see that there's fire damage to some things. I don't know the particulars. There's a museum, and I was an idiot. I had the choice to go here for the day or go to the museum and talk to the old timer. I should have gone and talked to the old timer. I don't know if he's still alive. Maybe he would have accompanied me here and spoken the whole way. I'm an idiot. My earliest photos of this place were from '07, and I had to talk. But I need to go out there, interview people before they're gone. I need a travel trailer. So first I got the camera. Spent donation money last year on the camera. I've got to get the laptop to film on the road and show people from the road what I'm doing. Just there's incredible stuff out there, but it's disappearing. It's absolutely disappearing. In Baker City, there's a Geisler Grand Hotel that they restored. This is where the mining big fat cats lit their cigars with $100 bills, which meant like $1,000 bills back then. Like some of the richest people on earth would eat here in Baker City, and Baker City is practically a ghost town now. There's my mom. This was like a ruin, but it got restored in Baker City. Baker City itself is just amazing. It's half empty because the days of gold mining and stuff are past. But maybe to be revitalized. A lot of it's revitalizing. I did go to Sumter. Whitney. Here's here's me carrying around a photo, trying to get to the same spot. Like that was the last chance. I have the books. I have the maps. This was 1973. The Coulter Tunnel. I went up there. It's not really standing now, but it's cool to at least take before and after pictures. Here's one of these things. If you're a true miner, you know what that is. You were too busy making history to record it. Yeah, Chile. Have you been to Sterling City? You grew up there for most of your early childhood, and the mill pond was amazing. Am I thinking of the right place? Is that the one by Bodfish, or is that the one in this? No, that's the one in the canyon, isn't it? Let me just see. The ones of my childhood. I don't remember so much. I have to take a note of where this is in mineral. I can't believe I was using this as an example of a property that's not hardened. And then I realized I read the driveway name and it's somebody I know. My God. So, Silver City, California. I've been to, of course, Nevada City and the the big mine tours that they still do of the, God, I'm too brain dead to think about this right now. Oh yeah, it's east of Oak Grove. Okay. So no, what's the one down there by Botfish? Yeah, this one almost got eaten by one of the fires I was covering, the KNP or the Sequoia one. Yeah. Yeah, I went there a long time ago in childhood. Raph says if it's heavy, it looks like a ball from a sag mill. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, it's how they would crush ore and with the balls like rolling around in the mill. Michael Hall says I live a couple miles from Elk Lane Fire near Madras. About 6 p.m., we received a voice message from Pacific Power that power to Madras and surrounding areas may be turned off. It's still on at 1 a.m. Oh, God. Pacific Power killed people. Pacific Corp during 2020. Well, they'll only do it at the firefighter request or if there's really high winds. Firefighters may not need it to happen. But I'm glad you still have it right now. Did you fight? You were here with us yesterday, Michael Hall, right? I remember. That's Swiss cheese memory though. With it's a ball mill thing. With the amount of sleep deprivation I have. But if people fund my travels, I will show wonders. But I have to have I've got to have the funds. It's the Columbia River Gorge. Just I can show you that any afternoon. I drove. I just need one of these. A Winnebago. A mini Winnebago, right? I already have the ball hitch on the car. But that's, there's wonders all around here. Yeah. Oh, Sterling City, not Silver City. Okay, yeah. You could say that. You could say that. Let's see. My cousin got married there, so I was just showing Sterling City and how it was a bit vulnerable to the fire if it crossed 32, and I advised people to evacuate Sterling City if be ready and evacuate at the moment that 32 that spotted over. If it did, I'm so glad it didn't. We're not completely out of the woods yet. I was showing people my photos. I left Sterling City. I left the wedding that evening. Went back down to Orville where I was staying. So what year did this have to be? It's post Paradise, more than a year later. Before or after Dixie. Could have been 2022. Yeah. Before the Caldor one. No, I don't think the wedding. Shoot. I need to. Was it 2019? Yeah. So as soon as I went back and drove back towards, it was a summertime wedding, to Orville, I see this glow in the distance, and I did the detrimental optimism thing. That can't be wildfire. That can't be wildfire. And it was. And so I looked at Watch Duty didn't exist yet, I don't think. So it must have been May of 2019 or so. And it was. So my host had already gone to bed. Let me see if I have my photos during City. I don't think they're handy. God, here's the Marysville Hotel before it burned down. Well, it didn't burn down, just got gutted. This is the State Theater next to it. I wish they'd do something with Marysville. They're sitting on historical gems and won't do anything. Yeah, this is Sterling City, isn't it? No, that's Golden. This is the ghost town of Golden. Inside of that church. That's Wolf Creek going back to Oregon. This is one of Oregon's best preserved ghost towns. If you're thinking that is about to fall down, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, of course I was there. So I was on pins and needles all night looking out my window in a higher Kelly Ridge, seeing a wildfire running around Orville on evacuation notice. And so I hear snoring from the other rooms. I'm like, should I tell my host that we're supposed to be evacuated like on level 2? And then I realized, oh, they live in Orville. Of course they're all ready to go. They're always all ready to go. I would just have to wake them up. Yeah. Yeah, Chili. If people want to meet me, just I'll be letting people know. I'd love to go see Sterling City again. On this California trip, I need to get there as soon as possible, though. Dustin is supposed to get back to me about the laptop, but he was out of town, so he may be able to give me one. If not, I could just try to buy one real quick. On credit if I need to. The clock is ticking. You know. So it's time to go to bed. It's time to make myself go to bed. So this is a teaser. You know, no donation is too small to help make the dream happen here. I hope this lookout. That's Canada. That sounds like a very fun Canadian guy. cheerful. I don't know if that's Turner Lookout. It kind of looks like it is. Could be Plume County. Fire Forest Lookout Association. Okay. How do you search it? Can you? I don't know. It's like, I just want to know what's possibly on fire right now with the current park fire, because Turner Mountain. This is Lake Mountain Klamath National Forest. Hey, it's the, oh, it's that thing. The firefinder. Oh, these are amazing. These little, they're incredible. Green Mountain, Baker's Snoqualmie, West Virginia. Oh, this is the entire country. That's a fire lookout. You just look outside. Nope, there ain't no fire in the yard. Montana, New Mexico. Yeah, this would take forever. Wait a sec. That's Oregon. Yeah, is it? Oh, that's like the little Matterhorn thing in Oregon. That I drove past Jefferson Peak on Eclipse Day. Yeah, keep your devices charged. Yeah, never know when you'll have to leave. I have one of those computer battery backups to give me at least 15 minutes if I lose power, to explain that to Firestream and shut down properly. Whoa. Lightning from a lookout tower. That's neat. That's a cool frame. And what it does, though, it has USB ports, so I can charge my phone. It has a good battery for anything. So once I got this call from my dad, and he goes, your stepmom has had surgery, and she is stuck in the reclining chair that's motorized. I can't get her out of it because we just lost power. And she's in a world of pain. This sucks. And I said, I can end that world of pain. I can get her out of that chair. He goes, you're in Portland. I'm in California. What the hell could you possibly do? I said, well, we went to Fry's Electronics, rest in peace, and we got a battery backup for your computer. So it has AC outlets in the back. So go grab that thing and plug in the chair. That'll be $5. So I helped from Oregon, you know. I'm an awesome computer tech. What can I say? Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to skip to California. Woo, meteors. Whoa. That can't be warm in there. That just looks drafty. You know what I wonder about these fire lookouts is, why are they square? Why are they not like a yurt? Why are they not like why are they not circular, like a cylinder? As cylinders are windproof buildings. Wind cannot grab anything. It just goes around circular buildings. As long as you don't have overhanging roof eaves. So what they could do is, I know they need to shade the windows, so they could have those that like hold up against the top of the building, but they'd be completely windproof on the tops of the highest mountains, and you never have to worry about the wind ripping off, like in even hurricane force weather. But they're square? I don't get it. It's much easier to build a box. But if you're going to do it on a mountain, that just means you don't want to have to rebuild it, hey? That's all that means. Whoa, monster bug. Hello there. You're very healthy. He also looks like a demon, but they all do in the dark. Oh well, we're never going to find Turner Mountain Lookout. But this was neat. Fine. This is a cool Facebook page. If you guys want to browse it yourself. Fun fact, in the off seasons, you can camp in a lot of the U.S. Forest Service lookout towers for cheap. Yeah, I wanted to do that, and then I realized why nobody does that. There's no elevators. Look at that thing. And then there's no bathroom. You got to take the stairs to the bathroom. And it won't be one of them flushing bathrooms. Oh, no, it won't. You know. Oh, the one in the Ishi Wilderness. Did it survive? The Ishi Wilderness. This is what I have to do. I can't say, did it survive? Park Fire, Ishi Wilderness Lookout. You can rent that as a bed without breakfast. I look out. It's a hut more than a tower. See, Google made it so it took away the word lookout tower. So it was crossed out, so I had to do the plus sign. No, there's absolutely no. Okay, I still have it open in another window somewhere. Like I have a lot of windows. Not that. Don't crash, web browser. Okay. Out. Did I not label it? Yeah, here it is. Got it. The McCarthy Point Lookout, Lansing County, technically. The fire went right past here. Why didn't they put it up there? I don't know. But it's supposed to be a fire lookout. And you can rent this. It's near Chico, California. There are major cell coverage issues. Imagine that. I really hope they saved it. It's got a kitchenette. That's just craftsmanship right there. The 1950s stoves. Dude. I want to see sprinklers in here. This is a historic structure, but I want to see iron shutters to help protect it from fire, but it's pretty much a drive up, but did it survive? At McCarthy Point Lookout. This is the better way to find out if it didn't. McCarthy Point Lookout burns in park fire. Like if it did, they'd probably say. 1936, constructed by the Civilian Conservation Corps. Use a bucket for the bathroom instead of climbing up and down. Okay, that's it. We're ending on a low note. Thanks to Wrath, we're ending on a low note. But I guess if recreation.gov hasn't said it burned down, maybe it hasn't. I hope they saved it. Unavailable right now. Oh, it's non-electric. Wow. Yeah, the fancy term is a chamber pot. Oh, God, I would put my forehead on the desk, but that would hit the microphone. But just trust me, I put my forehead on the desk. This entire time I've been speaking, not a peep out of Butte County audio. I turned off the one that was being vandalized, the Northern California major incident, but there is nothing to hear anymore, so I'm hitting the stop button because that screech was kind of annoying. Low-key background screech noise. But I hope this and many other historical treasures survived here. So much didn't. Wildfire. I am so angry. What was he charged with? Wildfire suspect. Arraigned? What is arraigned? How do you spell it? This is when they get their charges. I don't know how to spell arraigned. You know what was hilarious, Sarah? And I put this on the Twitter. I should put it on my own page. I was live. Everybody goes, everybody's expressing anger about this suspect, especially the fact that he's a felon running around loose to harm the world again. Multiple time felon who he did something to a 14-year-old girl that I can't say on YouTube. As an adult, I believe. Armed robbery, whatever it was. Armed burglary. Ronnie here. So we were all expressing anger about it. I was trying to calm down. And somebody says, that dickhead arsonist who started the park fire, and just started talking about it. And people like them need to be punished. I said, hey. I can't get sued here. I have to say alleged until he's convicted or confesses. Because that's libel and slander. Until somebody is convicted, they are a suspect. So you know what the retort was? I can't remember who said this. Okay, the suspected dickhead arsonist. I know, Wrath. I know. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, Wrath. Okay, you are instructed to not start a riot in my country from the easy chair of yours, which is across the Pacific Ocean, okay? I will get you. If I have to swim to Australia, I will get you. Okay, so Ronnie Dean Stout II, 42 of Chico, was arraigned Monday, July 30th, in connection with the park fire, in connection with which has quickly become one of the largest recorded wildfires in California history. During his first court appearance, he was charged with felony arson, with the enhancement of special circumstances due to prior convictions. I'd love to know what the hell that means. Hey, this is a news media organization. Their job is to report the news. They're going to explain, right? No. His arraignment has been continued until Thursday. He'll be held on no bail as he awaits trial. I'm kind of disappointed in that. Not going to say why. He has not yet entered a plea. He has not yet entered a plea. Attorney info was not immediately available. Stout was allegedly spotted just before 3 p.m. on Wednesday, pushing a burning car down a gully called Alligator Hole in Bidwell Park. I know exactly where that is. Oh my god. I can never associate that with fun ever again. The car went down an embankment approximately 60 feet. It has burned completely, spreading flames that caused the park fire. The man who was later identified as Stout was allegedly seen calmly leaving the area by blending in with the other park visitors, fleeing the rapidly evolving fire. Oh yeah, he was photographed strolling, taking a stroll. And that's how he didn't blend in at the moment. Everybody was panicked and running for their lives, and he was going. You should see that picture. Stout starting park fire. Sure, it comes up. Oh no, we can't just Google search something. It's going to show burning homes. Damn it. Okay, just trust me. There's a guy wearing a red shirt, and he was just casually strolling down a dirt road. And it's back to the camera. What a hero, lady, who had the wherewithal, even though she had to run for her life, to snap a picture of him first. Damn. So he was arrested Thursday on suspicion of arson. I would like to know the circumstances of the arrest. In the fire and jailed without bail. The arson suspect has two previous strike felony convictions according to Butte County District Attorney's Office. You know, doing what he did to a 14-year-old girl. I don't know why he was let out. The 3 strikes and you're outlaw in California imposes a life sentence for almost any crime, no matter how minor, if the defendant had 2 prior convictions for crimes defined as serious or violent by California Penal Code, according to Stanford Law School. Stout's prior felony convictions include lewd and lascivious acts with a child under the age of 14. Okay, I thought she was 14. She could have been under. Well, in 2001. Robbery with great bodily injury in 2002. What is wrong with our justice system is it thinks that time rehabilitates people, or it's punishment. Do punishment, you get out. It's not like that. If people are criminally violent and or insane, you have to think, are they still a danger to the public? That's it. It's not a punishment system. It's a protect the public system. We have to lock them in a cage, do so. I would like to know these details. Just how he sweet-talked his way out of parole, or if he was released early because of COVID or something, or overcrowding or something. Since igniting on Wednesday, he was sentenced to 20 years of state prison following his 2002 conviction. Did he serve it? This is like crap journalism if you can't just quickly look that up. Either that or the records are hidden for some reason. Since igniting on Wednesday, the park has spread to more than, the acreage. At the time this was written, 373,000 square acres, but it's over 400,000. A lot more. More than 110 structures have been confirmed destroyed back then, when this was written. At least 6 damaged, according to CAL FIRE. No reports of death or people unaccounted for. I'm not convinced nobody died and how fast that moved. It can take a long time. Firefighters sometimes, or civilians just sometimes find weird stuff, like piles of clothing and jewelry, just jewelry in the woods or something, or by a road. A wristwatch, earrings, a necklace, a belt buckle, eyelets for shoelaces, and teeth. So it sometimes can take time. I'm not convinced that nobody died in the Dixie. I'm on the fence. I don't know. When people run out into a mega fire into the woods, like fleeing it on foot, in crematorium temperatures, that's about all that's left. So Sometimes they change death toll like 25 years later. Another wildfire comes by and all the bushes are gone, and they're like, oh my God, is this a victim from the last one? Wait, no. 30 years ago? Sometimes that happens. So, that's it. This is like the most bare bones crap article that you can get. Journalism is dead. Within 6 days ago, I knew. Here's better. Like USA Today. This better be better. Throw him under the jail. Oh, yeah. He was reformed. Yeah, surely he was reformed. Totally. I wonder what's up with the records. You would think the journalists would be prying this open like an oyster with a pearl inside all of his background. So let's see about this. So you see my millions of tabs. Feel embarrassed about that. Charged Monday with reckless arson related charges. Okay. Yeah, there's more details. That means stupidity with fire, but not an intent to set it. Now that bothers me. It might be just easier to prove, but it's a much lesser charge. It's like, whoops, the fireworks that I set up accidentally fell over and started a fire over yonder. Whoopsie. Pushing a burning car down a hill into dry ground. That's weak that's weak AF, okay? That is weak as. Park fires continue to expand, yeah. This didn't have to happen. He said that the suspect pulled over to the side of the road, but then went over a berm and into the grass. Ramsey, the district attorney, said the fire started when Stout revved his car's engine trying to drive out. Witnesses said they saw Stout watch his own car burn and push it backwards. But the district attorney of Butte County said that the suspect claims he didn't push the car down the embankment, but panicked and just left the scene. The car went down an embankment approximately 60 feet and burned completely, spreading flames that caused the park fire. And then the suspect was seen calmly leaving the area by blending in with the other citizens who were fleeing the rapidly evolving fire. So under the three-strike California law, his new conviction would give him at least a 25-year prison sentence. How about he breaks rocks for 5 cents an hour the rest of his life? I don't know. Well, thank you, Sarah. Link to journals who was at his arraignment. Hey, where's the Jericho report on all this? Where did he disappear to? Okay. Should I be playing this video? Is it like copyright or whatever? Well, people can see it. I might get too upset. Oh, it's now 2 a.m. Guys, okay, I was going to go early. I was going to go to bed early. Okay. So that would be why it's a reckless arson charge, that it just might be too difficult to prove he did it on purpose. It's his word against everybody's. Oh, and Oregon's extreme weather has tested our limits. 10,000 firefighters battling 44 large fires in Oregon. That was 6 days ago. There's more now. Of course, there's your token climatologist saying, well, the future just means the fires will always get worse. Shut up. They always say that no matter what. Even if some of the fires spread just because there's not enough staffing and like not enough water trucks and some of them break down. We hear that on the radio, but it's the climate, okay? Please also talk about how we need to staff and, it doesn't have to be like this. Pay firefighters more than peanuts. Federal funding for wildland firefighters in rural counties so that like they can have a fire department in every town, maybe. Anyway. Okay, you're talking climate change, gigantic, huge chunk at the bottom, and no actual details on any of the fires, including any of the fire names. Okay. USA Today, never mind you. There are like 35 reasons for fire. Climate change is one, but don't mention the other 34, which we can actually do something about. Like if the people knew about these things, they could do something about it. Like the Newell fire would have never been gigantic and huge if they had a water truck that didn't keep breaking down. And if any of the other fire departments from any of the other major cities next to it in Klickitat County had actually bothered to help because of the mutual aid system being dead and stupid. All the fire departments sitting at Hood River and the Dalles in Yakima not coming to help for 9 hours. So one little small grassy field fire became a huge wildland fire because they pulled up to it with the one water truck they had and the pump broke and then they fixed it and it broke and then they fixed it and it broke. And nobody else gave them a freaking water truck. And then the only journalistic article I read about it said it was climate change. I went, oh my God. It's the Columbia River Gorge and the hay was on fire. That's the windiest place in the world, pretty much. Top 5. And it's the hay harvest. They cut off the irrigation to harvest the hay. Of course it's dry. That's not climate change. It's irrigated. Oh my God. It was in a field, at the hay fields, man. Did climate impact the hay? I just, oh well. It is so frustrating. It's like we could stop a lot of big wildfires if we bought a few water trucks, but if they had equipment that didn't break down. But if you don't tell the people that, they can't vote for that. We are in a new climate. That's why we can't have water trucks that don't work for our fires. It, oh, but man, these articles are just lazy ass journalism. Lazy ass journalism, that's it. The reason they interview somebody with climatology instead of like an actual firefighter is they pick up the phone to the news office of the nearest place and just talk. Let's talk to your weather person there. And they don't have to track anybody down who's actually there. Just need your statement. Just say something in the microphone. Doesn't matter if it's nonsense. Anyway. Fine, I'm going to bed. But I said I'd delete all your comments because you piss me off when you tell me what to do. Because you're not my boss. So, removing your comments. Yeah, you can't tell me what to do. I'm not going to time you out because it deletes all of them. But I don't like that particular one, so I'm removing it. Okay, Sarah, let's have a little text thing, at least. Sorry. I should have never opened my ghost town. My ghost town book. Photo book. But I need to do something at least 1 hour per day that I like. That's what people say relieves stress. Do something for at least an hour that you like. And I liked the cool down period with you guys. I liked hanging out with you guys. I like talking history with you guys. Yeah. All right, cool. Good night, friends. Thank you, donors. You've raised $20 in chat revenue. At least 30, I think, through Cash App. There's no donation too small, and everything matters. It will keep us on the air as long as 20% of the viewers donate $1. We had 4,600 views, 4,667 views. That's not quite 20% people giving $1, but hey, I'm so grateful for every little thing. It does matter. And hit the like button, please, if you forgot, and it'll help us fight the algorithm and be seen. Yeah, thanks everybody. Some other days we get super amounts of donations, so it does even out. And really, no donation is too small. $5 gets us a gallon of gas in California, and we will need that. We will need that to take the show on the road. And we also, I have mail to open. I'm so sorry I haven't been able to get to it. Got some checks there and a package from Wrath, I guess, which probably has some neat prizes in there. Thanks everybody who's been listening. I hope I have soothed you. My soothing voice has lulled you to sleep. Thank you for being here, everybody who is asleep. This is probably half of you. Yeah. And we can only hope that treasured places like this survive the reckless acts of maniacs, senseless, wanton destruction. If you only celebrate our heroes, we had 2 firefighter injuries yesterday, now that it's the 6th, and we can only appreciate their sacrifices. They are really risking their lives for us. If you ever feel the homing instinct to defend your home, remember that you staying behind puts their lives at risk, because they will kill themselves to save you, or die trying. And just think about how much stress that puts them under. They will always do their best to save structures. That is their fight. And you just have to think about their emotional needs. It's how much it bothers them when they're trying to fight a fire, but they know there's somebody still there. How much extra stress they get. Just knowing people are in danger, right? So we can help them in many ways. And I just can't stress that enough, that we need to support them any way we can. It's a grim and gruesome and horrible job. Rewarding, but difficult for them. So thank you everybody who's expressed love for the mods and patted us on the head and encouraged us. Ultimately, keeping the park fire as small as it can possibly be. The battle for Mill Creek resumes tomorrow. Butte Meadows and ultimately places like the outskirts of Chester, and who knows, places like Drake's Bad, who knows, and all the little bits of history in between. They're doing our best. They're doing their best, and we can just give them all the support and love we can. So thank you, friends, for being here. We'll be here again tomorrow, and I love you all. Good night. Good luck.